Hand side, as always, is Lee Phelps and William Hill, and it is a Chelsea double bubble today. Kwesi Rafari looking fresh with the specs on, and also a return for Zach J-Lab as well. Gents, it's, by the way, it's just nice to have the Premier League back, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, that international break in particular felt like the longest international break in history, didn't it?
It's tough. It was very, very tough.
But it was a good one. It was actually quite a good international break. I mean, as they go...
Oh, get lively.
I mean, a few goals.
I didn't watch it.
Scotland did all right. You know what I mean? You know, I'm trying to kind of, give it some energy here.
I mean, next year it's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks long. They're getting rid of the September one.
You guys are world champions.
The first one is longer, though, isn't it?
No, the September one's gone. And next week, October is becoming a 2-week one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, from next year. Okay, well, there we go. That's good
You
stuff.
guys don't care. You're world champions anyway. World Cups are like
it's all
whatever.
right for you, Lee, being a Grimsby fan, where you have no such thing as an international break, do you?
Right?
You just
carry on playing.
You just carry on. Okay, let me dot the I's, cross the T's. Here's where we're at. Nottingham Forest v Chelsea is the early game in the Premier League. It has just got underway. Nottingham Forest have won just one of their last 8 Premier League meetings with Chelsea. That was a 1-0 victory at Stamford Bridge in September 2023. Forest starting the day 17th in the table. We know the pressure is on Ange Postecoglou. Chelsea starting 7th, of course, last time out in the Premier League, beating Liverpool in that incredible game with that Estevao late goal. The teams today are interesting. Chelsea have got Sanchez in goal, James, Chalobah, Achimpong, Cucurella, the back four. The midfield three is Gusto, Lavia, Andre Santos. No Caicedo and no Enzo Fernandez. The front three, Neto, João Pedro and Garnacho, as Awoniyi comes forward for Chelsea and drags the shot wide. Forest got Sells in goal. Looks like it'll be a back five of Williams, Milenkovic, Morato, Murillo, Zinchenko. A midfield three of Sangare, Douglas Luiz, Anderson, and a front two of Gibbs White and Awoniyi. Chris Wood and Igor both on the bench. In the Championship, there are 3 games starting at 12:30. Oxford versus Derby. Both Oxford and Derby having tricky starts to the season, 22nd and 20th respectively in the league. QPR Millwall, 2 sides who have had good starts to the season. QPR 6th, Millwall 8th. Millwall picked up 5 points on their last 4 league visits to Queen's Park Rangers, winning 1, drawing 2 and losing 1. The other 12:30 game in the Championship is Southampton versus Swansea. Southampton are the second best XG in the Championship this season, but find themselves 17th in the Championship in League One. The 2 early games, Burton, Peterborough bottom of the table, Lincoln, Stevenage, and the 2 early games in League Two, Cambridge, Bromley. Cambridge just taking the lead, by the way, at home to Bromley, and Salford v Oldham. Salford, by the way, yesterday confirming the signing of Fabio Barini. Remember him? Kwaku, talk me through the Chelsea team, a slightly new-look Chelsea team today.
Yeah, it is a combination of players returning fatigued from the international break and injuries as well. Well-documented, Cole Palmer's out for an additional 6 weeks. So, yeah, it's a rotated Chelsea side, but this is a team that, heading into the international break, needed to beat Benfica, needed to beat Liverpool because it was a fortnight from hell before that. If you think about the late draw against Brentford and then the loss against Manchester United, loss against Brighton, scraped through in the cup against Lincoln. And so we should take confidence. I know that it's different personnel, but the feeling amongst the group or within the group should be a good one. that was probably our best league win in a couple of years. That win against Liverpool, especially the circumstance of it as well. And so I'm expecting this Chelsea team, despite the fact that it is rotated, and the midfield is not a familiar midfield. If you look at Gusto, Lavia and Andre Santos playing together, I do feel like Chelsea should have enough to beat a Forest side who are so out of form. Varane, she's obviously gone with physicality. It's a big Forest side. But Chelsea should have the technicality, the ability, the wherewithal to play around them and find their openings and take their chances.
Zach, first time we've had you on the show this season. First time we've had you on the show in a long time. So a broad question to start with you. Where are you at with this Chelsea team in terms of the start to the season, and what are the realistic expectations for the whole season?
I think at the start of the season, people would have happily been saying Chelsea have got to try and be battling towards the top end of the table. Like maybe title challenges is a bit far, but I think if someone argued that with the amount of money Chelsea have spent, that they should be in there, I think that's a fair enough argument. After doing so well against PSG in the Club World Cup, I think gave a lot of Chelsea fans and I think in generally football fans an expectation that this Chelsea team, when they're on it, are a really, really good team. We saw what PSG did last season, and I'm sure multiple times how you've covered it. But I think one of the issues we're seeing, and it's not just Chelsea, we're seeing a lot of clubs struggle with injuries.
Oh, I was really... Oh, it's really, really good quick feet, wasn't it, from Pedro Neto?
Really
down the right-hand side. He then fell to Gusto, did it, who tried to drill a ball across the face of goal. It took a deflection off a Nottingham Forest player, and I think Matt Sells in the Forest goal in the end. Do you want to explain to us, Quake? You now you've got the glasses on, now you can see. You can now finally see on talkSPORT goals.
I can see, but we're watching it on a small screen. But yeah,
that's a big TV not to have working, isn't it?
I know. Pedro Neto, with the quick feet in the box, the ball just doesn't fall to a Chelsea player, and Forest managed to get it clear. But it's a good start from Chelsea. I feel like. Again, I'm not encouraging players to dive. I think it felt a little touch.
You are though. You should have gone down.
A little touch go down.
Not okay. You can not encourage him to dive. Do you want to encourage him to be more clever and almost
smart.
look for initiate contact? Is it one of those? Lee, let's bring you in then. Nottingham Forest, Chelsea. How have you guys priced this one up on William Hill?
Yeah, you probably won't be surprised to know that Chelsea were the favourites before the match. There were a touch of odds on yesterday, which I thought was a little short. I think Chelsea would win it, but I didn't really want to back them at odds on just because you're not quite sure what you're going to get from Chelsea from one game to the next. They're now 11-8 in the 90 minutes, so it has changed significantly. Forest just under 2-1 at 19-10. The draw 11-5. Loads of price boosts available on this one. João Pedro to score the first goal, 11-2. Pedro Neto over one shot on target is 100-30. Garnacho to score or assist in the match is 7-4. So there's plenty going on. And for the Forest side of things, Morgan Gibbs-White to score at any time is 11-4. It's a gold weekend at William Hill, so it means when we come back from international break, we go a bit crazy. It's a gold weekend, more offers, more value all weekend. Crossing the box. Oh, lovely idea. So we've got an epic boost on every Premier League game this weekend. The one on this one, obviously, which is now closed at kick-off, was Chelsea to score the first goal in the game. But most of the others for the 3 o'clock kick-offs are all player-based. So we've got some crackers coming up later on around Haaland and Voltemada and others. So we'll get into
Haaland at home to Everton. I think a few people might be licking their lips at any sort of Erling Haaland price.
Just generally, whenever he's playing. He's
11-1 for a hat-trick today, which isn't, I don't know.
11-1?
11-1, which isn't a great price for a hat-trick, but bearing in mind that it's Haaland and you get impact subs, so if he scores 2, goes off, and his replacement comes on when they're already 4-1 up or something, then... but yeah, all that to come later on. For the
Lee, 3 games won in the Championship. I mentioned 2 teams that are struggling, Oxford, Derby, 2 teams having good starts to the season in Oxford and in QPR and Millwall, and then you've got Hampton v Swansea. I think lots of people expected Hampton to be up there this season, but a tough start to the season for them under Will Still.
Yeah, Southampton are even money to beat Swansea at the minute. That's in play. 5-2 Swansea, QPR 7-5, Millwall 19-10. So favourites obviously QPR there in Oxford, 29-20, and Derby the outsiders there. But all the draws are around 2-1 in those games. Some interesting. We were talking before the weekend, weren't we, about the amount of potential draws in the Premier League this weekend. There's so many games where you look at it, you go, I'm not sure, just draw.
I think I predicted 7 draws this weekend in the Premier League. I mean, I'm just boring and just sitting on the fence too much. But if it's not City, Arsenal, Liverpool, I'm just going draw basically in almost every game.
I've seen a lot of late winners though this season.
Yeah, we have.
So I feel like teams are figuring out ways to get the result, because draws just aren't good enough depending on what you're chasing and what you want. Draws, like a draw for Liverpool, for example, tomorrow It'll feel like a loss.
I feel like a disaster.
It'll feel like a disaster.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a team one of those teams is going to go for it.
Yeah,
One of those teams is gonna
you're
win.
right. Probably today, probably Burnley, Leeds, Wolves would take draws today, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Maybe Newcastle at Brighton.
I think Brighton.
Newcastle, Brighton.
I mean, not take it beforehand, but at the end of it all, if it finishes a draw, then maybe.
Brighton, Newcastle, and Palace, Bournemouth for me are just draws. I can't. I find that hard to pick a winner there.
Well, that Palace Bournemouth game,
Sure.
It's 0-0, but like last season, there was no goals in it. It just looks like it's laden with goals.
It could be 2-2 or 3-3.
Yeah, I'll take 2-2.
Yeah.
I hope it is for our sake this afternoon, and everyone who's watching. Hopefully, we get plenty of goals.
I hope so. We've got five. Oh, that looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And Anderson's in for Forest.
Oh, he's gone down by
Simon on his hands and knees in the studio,
well
turns
done,
on the
mate.
big screen.
Talk about action.
And Elliot Anderson got playing him down the left-hand side. Jamie hates it when I reference someone crawling on. It's hard to keep.
What's happened there, then?
It's hard to keep your composure and not mention someone crawling on the floor. But Chelsea gave it away in midfield. Morgan Gibbs-White charging towards goal, picks out Anderson on his left foot. And he tries to drag it, Zach, back onto his right foot. And I just wonder, should he have got a shot away with his left foot as it opened up for him?
I mean, you know what? I feel like this season I've seen Chelsea do that about 5 times every game. I remember against Fulham, that's how we conceded. And then it's that cut in, they put it away. I mean, on that time there, Anderson's footing just kind of just going under him and going down. But Chelsea need to get better at that. It's a pass from Chalobah into midfield, gets cut out so easily. It happens all the time. It happened against Liverpool. It's happened against Brighton. It happened against Bayern Munich. It's one of the biggest things for Chelsea. Sometimes when I watch Chelsea, I see people always say, oh, we're our biggest enemies sometimes. We're the reason that other teams concede. And it's like, come on. Learn from the mistakes, guys. Like, we can't keep doing this. Other teams.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, well, it's not going to make any highlights packages, but Malo Gusto.
Oh my God, what a ball.
Ball.
Oh my God. Play him on Nacho. Oh, God. Nacho. He's still done really well.
Too much again. The same point you made about Anderson. Just get rid of the ball. Move the ball. Don't keep the ball.
In space of 5 seconds, I thought Chelsea were going to concede and then score. Malo Gusto played a dangerous back pass to Sanchez, who did in the end get it under control, launched a long ball forward, which set João Pedro in behind the Nottingham Forest back 3. And the groans from the boys, where he had Garnacho making a really, really good run down the left-hand side, but he didn't pick him out. James puts the ball into the box. Murillo heads it away.
I know there are... Obviously, there's going to be a lot of noises from the other side of the studio if Forest come forward, but I do wonder where Forest goals come from today. I mean, if you're relying on Anderson to score, then I just don't think...
Alwioni was good, though. For a while, and then he had that bad injury for a long time.
Yeah, he's a 1 double-figure season in the English game. That was 10 goals, I think, in the league. Scored 6 in his last... when he had a decent enough season, but 6 goals, it's not enough, is it? I think, I think Igor Jesus would have started had he not been, on a plane to probably same with Estevan unless he's picked up an injury. They may well come on, both those Brazilians.
Always.
And Jesus is a danger. He scored 4 goals for Forest already this season.
The first game after the international break, it's a bit harder, isn't it, Lee, to kind of predict teams because players are coming back from different parts of the country.
Yeah.
There would see that Murillo shove on a Chelsea player.
Yeah.
I find those ones are hilarious. If that was outside the box, it'd be just given as an immediate foul. It was some things in the box you're allowed just to shove players to the floor.
You've got to give defenders something.
Nothing's going to ever be made of it. But Kwaku, it feels like Chelsea have dominated the opening 11 minutes. But the Awoniyi chance and the Anderson chance.
Yeah.
Forest, though, probably had the 2 best moments in the boxes, haven't they?
Just a bit of naivety from Chelsea. Obviously, it's a young team. Can't use that as an excuse. But there is sometimes where we're dominating games, but we are our own worst enemy. And in terms of that passing out the back, Enzo Maresca highlighted it in his pre-match press conference. He goes, those players who passed it through the lines for Chelsea last season were Levi Colwill and were Cole Palmer. Yeah. About Levi Colwill, it doesn't look as natural. So a defender gets on the ball. And Josh Ashbong is very, very good on the ball, but he's still young. As is Levi Colwill, but that he was our primary kind of...
And it's the body position as well. Chalobah's a right footer playing at left centre-back. Yeah. And as simple as it sounds, but Levi Colwill, being left-footed, just opens up so many more passing angles.
Yeah. I tell you what, it looks an open game of football, though, doesn't it, at the moment?
Long ball.
You just saw Matt Sells throw into midfield for Elliot Anderson, and he had lots and lots of space to run into. So, it's no goals yet. Still Forest 0, Chelsea 0. But it's a pretty decent start. Zach, obviously, no Cole Palmer, we know, is obviously naturally going to be a blow for any 100%. Team. But do Chelsea have enough in attacking areas to still be good without Cole Palmer?
I think so. I mean, look, there's a guy that I've been raving about before he even joined Chelsea, who we really saw come to stage against Liverpool, Esteval. It's just so exciting. Like I've said for a little while now that I feel like we've never seen these players. They don't come to the Premier League normally. No. It always feels like they end up at Real Madrid first, or they end up in Barcelona, and they've gone there. And it feels like Esteval has that potential. They called him the next, like the Brazilian Messi, the next Neymar out of Brazil.
He scored 2 for Brazil in the break, didn't he?
Exactly. Like he's a joke. He's 18 years old. I think sometimes when you see him, you realise, oh my God, he's absolutely tiny. Yeah, he is 18. I think him coming off the bench can be really, really useful for Chelsea. And there is the extra factor as well. I know people complaining that maybe he should have started, but you do have to be careful. I think we're seeing, Lamine Yamal at Barcelona doing incredible things, but they're already talking about, is he playing too many games? Is he getting too many minutes? I think Maresca starting on the bench, bringing him on against tired legs in the second half. I mean, if you was Zinchenko and suddenly you've just spent 60 minutes marking Pedro Neto and then comes Esteval. It doesn't sound fun at all, does it?
Quaker, we won. Sorry, mate, go on.
So I was going to say the key battle to watch out for in this game is on Chelsea's left-hand side, Garnacho versus Nico Williams.
Yeah.
Ex-Man United versus ex-Liverpool. So it's a tasty one ahead of Super Sunday tomorrow.
And there is the main man. I can't believe it took the TV cameras only 14 minutes.
Looks like
to pan to Mr. Marinakis for the first
anyone
time.
look like a Bond villain in the history of humanity.
Yeah, do you think he's got the sacking message to Ange lined up for 2:30?
Yeah.
Do you think he's got that done? Or?
Then Brendan Rodgers
hate that.
Get Brendan Rodgers in.
So I have to.
No, I don't hate
Whenever it comes out, it's like, if he doesn't win this game,
so
he's going to get sacked.
I think if Marinakis in his head he's one game away from the sack, I completely sack him at the beginning of the international break.
Literally.
Then you've got 2 weeks to sort something out and then to bring that manager in, rather than wait 2 weeks, lose one game, and then you sack him. I don't get that.
Exactly.
We'll do a bit more on Ange very, very shortly. Just to round up the latest scores up and down the country. There are no goals yet in the Premier League game. Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 0. Chelsea have won 3 of their last 4 Premier League away games against Nottingham Forest, including both of their last 2 in a row. The 5 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League today are tasty ones. Brighton, Newcastle, Burnley, Leeds, Palace, Bournemouth, City, Everton. No Jack Grealish, of course, for Everton today. Sunderland v Wolves. Awaiting goals in the Championship. Oxford 0, Derby 0. Derby are unbeaten as a visiting side to Oxford in the Football League this century. QPR 0, Millwall 0 after failing to win any of their first 3 league games this season. QPR are unbeaten in their last 6, winning 4 of those. It's their longest run since December 2024. QPR start the weekend in the Championship, 6th in the table, and it's also Southampton 0, Swansea 0. Swansea have won just 1 of their last 15 away league games against Southampton. In League One, we've got no goals yet in the 2 early games. It's Burton 0, Peterborough 0. Burton just outside the relegation zone. Peterborough bottom, although have won 2 of their last 4. Lincoln 0, Stevenage 0. Stevenage top of the table, winning 4 of their last 5. And down in League 2, Salford just taking the lead at home to Oldham. So Salford 1, Oldham 0. Cambridge 1, Bromley 0. They are the latest scores. Let's talk a little bit then, shall we, about Ange Postecoglou, because we know he hasn't won a game yet since coming in as Nottingham Forest manager. Lots of speculation he might be sacked during the international break. Zach just alluded to the fact there are some stories that if he doesn't win this game, he might be sacked. And Kwaku, there was another vintage blockbuster Ange Postecoglou press conference yesterday. Ange's anger back in the mirror. Ange Postecoglou fired back at his critics yesterday, claiming he's been portrayed as a failed manager. Zach, just in general, what did you make of that press conference yesterday? Do you like when a manager comes out and is like this? It's good for us, I guess.
Yeah.
Is part of you thinking, just play it cool, wait for a couple of wins, and then go? Or do you think, no, you know what, put your heart on your sleeve, go for it?
I mean, that is Ange in a nutshell, right? Like, he puts his heart on his sleeve. He never backs down. It's always the same thing. And I do respect that. Like, I do think that is a very good way to kind of be. At least you're honest. I think fans there can definitely see his honesty and can appreciate that. But with the way the football world is now, everybody's waiting for your one mistake. And when you make quotes like that and you say about how, give me time, I'll win the trophy, people were waiting for, if he didn't win at Spurs, the Europa League, to pounce him. But he did. He did, exactly. But to make that quote right now with a Forest side who haven't won a game under him, who are struggling quite a lot, when there are stories about your job being at risk if you don't beat a Chelsea side, is very, very brave. It's a very, very brave thing to do. However, it's a very Ange Postecoglou thing to do. He does it all the time. And currently, his track record showcases that he's normally right. He is right in when he makes these statements. And so I think from a Forest point of view, you would sit there and go, look, when he was signed, this is kind of what came with the package of Ange Postecoglou. And I think when it goes right, you absolutely love it and you adore him. And when it goes wrong, sometimes it is quite hard to watch in his press conferences. There are a lot, I think, for Spurs fans last year where they got very frustrated. But I do have respect for Ange for not like changing his ways, because I do think slightly he has changed his football and
Look at the
philosophy.
team he's picked today. He's picked a back five. He's picked quite a strong physical side.
Precisely. And that was something he would never normally try to do. He'd always talk about how, I want to be playing with the ball at our feet. I want to be having a high line. And he did try that. He has tried that. And I would say still, this Forest side aren't like super deep either, like they were maybe under Nuno. But it's about kind of having a bit of an adaptation period, looking at what your players you have in front of you, how they can maybe play to the best of their style and going forward with that. And so far for Forest, they have caused Chelsea more issues than Chelsea have caused them.
Quaker, I think most football fans would say that,
I don't understand why we play football like this.
Quaker, talk us through what happened there. Chelsea once again giving the ball away in possession.
Just like labouring, passing the ball out the back, not looking natural, passing back to the keeper, then passing it to the centre back, and then unfortunately it was Romeo Lavia who with a loose touch, and Morgan Gibbs-White just he's got to do better. Really, he's through on goal and he blazes it.
It was Lavia's bad touch that allowed Forest to win back possession. There was a pass into Gibbs-White, rolling across him. Chance here for a 1-year.
Oh, he's done well.
Douglas Luiz.
Oh my God.
Gibbs-White should score. Oh, another big chance for Forest. Once again, it's Gibbs-White headed back across goal from a 1-year, and Gibbs-White was on the stretch. Difficult to kind of guide that goal was, but it comes from a Zinchenko launch forward. Chelsea don't deal with it.
It's misjudged to bounce.
Achipong then tries to clear it. It's actually Douglas Luiz who heads it across goal. And Zach Gibbs-White, he has to sort of throw his right leg to it. The first one was probably an easier chance.
Yeah, it is.
That's two big chances for Gibbs-White in the space of a minute.
And again, like, it comes down to that exact same thing that Chelsea fans are complaining about being from our own mistake. That comes from a long ball from, I assume, Sanchez that nobody goes for. Let's remember, like, João Pedro is decently physical, but he's up against one of the most physical back lines in the league. He's got to win every single duel. And when he don't, that's as he said, Zinchenko, simple long ball over the top, slightly misjudged by Josh Achipong, who is a teenager playing at centre-back, like is going to make mistakes. And then they have a simple chance like that. Every single chance that Chelsea concede comes from their own mistakes.
Who's the big player who's going to stand up in this Chelsea? We're talking about an aggressive...
It's what Thiago Silva was for so many years for Chelsea. Like, he'd always had that stability.
I mean, you guys predicted this before, that you were a little worried about the physical nature of this, and now you're kind of seeing it. It does look a little bit lightweight, doesn't it, Chelsea?
I thought immediately...
They need some skill, and they need to kind of play their way around this. And
when I saw the midfield three, Quaker, I said, didn't I? I said, Gusto, Lavia, Andre, Santos. It doesn't fill me with much confidence.
Yeah, no, it looks like an under-21 side. We should just get a hold of it. We need to just score a goal, because Forest are going to score. The way that we defend, the way that we play, we always give the opposition a chance. And so we need to just take the lead and see if we can kind of try and control the game, because the defence that we had at the back end of last season, where we weren't conceding goals and we were controlling games, that defence doesn't exist anymore because of injuries. And because the way we're asking our players to play football, honestly, we're killing ourselves. Like the way we're passing out the back and inviting pressure, and it's definitely an instruction, right? Because you're waiting for the press, and then you feel like when they press, you can play it in behind. We haven't got a place to play it in behind. I just think, we
know it's an instruction, because I remember last season, Enzo Maresca quote that stuck with me, when Sanchez was getting stick from his own fans and playing out from the back. Did Maresca say something like, Brighton, he has to do that, or he's getting hooked? Yeah. Because that's the way Enzo Maresca wants to play, Zach.
Yeah, no, it's exactly that. But the thing is, you are, like, when you play that style, you're always going to give chances away. You are. But it's about minimising the amount. At times, it feels like, in this half alone, it feels like we've seen it six times or so. And that's the issue. It's about minimising those opportunities and having somebody there to recover. You know what normally, or who is normally there that does make a lot of these recoveries? Caicedo. Of
course.
Caicedo.
Well, he's probably the best in the world, isn't he, at doing that, right?
Exactly. And he's an absolute... freak at it, winning back that ball and just being in the right time at the right place. Like, that is part of what he's so good at. And so I think you are seeing a little bit of of Chelsea struggling without him, and why we're seeing so many kind of chances like that happen. But again, when you then take out Colwill, who got used to the system last year, you then adding in a teenager who I really do highly rate, but he's going to take time and learn what he's got to do, and put a player like Chalobah, who is playing at left centre-back, slightly out of positions. All these kind of things are adding towards the opportunity of making up more mistakes. Lavia, for instance, coming back from God knows how long out to then play a role where he's coming up against a very physical midfield. It's a huge test for him after not playing for what feels like months and months since maybe the Club World Cup, maybe. So all these things I think can lead to those mistakes. It's just about Chelsea need to ride this out. Like, they need to, in the next 5 minutes, get a bit more of this ball, like, and try and find something, get a good opportunity where we can sit there and go, oh, they should have scored that, because there hasn't really been any of it.
No, I've been really impressed there. I think Chelsea's first sort of 7-8 minutes started really well, but Forest, lots and lots of possession. They're passing the ball around really nicely, and just that moment there, that where Sangare Quake, who gets the ball, it feels like he's got lots of grass to run into. They've had the two best chances in Nottingham Forest. Could be another chance there. Nico Williams gets to the ball and tries to drill a ball back across goal. So no goals yet, but Gibbs White's had the two best chances for Nottingham Forest, who I think are pinging the ball around pretty nicely. Good patient build-up play, playing through the lines quite well as Nico Williams now has the ball, goes back to Sangare. And yeah, Quaku, Chelsea just the moment haven't really at any point asserted their dominance or control on this game of football.
No, it feels like men against boys just in terms of physicality. You saw Sangare in midfield driving. It was a bit of a loose touch. Andre Santos had the opportunity to win that ball, and Sangare just kind of pushed him off of it like he wasn't there. So, yeah, we're just going to have to get them moving, get the ball, make the ball do the work, get Forest moving about and chasing.
What's coming here, Quaku?
Yeah, this is just, honestly, playing short out the back with players that can't do it. And you invite...
Well, he does go long, Sanchez, yeah. Got past to Sanchez. And
Some of Chelsea's best opportunities have gone
Chelsea's
long.
Probably Chelsea's best was that long ball to João Pedro.
All of Chelsea's best ones are long.
He just had a bit more composure. Garnacho was in down the left-hand side, so yeah, you're absolutely right.
Men against boys, quicker, but I don't think the quality's there from the men at the moment. I think they're pushing forward from Forest, but there's not that much quality in there. If they had any quality, then you probably would be 1-0 down, and that's it's almost like, how long can you wait? How long can you rely on the lack of quality before you guys get a goal?
No, I do. Wow. I do agree. But there are players that do worry me in the Forest team. Like Morgan Gibbs White's a good player.
Elliot Anderson playing for him. And those two players, the chance to fold to those two players, they're two England internationals. That must have been, frustrating for Ange,
They are playing. They're trying to play with the ball about as well.
I think they've been really good on the ball in their build-up play from the back. They look pretty composed.
But it is, as we said before, like a huge shift from what they were doing last season. When you're seeing the defensive line like by the halfway line as they are right now, that is so different. Which is why I think when Chelsea are going long, they're finding success with it. They just have to get that right pass, and at the moment they are struggling to kind of get out of their press.
I can see why you guys are nervous though watching this, because it's just not convincing. All this passing around at the back it feels like Chelsea are one bad touch or one wayward pass away from conceding a goal.
Yeah, 100%.
And I know a lot of this kind of football is like that, isn't it? But this seems more like that. It's like that was a misplaced pass back to the keeper before. Not, you just had to turn around, and then you're kind of on the back foot, and suddenly there's a press on. It's like,
yeah, a team that's trying to play with control that just haven't got control. It's a tough one.
We have our first goal in the Championship. Oxford taking the lead at home to Derby. Stanley Mills. He's not related to Danny, is he? I don't think so. I know he's got young lads that are in
athletics stuff.
Oh, yeah, he's got what's his name?
I can't remember.
I should know. They interviewed him once. That's poor for me. Anyway, we'll not put that last 10 seconds in the areas folder, okay? But Stanley Mills, George Mills, there we go. Stanley Mills has given Oxford the lead at home to Derby as Nottingham Forest have got a free kick that Douglas Luiz whips into the box. It goes to the back post of Murillo, and he saved by Sanchez. Another half chance there for Nottingham Forest after a run of 4 successive home league wins between December and January in 24-25. Oxford only won 3 of their last 12 games since, losing 6, failing to win any of their last 4. Starting the day 22nd in the table, taking on a Derby side 20th in the table. But Oxford are leading Derby by 1-0. Stanley Mills has given Oxford the lead. And he is Danny's son. There we go. Well done, Sam. I got that right.
Well done.
I thought I heard the name Stanley Mills before related to Danny. Quaker looks really serious today, by the way, doesn't
no,
he?
I'm
You look like, are you in a
serious.
bad mood or are you just unhappy with Chelsea?
I'm annoyed at the performance so far.
Okay, fine, that's fine.
Yeah, it's really
I wonder if
annoying.
I've done something to upset you.
Oh, no, this is the
It's Chelsea.
It's the, yeah.
Take it
you know
away.
what it
Tell
is?
us why.
No, I might as well take my glasses off so I can't really see it as much because it's really like, there's just nothing.
Just to clarify, I think the point is you're supposed to put glasses on to help you see better.
Help me see better.
And you've only realised now, 27 minutes into the game, the glasses didn't help you see better.
No,
I think it's the game. It's making him see Chelsea's performance better.
Exactly. I don't want to.
I'm going to break them.
No, you won't break them. I'm going to try them on. Try them on. They suit you, mate.
You do suit glasses, you know.
How am I supposed to look into this one?
You do suit glasses.
They help. No, this Chelsea performance is annoying me. It's just we're not really showing anything. There's no real spark in the first 7-8 minutes. Yeah, we tried to use the wingers as outlets, whether that was Pedro Neto or Garnacho, but it's just not really happened in the last 15 minutes.
But possibly a chance here, Quay, because you've got a free kick, 30 yards out. These ones are hard, though, aren't they?
They are.
When they're really, really central. You normally see a team try and work this maybe short or work it out wide and get the ball in the box, but 28 gone, Forest 0, Chelsea 0. Reece James is going to shoot, and it's in the end easily saved by Matt Sells. Zach, so Ange Postecoglou is the Forest manager. I know most people think that he shouldn't have been in the first place. They probably shouldn't have sacked Nuno Espirito Santo.
Yeah.
But do you think 7 games in, possibly 8 after this, he's been in charge before the international break for something like 23, 24 days. Do you think you can sack a manager after 20 odd days, or do you just think that's brutally unfair?
I think in ways like one of the biggest issues with him is the fact that like the systematic change was so big. And it's kind of like if he gets sacked, part of me does kind of feel like I'd sit here and go, well, it's not necessarily his fault. Like he never had the transfer window to bring in the players that he wanted. He never had the pre-season to be able to give them a good time, like a good month at least, like learning the new system. Because when I do look at their squad, oh my Lord, Murillo, there are players out on that team who I think are capable of playing the way.
You're struggling to talk and watch.
Yeah, it's just because it's mistake after mistake after
Maybe this show's not for you, Zach. When you've got to watch football and get on
Chelsea.
at the same time.
I think it's Chelsea. I think we'll go out with any other team.
3 o'clock is going to be great, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I'll be
But,
absolutely
it's 12:30. You're struggling.
But like Elliot Anderson, we've mentioned numerous times. Gibbs White is a fantastic player. I think who else? Douglas Luiz they brought in the summer. I think another one that can play the system that Ange wants to. Murillo, Milinkovic, like Murillo especially. Like he's somebody that many clubs that play high lines were looking after. Nico Williams is another fantastic player. So there's definitely guys that can do it. It's just giving him a lot. And the other thing as well, with them playing in Europe, it's not like he plays his weekend game, has the week off to then teach them the system. No, they've got to go fly to wherever it may be to go play the next game. There's not enough training sessions to learn the system. So I would, if he does get the boot, I would end up feeling quite sorry for him for the fact. But then at the same time, he would know the situation at hand. Like he would have believed that he would have had enough time to teach them this. He would have believed that he could have been the manager to I would say improve the side, but they weren't doing like awfully under Nuno. But to do the way that I guess the owner wanted them to play their kind of football. So yeah, is it possible? 100%. I feel like we've seen it before at least. When did the Palace manager get?
De Boer. That was four games into a new season.
There you go.
4 games.
So we have seen it before. I would feel bad for him if it did happen though.
Yeah, I before I interesting get the Osley, but I think it would be so brutally unfair to sack him. I'm just not sure how.
Do you think
you can bring in a new manager, as you rightly say, Zach, who's got no pre-season, not his own players, having to coach a team while playing every 3 days, bring in a new system, and after 20 odd days it's not working, then sacking him. I think it's unfair. I mean, the thing, again, that we've spoken about a lot on this show, the whole Nuno thing should have been resolved. I mean, Nuno should have been leading Nottingham Forest out into the Europa League, but I'm just not sure.
You can sack him.
You can, but I don't think you should.
They could go down if they don't sack him.
No way.
You say no way. You say
no, I say no way.
Do you not think by this performance so far, then?
There is no way.
There is stuff to be positive about.
Are they definitely better than the 3 promoted sides?
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know if
and
they
West Ham
are.
and
we saw them play.
100%
We've seen them play against these promoted sides and not win.
No, that's fair. They've started the season badly, but there's way too much quality in that team.
I think we're looking at the wrong thing here as well. I don't think Marinakis is like. If they're in relegation strife, then yeah, that's different. But if they're not, then Marinakis wants to win a European trophy. He's already said that the Europa League is a major target. Well,
and it should be.
He's got a manager in who's got a proven record of winning European titles with his previous club. So you wouldn't sack him while they're still. I mean, they haven't had a great start in that either. Drawn one, lost one in the league phase, I think, so far.
Yeah.
So they've got work to do, but he knows that Ange can deliver a trophy like that with an English club. So so why would you sack him right now?
But you can sack him. I think it's right to bring him. Basically, my MO on this is Marinakis is an enigmatic hands-on owner, right? And we can disagree with his processes, but where he took over for us, where they were in terms of the depths of the EFL to where he's taken them to European football, it's
the depths of the EFL is fair, is it?
When Steve Cooper took over the job, they were the bottom of the championship.
Yeah.
So like they were not the Forest that we see today.
I appreciate that.
Closer to League One than the Premier League.
Yeah, like so he's taken them to the Premier League and they're now playing European football. And I actually compare it to Chelsea's situation in a way, right? Chelsea won the double under Carlo Ancelotti in 09-10. 10-11 finished second, and he got sacked at Goodison Park. And he brought, do you know who they replaced Carlo Ancelotti with?
Andre Villas-Boas.
AVB. And Chelsea fans could sit there and say that was the wrong decision, but we had faith in an owner that, despite the fact it was unconventional, his methods worked and helped us.
And it brought success.
Think about Nottingham Forest fans' reaction when he sacked Steve Cooper. They weren't having Nuno. They sacked Cooper.
Yeah, they weren't.
They were not having it at all, and it was the right decision. I don't agree with all the things Marinakis does, but one thing that I do know is that he cares. He cared, and he would listen to the reaction in the game against Midtjylland in the Europa League. The Forest fans were booing their first home game in Europe in decades, and the fans were booing. He will take note of that, and he will take.
I should also say
the reason why they were of him being wrong.
I was about to say saying the reason why they were booing. A large reason why they were booing. It's because of him.
Yeah.
Because he ultimately made the decision to sack the manager that led them into Europe for the first time in however many years.
Because if he sacks him as well, like that is an admission that he got it wrong. Like that's an ego thing to him as well to admit that, maybe I shouldn't have sacked Nuno. The fans were right.
Do you think he cares about that though?
No, he doesn't care.
He strikes me sort of like he won't. Do you think?
I think he cares about that. How he comes across. 100%.
How many times did Roman make the wrong decision and just correct it halfway through the season?
Sure, but he's not Roman Abramovich.
Well, but he's in terms of modern owners of the football club.
Yeah, it's
hands-on. The closest thing is hands-on approach. He cares about his team winning football matches. He's there every single week, front and centre. So he won't care that he looks like a bit of an idiot for bringing in Ange. He'll sack him if they lose.
Essentially, let's say they get to 2:30 and they lose 1-0 and it's 8 games without a win and he's been in charge for 30 odd days, whatever it might be. You think it's completely fair and completely okay for Marinakis to say, "Yep, see you later. Let's bring a new manager."
Yeah, 100%.
And you don't think Ange is a good enough coach to turn things around? You think already after 7-8 games you've seen enough, in your opinion now, to think he isn't the right man for this football club?
Yeah, I think I've seen enough. And
but you thought he was the right man when you got sacked.
When they brought him in,
did you like him when he came in?
When they came in, I didn't hate the appointment. I think that appointment worked.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't hate the appointment. I thought in terms
Why did you hate it, Zach?
Just such a wrong system. Like
too much of a change.
So much of a change.
Yeah,
so much of a change. And like, let's remember as well. Like we're talking about, okay, he's bringing in a guy who won European pedigree. We saw where they finished in the league, right?
Yeah.
17th. So it's like, and I would say, I think the Spurs squad is a better squad than the Forest squad. Could the Forest squad then do the exact same and finish 17th? Like, who knows? It's very much if buts or maybes.
Why didn't you hate it?
I didn't hate it because you looked at the landscape and you said, if the Nuno things, and again, I know he takes flack for the Nuno thing because he came on the pitch at the back end of the last season, but Nuno didn't say anything about it then. And Nuno,
no, I think he takes flack because he picked Edu over the manager that got them into Europe for the first time in however many years. Does he not?
That's long-term planning for his overall business, not just Nottingham Forest, but the other teams.
I appreciate that.
And so, like, you've got to make a decision. You've got to try and progress the club. And you look at what Edu done at Arsenal. Yeah, I'm going to pick a... Right now, we live in a world where directors of football, the people who sit in those roles, are almost more important than the managers. They are the people that lead a club in a certain direction. Of course, the X's and O's matter, but if it's between Edu and Nuno, and Nuno's kind of made his feelings known about how he thinks the relationship's going, I think it was an easy decision for him. And Nuno didn't need to come out and say what he said. Nobody prompted him to say that.
Yeah, but he has been dealing with it. He's also been dealing with it for years. Like, there was a stuff where the season ending, there was quotes coming out about how, like, the relationship is rocky and, like, he's having to do it. Then he gets to the summer and he wants certain players and instead they're going for Edu's guys. And he's thinking, well, I got us into this position. Like, okay, you guys have helped previously with the acquisitions beforehand. But Nuno's style of football and the way he did it, he got Forest playing in the perfect way for what he had. And then he thought, okay, let's go and take it to the next level by bringing in the players that I want. I think he has every right to maybe ask for a couple of players that he'd have liked. Like the Mario Hutchinson move even now still feels so weird to have happened.
When even Ange isn't playing him, isn't
Yeah,
he?
exactly. And they spent a lot of money on him.
Okay, so just one more question for you, Quake. You on Ange? 4 weeks ago, or whenever it was, you were like, yes, I really like this appointment.
Yeah.
But you already think 8 games down the line, you're happy to go, yeah, I've seen enough seconds.
Yeah, I think that some football clubs sit and they don't want to make decisions because they feel like it's viewed as rash. The thing that I hate the most during the international break is Jim Ratcliffe coming out and saying, it doesn't matter what happens, this guy's going to be here for 3 years in terms of talking about Ruben Amorim. The reason why Man United are in this position is because they're not proactive. The most successful teams, especially when you've got an owner like that, are the proactive ones. I've made the decision and I've got it.
You were rash and you made the decision to change things. And look what longevity and stability
years
is.
ago. Alex Ferguson at
Wenger.
United, like admitted like he was very close to going.
So are you telling me that you think that giving Ange time will
giving him more than 8 games is not
give him time to change the system.
No, I think you've seen enough. I think we've seen enough. I think
he's odds on to be the next Premier League manager to go with William Hill, by the way. So kind of it's a fairly short price, and given where he is in his tenure.
Arsenal fans. Okay, there's a couple of things to the Arteta point. First thing, credit in the bank for winning the FA Cup in his first season. Second thing, it was during COVID, so when things were really bad, there weren't fans in the stadium who were turning. And by the time fans got back into the stadium, they were kind of on board with what Arteta was selling. The fans have turned in their first home European game in decades. They are booing, and they're not booing Marinakis because you go and poll Forest fans.
I'm not
they
sure.
love him.
I think there's a weird situation here, isn't there, where Nuno was taken out.
First chance for Chelsea. Pedro Neto stands the ball over the Nottingham Forest back three. There's a header back into the box. Andre Santos runs onto it and shoots over. Yeah, Neto found João Pedro, made a good run. He did well to find Andre Santos inside the box. His first time shot coming over the ball just goes over. Back to your point, boys.
There's a weird situation here, and we haven't seen this very many times, where a manager has left a football club in a good position who's very well liked by the fans.
Yeah.
So you're coming in, and unless you get off to an absolute flyer as Ange, you're not hiding to nothing really with the fans, because as soon as they get frustrated, they're a bit like, we want Nuno back. We like Nuno.
Yeah.
It's like we don't want him to go anywhere. So he's already on a bad run, isn't he? So I'm wondering if a couple of wins. Like, it's a big if, by the way, at the moment. A couple of wins for Forest, and suddenly the fans, who can be a little bit fickle, can't they, might change the tune. It's big if, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, no, I understand that. From my point of view, like, and again, this might be a biased point of view because of the club that I support, but we loved Frank Lampard, right?
Yeah.
And when Abramovich sacked him,
They're raging.
we were raging.
Yeah.
And the end season won Champions League.
But they didn't like Tuchel. They didn't like Tuchel either for a long time. Yeah, for a good month or so, 2 months.
And I feel like when you got an owner like this, you just got to let them do what they do, because what he's done has worked.
Yeah.
Where do
What
they go
he's done
next?
has worked. What, in terms of next manager?
I mean, Sean Dyche, we don't know how much truth was in that story.
But again, it's such
You're laughing?
Because you're laughing.
I'm not laughing. No, because there's been a bit of talk, hasn't there? Who kind of leaked that
Brendan
story?
Rodgers is another one that's kind of people saying that he gets on with Brendan Rodgers. Brendan Rodgers making some noises about wanting to get out of Celtic.
I just don't think Brendan Rodgers is the right fit.
No.
It's like flip flopping
Yeah,
all the time.
and that's the thing. The Nuno to Ange was such a big flip.
Yeah.
Where does the next flop go?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where are we flip flopping next? It feels like Sean Dyche would
Potter.
also be. Yeah, I
He's
don't
taking the
know.
Sweden job.
Yeah.
The other strange thing about Forest and Ange is that, given the kind of history with their most famous manager, Brian Clough, who, if he was around now, would set social media alight every time he opened his mouth. There's some kind of, there's no similarity in managerial style, although he wins things. But you think that there'd be a bit of Forest fans, especially the older ones, who would think, don't mind this guy. Got a bit of
Can I just say,
personality.
I don't like to have a go at people that pay their hard-earned money to go and watch games of football, but I was really, really disappointed at the Forest fans. Chance here for Chelsea.
First time.
Just goes wide. Lovely play from João Pedro. Turns in the middle of the pitch. Lovely bit of skill. Andre Santos makes a really good run. João Pedro finds him. Andre Santos with his left foot drags the shot and it just goes wide. There, Quaker, we saw the best of João Pedro, the playmaker. Lovely turn, lovely ball. The finish just not there from Andre Santos.
No, the finish not there, but great play from João Pedro, who's starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, he's been our best player.
Found himself deep, he just shook off a man. There's a lovely bit of skill, and then found the ball, which is the most important thing. And I think think Santos is stretching a little bit, should do a little bit better. The ball just sails wide.
Chelsea finishing half strongly.
While we've been chatting about this, there was a 5-minute spell where I thought this is one of the worst 12:30 games I've ever seen, and then suddenly
a decent game.
But then because of the kind of short passes and it looked a bit lazy, it looked like one of those early kickoffs where people just aren't quite at it, and then Chelsea in the last 2 or 3 minutes have started to kind of just string a few better passes together, and that's all it'll take to open Forest up, I think.
We've come more into this game in the last 10 minutes, I think. We've not seen Forest have anywhere near as much success. We've managed to kind of sniff out the chances when they have come, and we've just probably had our best chance then.
Final question on Ange. If he does go, it would be a shame because I do love. I love the press
I think
conferences. I love the way he handles them.
He'll be back.
Will he be back?
I think there's a thing with Ange where I think he's somebody that people like. In fact, they can see him doing well. They like the press conference.
I mean, people want him to do well.
Want him
I want him to do well. I really
journalists love him, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
But there's always he's always a manager to dream with. Like, he can pitch you, like, I can get you playing amazing football. I can get us.
Do you rate him as a coach? Purely as a coach? Do you like his methods?
I think he needs to learn to maybe be a little bit more adaptable and have a plan B. Like, when he says my plan B is do plan A better, I don't think that is amazing. Even Pep Guardiola has a plan B and a plan C and a plan D. But I hope he can add that string to his bow, and I think he could end up having a really good time in the Prem.
Okay, so you say learn. Geezer's 60. He's not learning anything. He is who he is. Like, Ange ain't going to learn. Ange ain't going to change. One thing that I will say, and again, this is probably agreeing with you guys a little bit, he's a project manager. Ange isn't the manager that you bring in through a season. Ange is the manager that needs a pre-season. That's why his first season at Spurs, again, people can denigrate it. It was good. They finished 5th.
Yeah, it was
and
good.
In another world, that 5th place gets you Champions League football.
Yeah.
It didn't that year, and they probably should have got Champions League football.
But they got them their trophy.
But he got them their trophy in the second
And he had a
season.
point in the press conference saying, "What, have you just forgotten my first season? What's the big, 5th?"
Yeah,
He'll still
But
made the
football
point.
nowadays is fickle,
Yeah,
so short.
And he made the point yesterday where I was like, people say, the first 10 games don't count because earlier on the season. Yeah, the first 7 games here seem to count. It's like he almost can't win, can he?
He had a fair point.
So true.
So that's what I think. I think he really does speak sense. I like a manager that wears his heart on his sleeve, and I think he's so early on in his rate. And I think he deserves time. I think he's a good enough coach. And I think we are last season I kind of turned on him a bit, didn't I, Quaku? Because I think at Spurs,
But deservedly though.
we were seeing the same thing. I was almost a bit like, come on.
Yeah.
But I do think here, if you look with his team selection, we are seeing a bit more adaptability.
100%.
Right towards the end of last season, in the Europa League quarter-final, semi-final, and even final, we saw a bit of adaptability.
100%.
So maybe I am willing to give him a little bit
Can I
more
ask you
time.
a
And
question?
just in general, I think 8 games in, 20-odd days in, whatever it is, I don't like the idea of sacking managers after
And
that.
players.
But if they keep Ange, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the season, project for me. Where do they finish and what? Oh,
Shot from Pedro Neto, 25 yards, goes over. I think if Ange Postecoglou is Nottingham Forest manager from now to the end of the season, I could see them finishing around 12th in the Premier League table, and
A good European.
I could see them going. It's hard to. I could see them going deep in the Europa League, maybe quarterfinals.
that's a good season.
Where do you think they come in the league if they stick with Ange?
Oh, I think Ange, they could go down, mate.
Where will they finish? Throw me a number. There's no way they get relegated.
16th.
Do you think?
Because the thing is, and I know they made investments this summer, but last season, at the beginning of last season, people's pre-season projections was for Nottingham Forest to go down. And
you're
Nuno
right.
came in, it was a new look of paint. It's like, all of a sudden, Chris Wood is a world-class striker.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Matt Sells is a
Woodward's
world-class
got his own feature, right?
Woodward's got his own feature. Oh, Ola Aina's amazing. Nico Williams is amazing. Oh, Milenkovic has found a new home. And these are still the same players.
Yeah,
these are still the same
You're
players.
forgetting they've got Elliot Anderson, who's the future of England football, according to everyone else.
He is good, though.
He is good. Does he take a team down or close to going down?
Morgan
Elliot
Gibbs White as well, England international.
Yeah, like James Maddison went down with Leicester. Like, people go down.
That
Good
Leicester
players-
team, by the way,
good
had like
players go down.
Tielemans in it,
Tielemans,
Barnes in it.
Good
Vardy,
players, good
so you're
teams
right.
Go down, man. Like, I know people think they're too good to go down, but they could go down.
Half time in the Nottingham Forest Chelsea game. Also, by the way, rules are rules, sure, but Enzo Maresca having to watch this game in the stand is an absolute
absolutely
joke, isn't it? I mean, talk about games gone. Talk about utter woke
Football was all about.
nonsense.
It was originally about enjoyment and entertainment, and now a manager can't celebrate.
No fun allowed in football
Yeah,
ever again.
sadly so.
So it is half time then at the City Ground. It is Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 0. We'll take a very quick break on talkSPORT goals. Then when we come back, we'll round up everything that's been happening up and down the country in the Football League so far. And a very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Zach J-Lab, Quaker Rafari with you until around 5:15, taking you through all of the games today up and down the country in the Premier League and EFL. In the Premier League 12:30 game at half-time, it's Forest 0, Chelsea 0. An even-ish game. Forest probably with the two best chances, one for Anderson, one for Gibbs White. Nottingham Forest have lost 4 of their last 5 Premier League games, failing to score in each defeat. In the Championship, big game between QPR and Millwall. QPR starting the day 6th, Millwall starting the day 8th. Millwall 2 up at half-time. Millwall unbeaten away from home in the Championship this season, winning 2, drawing 2. Last going Their first 5 away games of the season, unbeaten back in 15-16. Could do that today. 2 up away at QPR. Oxford 1, Derby 0, Southampton 0, Swansea 0, Southampton unbeaten in their last 3 championship matches. In League 1, Burton 0, Peterborough 0, Peterborough bottom of the table, Lincoln 0, Stevenage 0. In League 2, Cambridge 2, Bromley 0, Salford 1, Oldham 0. In the next few minutes or so, let's Lee Phelps look ahead to some 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Let's start, shall we, with Brighton Newcastle. I mentioned to you in our preview show, I am very much happy to sit on the fence in this game, Lee.
Yeah, Brighton 17-10, the draw 5-2, 29-20 Newcastle. So, yeah, there's not an awful lot in this one, as you can tell from the odds. But like Newcastle are starting to kind of edge, obviously, favouritism there, and we've already had a discussion out in the office around this one. Brighton are strong at home, and Newcastle have struggled away recently, and they've got a really good record over Newcastle. But there's a few injuries. I'm keen to see team news, because we were told yesterday that Gruder, Hinchelwood, Webster, March, Gomez and Matoma were all doubts or out. Now, let's see what the team news tells us, because obviously coming back from an international break, you're never quite sure. I think if that's the case, then I think Newcastle's lineup is strong enough. Obviously, Voltemada in there, who's hit this rich vein of form. Scored for Germany against Northern Ireland. 4 goals for Newcastle. 2 of them have been headers, by the way. He's 7-1 to score a header, and he's just under 2-1 to score. Then I looked up who's been assisting him. Tonali's set 2 of his goals up, so you can have a little cheeky 2-pick bet builder of Tonali to assist and Voltemada to score a header, and it's 30-1.
Okay, nice.
I like that a lot. Wow. But I think there's a lot. I think it could be a good game for a bet builder, because you've got Anthony Gordon in there. Obviously, got 4 goals, 3 and 4 for club and country. Minter scored at the weekend in the international break for Gambia against Gabon. And here's a stat that you wouldn't. And this is weird, because I checked the prices. And I'm not saying we're going to bet on cards, but 22 yellows for Brighton this season. That's 5 more than anyone at the start of this Premier League weekend. Yet they're the outsiders in the card market with Newcastle. So that might be if we pick that one as a bet builder, that might be an interesting
I think
one.
Bruno, Joe Linton and Tonali in midfield, I think you're always going to back Newcastle, aren't you, to get more yellow cards than the other team. It just feels like a yellow card, all of them are yellow cards waiting to happen. Another game where I think, like Brighton Newcastle, I'm very happy to sit on the fence. Really looking forward to Palace Bournemouth today, 4th versus 6th.
Yeah.
2 teams have had really good starts to the season.
Yeah. Weirdly, both ended 0-0 last season. It's hard to see that happen this time around. Ismaila Sarr's been fantastic. Scored 2 for Senegal and got an assist in his 2 games during the break. 4 goals for Palace so far. He's over 2-1 to score today. Jean-Philippe Mateta thought he'd scored the winner for France in Iceland. That ended 2-2 in the end. Don't mind him. Obviously, Semenya's in on the playing as well. He did play
Semenya to score any time.
He played 23-10 to score any time, so over 2-1. Played a fair bit of football in the break for Ghana. Scored 6 in 7 in the Premier League with 3 assists. His best ever was 11 in 37 goals. He's got 6 already. Yeah. This is his. This looks like it's going to be his season. There's an interesting point about Semenya and Bournemouth, though. He scored 6 of their 11 goals so far. So if his form does start to level out a little bit and the goals do dry up, that could be interesting just to kind of see where Bournemouth's results come. But he came back from the last international break and scored and assisted at Brighton, so seems to flow on from the break quite nicely. I think goals 2-2.
Yeah, maybe score draw. City Everton. Look, I've lots of people I'm sure going to put City in Ackers today. I think you're saying to me outside you like both teams to score and City to win. Maybe it's a good value bet here.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Doubled up with Arsenal and both teams to score. It comes to 10-1. Arsenal at Fulham, City at home to Everton. Don't mind it. I mean, I'm not saying it absolutely happens, but then it's a 10-1 shot. So I think it's got some legs, because City, I think they'll win.
Yeah.
I think they'll win well. Everton have got Grealish, and they're not great at scoring goals. So, but I just think they'll have a go. City conceded to Burnley, didn't they?
Everton are good.
Yeah, they're good. It's just whether Grealish takes it, but they've got other good players in there.
Well,
but we're doing
the Palace's unbeaten run.
Yeah.
So
we're doing an epic boost in every Premier League game, and the one in this one is Haaland to score. I mean, his record is a joke. More of a joke than it usually is this season. Scored 3 in the break, missed 2 penalties and still scored 3 goals for his country. So you'd think even money for him to score a goal in that game. Oh, by the way, the most popular epic boost this afternoon, I've just got the note in here, is Voltemada shot on target against Brighton. That's even money. So they're all boosted from odds on to evens, and impact sub applies to them all as well. So if your player goes off, the one coming on carries your bet on. But yeah, I think City win and win well there.
So that's the three of our 5 Premier League games. After the Chelsea game finishes, Lee, we'll go through the other 2 games. Burnley, Leeds, Sunderland, Wolves, big games, 3 of the promoter sides in action, and Wolves struggling as well. We'll do more of those boost builds. This is talkSPORT Goals with William Hill. It's 18 plus at gambleaware.org in a couple of minutes' time. We're watching the second half of Nottingham Forest v Chelsea. It's goalless at half-time. And it's a very good afternoon. It is talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also on your smart TVs. It's 2025. We got the YouTube covered. We got Facebook covered. We got the smart TVs covered. We're absolutely everywhere. It is Sam Ellard, Zach J-Lab, Quakey Wafari, Lee Phelps. We're taking you through a busy day of football in the Premier League, up and down the country in the EFL2. It is good to have the Premier League and the Championship back. In the Premier League, in the 12:30 game, then it's still Forest 0, Chelsea 0. Chelsea have won just 3 of their last 14 away games in the Premier League. It's an awful record, isn't it? 3 subs for Chelsea at halftime perhaps tells you there was a first half that was largely dominated by Forest. They certainly had 2 of the best opportunities. 5 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. We're watching those games with you. Brighton, Newcastle, Burnley, Leeds, Palace, Bournemouth, City, Everton, Sunderland, Wolves, Fulham, Arsenal is the 5:30 game today in the Premier League. There are 3 half-times in the Championship. Oxford leading Derby by a goal to nil. Only Watford and Southampton have earned more points from losing positions this season in the Championship than Derby. That's 5. They need to do that again today. QPR 0, Millwall 2. Millwall set to go into the playoffs above QPR as things stand. Richie Kone has scored in 4 of his last 7 championship appearances for QPR since the date of his first goal. Only 3 players have scored more in the championship. They're going to need him to be firing in the second half. Southampton 0, Swansea 0. I know regular listeners to talkSPORT Goals love to hear how producer Jamie's feeling about his beloved Bristol City. Bristol City away at Norwich today in the Liam Manning derby. Jamie, confident of a win? Bristol City in poor form this season. Is it a thumbs up? Is it a thumbs down? Can we get an answer, please? It's one of those. What on earth is that? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
In between.
I guess he wants to. He thinks it's going to be a draw that is acceptable.
Impartial.
I guess you can draw a game of football, so I can't have a go at him for predicting that. In League One, it's Burton 0, Peterborough 0. Burton just outside the relegation zone. Peterborough bottom, but have won 2 of their last 4. Lincoln 0, Stevenage 0. Lincoln 6th, winning 3 of their last 4. Stevenage are top, winning 4 of their last 5. And in League 2, Cambridge 2, Bromley 0. Salford 1, Oldham 0. Quaker Wafari, please can you inform us of a triple substitution for Chelsea at half-time? Who's on, who's off, Quaker?
Yes, a triple substitution for Chelsea. Like you say, clear intention from Enzo Maresca, who's currently sitting in the stands. He's serving suspension after getting sent off against Liverpool.
Celebrating a goal.
So, yeah, we brought off Garnacho, Andre Santos and Lavia. All 3 struggled in the first half and brought in Mark Guéhi, gives us that physical strength.
Already shown it as well within 30 seconds
exactly.
of the match.
Gittins and Caicedo, who's the best midfielder in the league. So I think we've definitely strengthened by bringing into these players. And we need a focal point, right? Because I really love João Pedro. I think he's such a good footballer, but he's not a striker out and out. And we saw it during the Club World Cup. He can do that role, but what he prefers to do is what he did very well in the first half, dropping deep and finding runners, and hopefully he can do a bit more of that now we've got the physical presence up top.
And there was also change, wasn't there, for Lee for Forest? Igor Jesus came on, didn't he?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that was for a 1 year. I think it was.
That was for a 1 year, yeah.
So, Igor Jesus on for Forest, a 1 year off. So, like for like in that respect, Lee.
Yeah.
What odds have you got for us, Lee, on this game, second half? Where is the where's the value bet here?
Just looking at it in terms of the goal scorers, Mark Guéhi, we talked about him on one of the early goal shows when he was at Sunderland on loan. I think he scored a goal for Sunderland, didn't he, against Huddersfield in the Cup? And obviously had a fantastic record as a youngster for Spain. He scored he was nearly 1-in-1 for the under-17s. Obviously, in the early rounds of the Conference League last season, he scored a load of goals for you against the Shamrock Rovers. He maybe got a hat-trick and played a team called Noah. So the teams who are kind of Astana as well.
Established teams.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And this is not taking anything away from him. Again, at that level, obviously, he's lethal. He's yet to see whether he can transform into a Premier League striker. 5-1 to score in this game. This afternoon at the moment in play, is any time.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, just under now, 24-5. But which I think is it's an interesting price.
Was that, I guess, when Delap got injured, you brought him back? Was that?
That's exactly what happened. Yeah, he got injured in that Fulham game, and then we were like, well, we had a future plan for bringing someone else in next summer, so they just thought to bring him back from.
He had a hamstring problem as well. Back end of the season
against Spurs, was it, or Liverpool? One of the teams. I can't remember last season. He did.
Oh, Chelsea!
Yes! Come on! Get in there!
Beautiful!
Love that!
That's a bit of physicality from the off there as well. Putting the ball into the box. Josh Achapong, teenager from Chelsea's academy, highly rated. Real Madrid were after him last season before he signed his contract with Chelsea. Ball comes in from the left-hand side.
Great ball, by the way.
Josh Achapong, I don't know if he's unmarked or whatever, but climbs up high again, wins it cleanly. I mean, keeper can't really do anything about it.
It actually came, didn't it, Zach, from a really poor Reece James free kick.
It does.
But then came back out to Pedro Neto,
one of Chelsea's
really, really well.
Players.
To go on the outside with his left foot, and he whips in a beautiful ball in the danger area with real pace on it. Achapong finds himself unmarked, and he from a couple of yards out, he puts the ball in the back of the net. But Quaker, really, that is what you want from your winger. Yeah. Go on the outside, pace, knock it in front of you, whip it in with pace, accuracy. And Achapong couldn't really miss, could he?
No, he couldn't. Chelsea players were queuing up. Chalobah was also there.
Yeah.
And if you look at the way that Anne set up this Forest side, we talked about physicality. To concede the first goal in this game from an aerial challenge, you'll be absolutely fuming.
Especially when you got Milenkovic, Morato, Amarillo all in the same team together. Sangare as well sitting. You almost think that's your bread and butter, dealing with balls like that. But he almost just He almost just arrived in, didn't he, Achipong? It was always in the middle of the box in between.
Almost
perfect.
hit it. Almost hit him at the same time. He was perfect.
And what a moment for him, by the way, the young lad. That must, must be a popular goal scorer.
It's incredible. I actually think I remember us talking about, or one of my first ever goal shows, talking about him when he made his debut against Palace. And he was really good. And
that's nice.
Mark Gee as well. Mark Gee
That's really that build-up play there from Chelsea was really good. And I think you made a really good point about João Pedro playing a little bit.
Yeah.
Because for Brighton, Welbeck would almost often play as the 9, wouldn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And he would play a bit deeper. And you just see there João Pedro, quick feet in midfield. Chelsea pinging it, one-touch football. Mark Gee as well wins a free kick on the edge of the box. This is a really good position.
This is Reece James territory.
I think Pedro Neto with the left foot whips this.
This is James'
It's
number.
to the right-hand side. You think
I prefer a ball going round outside the post and inside, personally.
So this is on the right-hand side, outside the box, 25 yards or so out. This is a really not too close. And Neto and James are over it. The boys want the right foot of Reece James. I'm sure as the captain he'll have the final say. And I'm sure he'll have the honour of whipping this over the wall. And by the way, Nottingham Forest might be thinking, what on earth is going on? Because we said in that first half, the Gibbs-White chance, the Anderson chance, I think they dominated the majority of that first half. All of a sudden now, find themselves one down, and they'll be hoping and praying this doesn't find the back of the net. But this is, distance-wise, Kwaku,
perfect.
This is literally perfect, isn't
perfect.
it? Reece, not too far, not too close.
Reece James's first ever goal was against Grimsby in the FA Cup when he was maybe a teenager.
He's rolled it.
Yeah!
Get in! Oh no! Go!
Come on.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, the oh no was because Reece James ends up rolling it like one of those just like ball over the top, foot on the top of the ball, rolling it for Pedro Neto, who's just behind him, runs into it, left-footed. I don't know if it takes a deflection.
Yeah, because
No, I don't think. I think he's just bad goalkeeping. So he rolls it, and this actually from Neto isn't the best of free kicks. And it takes no deflection.
Well.
It goes through. It just goes through.
Just can't see it. He can't see it. Reacts late.
It's a strange free kick because it's not him. It's not him with much power. It's quite
maybe
centrally.
It's like a little nick on the way through.
Igor Jesus bails on the wall because he's trying to come out to Pedro Neto to close him down or make an attempt to close him down. The ball goes through the wall. I have a bit of sympathy for Sells, but he's got to kick that around.
So he gets rolled. Neto, it just goes round the wall, but goalkeeper side. And then Sells almost just doesn't move his feet quick enough to get to it to push it away. It's not a well hit free kick. That for me as a goal. Well, I'm sorry, but Sells, last season proves to be
one of the best,
one of the better goalkeepers. That should be bread and butter.
I mean,
it's gone through him. Loose hands, and I think he has to do better there. The wall, I'm not sure what the wall. It almost kind of breaks, doesn't it?
You're right.
Well, that's the benefit of rolling it, right? Because you roll it so the ball's in place, so they're coming down, and closing it down. So it makes it a bit more difficult. Forest are making a change, bringing on Hudson-Odoi, obviously a former Chelsea player. He was integral to what they did last season. But obviously, Anne's going with this more physical lineup, and they.
Where did that come from?
How quickly it can change. We're 7 minutes into the second half. It's 2-0 Chelsea. It was 0-0 7 minutes ago.
I do love that. Oh no, goal! That's like.
We were so set. Both of us were so set up for Reece James to come on and put that in the top right-hand corner, but we were wrong, and Chelsea are now 2 up.
Pedro Neto with an assist. Pedro Neto with a goal. And just like that, it can all escalate quite quickly, can't it? Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 2, Lee.
Yeah, massive. Obviously, massive odds on now. João Pedro to score at any time is one of the price boosts live at the minute, 5-1. But the first of the 10 epic boosts landed. It was Chelsea to score first in this game at even money. They scored first in their previous 3 matches, and Forest had conceded first in the previous 4. So the stats bore that one out, and it didn't look like it much in the first half, but yeah, they started the second half how I thought they might start the first half, Chelsea, as in get after them, get the crowd upset. I mean, we obviously can't hear the volume now. It'd be interesting. The cameras keep panning to the crowd.
After the first goal, they panned straight to Ange Postecoglou,
and then straight to the crowd. Then they did that lovely thing where they did they zoom out and then focusing on the crowd with Ange.
That's production.
Lots of
slightly off focus.
Production there is almost as good as talkSPORT goals, isn't it? A wonderful new graphics, by the way. We're loving the work, boys. Absolutely loving it. How long will it take for a? How about a zoom from a Postecoglou into Marinakis into the Forest fans?
Now we're talking.
That's a triple whammy of.
You should be in the gallery. You should be in the gallery.
I'm wasting it.
They go to Marinakis and his seat's empty.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. I'm not saying he has. I'm saying
is he sacking Ange mid second half?
He's on the phone. It turns
Sean
out
Dyche.
Sean Dyche is
yeah. There we go. Or Brendan Rodgers. Hey, who knows?
Or Steven Gerrard.
I was going to say Stephen Jones earlier on.
Well done,
sorry,
Josh.
He doesn't look like he can get any work till December, though. That seems to be the case.
Oh, was that clause in the contract?
Oh, no, I think it might be like, tax reasons, I think.
Yeah.
2 years you got to spend, I think, isn't it?
It's not Talk TV League. We're not doing tax on this show, are we?
No, I'm just saying he can't, because obviously where he's been working...
To get 100% tax-free, you need to be there
He's been living in Bahrain, I think. Yeah, so he's been
But he did the interview with Rio, and he talks about how he's got the itch still. He wants to go into a team that wants to win.
No, I'm sure he does. But do you think teams that want to win would want Steven
I mean,
Gerrard?
ask Aston Villa fans what they thought of Gerrard's winning possibilities there.
Yeah, it was quite low, wasn't it?
But you ask Rangers fans what they think of.
No, that's true.
And that was
genuine question.
Play the ball.
Oh, that's really poor. Pedro Neto had a really good second half. There was a chance there just to slide the ball into João Pedro on the counter-attack. Hasn't done it. So, lots happening then in the second half. Achupong on 49 minutes. Neto on 52 minutes. Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 2. Bromley had pulled a goal back away at Cambridge thanks to Michael Cheek. Later scores in the Championships. Hampton 0, Swansea 0. Millwall 2 up at QPR. Oxford 1, Derby 0. Zach, what have you made of Alejandro Garnacho's start to life at Chelsea?
I've always really liked Garnacho, even for his Manchester United.
What do you like about him?
I thought he is a super direct player who can, who can shoot. He doesn't appreciate him. Doesn't appreciate him.
No,
okay,
yeah.
but he appreciates Gakpo, I bet.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
I appreciate
100%.
somebody good in the final third.
No, but I think it's the same thing that Gakpo's direct player. I think Gakpo is all about being direct. I think Garnacho has that ability. And when Chelsea lost Mudryk, they lost a player who was very, very direct, wants to go at goal.
Neto's direct. Madueke's direct.
Madueke was direct, 100%, but obviously he's not a Chelsea.
Lob the keeper. That's
I think he's going to give a foul here, isn't he?
I think he's offside.
I think
he's giving a foul. I think he gave a foul. And
Murillo has just shoved Guiu over, and Forrest need to just make sure. He gave a foul for a that's a shoulder ball.
He's 6-1 to score in this game.
He looks lively. He looks lively.
I mean, 6-1. I mean, I know we've only got what we got.
But Forrest try and push bodies forward. You think Chelsea can have lots of goals from shooting?
That seems too big to me. 6-1 for Mark Guiu to score.
Is that Garnacho?
Garnacho, yeah. I think he had a poor first half. I would actually say in all of his other performances at Chelsea, I think he's been pretty good. I think when he played against Benfica, he got the assist for the own goal, was really good. I think he was fantastic as well.
What about the Liverpool game?
The Liverpool game is escaping my memory. Obviously,
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, yeah.
Would you make? Because I thought he got himself into lots of good positions in that Liverpool game, and I think it was quite clear they were going to, especially in that first half, target Garnacho up against Bradley.
Yeah.
He did. But what I found frustrating with Garnacho is he got himself into lots of good positions, Kwaku, and I then just thought there were so many times where I just thought he lacked that final end product where I thought, João Pedro here for Chelsea, shot! He had options in the box. He tried to beat Matt Sells at his near post.
He's having a game,
just wonder there, did he maybe take the wrong option? Was that maybe possibly a little bit too selfish? He does well to beat Sangare. He goes into the box. He tried to beat Sells. He had bodies in the box, bodies arriving into the box. I think that's probably quite selfish of him.
But we've seen him.
Forest are like wobbling here. Seriously wobbling.
But Craig, you mentioned it earlier. We've seen him now drop a little bit deeper, pick up the ball in the 10 position, and he's playing unbelievably well. He was good in the first half of it. Like one of the best. He always wants to drop deep, and you can see why Chelsea want him playing with Liam Delap, why they want a striker ahead of him. And
that's what I thought the long-term plan was. João Pedro playing off.
Exactly that. That's why I think, because a lot of people are like, why did Chelsea buy both of them? They both want to play up top. Well, actually, they play together.
And does that mean Palmer just comes in from the right?
Exactly. He can roam. Also, just means Chelsea have different ways of playing. I think that's such a benefit. But to finish off the Garnacho point, I think because of how early he came onto the scene, I think we sometimes forget that he's not the finished article. That's a very classic cliche thing. But I think we forget that he's not the finished player yet. I agree. Sometimes when he is in that final moment, he's got to take the shot or make the pass or beat the man, he's still very rash and he always goes for the shot. But I do think that can be coached. And I think even already we've seen him add to his defensive work, which he wasn't doing at Manchester United and he is doing at Chelsea.
Yeah.
Okay, also on Robert Sanchez, by the way, because I did spend a lot of, the last few weeks, Craig, who's saying that why spend all that money on Garnacho when you need to strengthen elsewhere. I've highlighted centre-backs. We've had that argument a few times. I also have highlighted the goalkeeping situation. But to be fair to Robert Sanchez, I think he's looked quite solid at the start of this season. Like, there's a couple of moments in that first half where he came.
It's just United, crosses. Isn't it, really?
That United game, okay, sure, fair play. But do you think that overall he looks a little bit less of a liability, or am I maybe being a bit too generous?
You're right. He's looked solid. He was solid at the Club World Cup.
Yeah, he was. He was.
And he was solid towards back end of the season because Chelsea really did. They went away from what Maresca had been preaching at the beginning of the season. And I remember the game against Forest, last game of the season, where he was really good. He will go
Pulled up both Forest games actually as well. He pulled off some incredible
amazing saves. And so, like, he can have good games, but unfortunately, his bad games are really bad. And so,
I think because
we always need to improve in that position.
But the way we play puts him, I think, at risk of or gives him more opportunities to make a mistake.
Yeah, but then that should have been addressed though in the summer because clearly Enzo Maresca wants to play with his goalkeeper pinging right and playing.
There's a player Chelsea have on the books called Mike Penders, who they genuinely.
Where's he now?
He's currently on loan at Strasbourg, a club that has nothing to do with Chelsea.
Sure.
Currently on loan.
That's where Ben Chilwell is, right?
Yes. Currently on loan at Strasbourg, and I don't know if the Ligue 1 highlighters absolutely love him because he is amazing with his feet.
Oh, that's really poor once again. Sorry to cut across you. Elliot Anderson got played in by Hudson-Odoi. He got to the byline down the left-hand side. Then he dragged the ball across goal. That's a light. Sort of more into the box. And there was just nobody there, and Chelsea managed to clear. I just wonder whether he should have tried to drill that more across the face of goal. Chance! Oh no, Nico Williams, what have you done? Oh, I tell you what, Zinchenko. Do you know what? I feel sorry for Ange Postecoglou because Forest have had chances. Zinchenko from the left-hand side whips in a delicious ball with pace. Nick Cucurella is sleeping in the back post. Nico Williams completely unmarked. And from a couple of yards out, first-time volley, he misses. And I'm sorry, he just has to score there. That is such a good chance.
Yeah, they've had 2 or 3 good chances, haven't they?
Yeah,
Chelsea
in the
have
first
taken
half. There's that one in this half. Yep. Well done, Mark Guiu. Go down in Pedro Neto. It's again getting a little bit more open again.
Now, yeah. Forest have got to push bodies forward.
They do.
I know. So I'll ask you this, Lee, because you boys weren't sorry for them. But do you feel chance of Mark Guiu? Oh, good save by the goalkeeper. He got played. He made a really good run going across. And keeper comes out and makes himself big. These boys have no sympathy. They're Chelsea fans. But Lee, have you got some sympathy here for Forest and Ange Postecoglou? Because Forest have had chances in this game.
Yeah, they have had chances. You're right. I mean, you look at the stats bear out that Chelsea should be ahead. I mean, 4 shots for Forest, 10 for Chelsea.
Have you got 0 shots on interest on your
0 shots on target for Forest.
It's on target, okay, fair.
How many? They've had good chances, but nothing.
That Nico Williams one, that XG, you probably can't get too much higher than that, can you?
XG's 0.5 and Chelsea's is just over 1.
Wow.
So wrong as usual on the XG. Do I feel sorry for Forest?
Or Ange in particular?
Well, I think I feel sorry for the fans because they had a club who were in Europe, had a great season last season, had a great manager, and somehow, whether it's the owner's fault or whoever's fault it is, they've undone all the good work and created a problem for themselves. You know, if the manager has done most of that good work with the players, do what you can to keep him in the position that he needs to be in. Someone has created a problem at this football club, and this is where they are. They're 2-0 down to Chelsea now. In Europe, haven't had a win. And as Quaker was saying, if this carries on, then you are looking at, being down in the relegation area.
Yeah, also, I do wonder if this does carry on. Are we going to get a notification, possibly in our show today, before we're done at 5:30, that, Ange's, I hope not. Anyway, chance here for Forest now. Callum Hudson-Odoi up against Achipong. He's got 3-on-3 situation. In for Igor Jesus now. Inside the box on the left-hand side. Back to Callum Hudson-Odoi. Infield to Anderson. Back to Callum Hudson-Odoi. Can Igor Jesus find a cross from this left-hand side? He's barely touched the ball, has he? Anderson now, really, really good ball into Hudson-Odoi. Inside the box, left-hand side. He plays it to Milenkovic, to Williams. Can he cross? Can he deliver? No. It's blocked. Corner for Forest. 63 gone. Forest 0, Chelsea 2. Forest pushing here, boys, to try and get a goal back and get themselves back into this game.
Do you think they get one?
I can see them getting 1 here, but I'm not sure they get 2 here. They've created enough chances. And Chelsea still, defensively, it's a different looking back 4. Don't look as maybe solid and compact.
I think we've looked a little bit better in midfield since Caicedo's
Wow, you would do, wouldn't you?
It's no shock on that front. The corner comes in.
It's another chance.
Great save.
First is Milenkovic's header, and Sanchez gets the cross and pushes it away. And then from close range, Sangare from a tight angle on the turn goes over. Does it even say that? Did he say the second one? Fair play. He's pushed over, I should say, by Sanchez, who makes a good double save there. Wonder maybe with the first one he could have collected it as opposed to pushing it away and they wouldn't have to make that save. But hey, listen, he redeemed himself. That's no, certainly the Sangare one was a big chance for Forest here. They got another corner then. Elliot Anderson, right-footed outswinger, headed down, and Chelsea are going to manage to clear. And I think I think it went out before it came back in, I think. Zach, if I offered you 4th place right now, would you take it? Domestically.
What, anything else come with it?
I'm just looking domestically. Would you settle on 4th place?
And how close are we to 3rd?
6 points behind Man City.
I don't know.
You're like a politician,
I mean,
mate.
like,
Answer the
look,
question.
would I take it for safety? Yeah, for sure. But I do think Chelsea can. I think Chelsea can get to 3rd. Like, in all honesty,
Do you
I think
finish above Man City?
I think they finish above Liverpool.
Oh, you watch?
Like, it depends on how you do it. Like, I think Liverpool at the moment it's a different conversation.
You're going early on this whole finish above Liverpool stick, aren't you?
Anyway, it's a very different, maybe a different conversation. I think 4th would be, look, if Chelsea can be closer to the 3rd. Oh, that's so silly.
Morgan Gibbs-White has just passed the ball to Sangare. It couldn't have been set up for him much better. Arriving onto it late into the box. He somehow dummies it to a Chelsea player. I wonder, Quaker, whether he got a leave it from a Chelsea player.
Which is technically a free kick.
Look at that there. There is no reason not to hit that. That is absolutely outrageous.
Just dummies it.
It screams of someone saying leave it or something like that. Because
think,
otherwise, there was literally nobody else behind it.
Apart from João Pedro, who was just there, ready to collect it.
So on what you're saying, so Chelsea win today, hopefully with 2-0 up, we should be able to see this through. Go on to 14 points. Liverpool currently on 15 points. I know that people expect Liverpool to beat Manchester United tomorrow, but Man United should have beat them at Anfield last season. Harry Maguire missed
do you think I appreciate Liverpool are obviously not in good form right now, but do you seriously think when you look at the two teams that Chelsea are good enough, even just Chelsea themselves, are good enough, consistent enough to finish above Liverpool?
Oh my lord, we said
right.
it earlier.
You called it.
Oh my lord. Are you doing it at the same time?
So I think what we need to do here now, boys, for the purpose of YouTube...
No, the second one. We the fans. Oh.
I think what you need to do, and I'll let you do this, Kwaku, can you explain to our people watching on YouTube why you've all just made really loud, weird noises?
So Marinakis has got his set seat at the City ground, where his throne, where he sits and watches.
How comfy does that seat look, by the way?
Good.
It looks so padded.
The camera's panned to his seat where he's normally sitting and looking at his
Zoomed
team.
in as
zoomed in, and he wasn't there.
Right, it's just coming into me. He's gone to get a cup of tea. He wants a cup of tea, milk 4 sugars. I reckon he has lots of sugars in his cups of tea.
He called it though. He's not there. So I wonder where he is. Obviously, this is
if you actually had to guess where he is, where do you think he's gone?
He's gone to the printer to get the P45 off it, hasn't he?
I mean, we forgot as well. It then took the shot onto Ange, which is exactly what we called as well.
We had what would have made that is the shot of fans walking out. Walking down into the dugout. Do you know what? I would feel really sorry for Ange Postecoglou. I've got a soft spot for Ange.
I would.
I think because I did and covered lots of his early Spurs games, and I liked the way he was. I liked the way he handled himself, conducted himself. I've got a soft spot for it. I think your Steven Gerrard shout, by the way, is rogue Kwaku. Were you joking about that?
No, I was being serious.
I think he will start appearing in those lists again now that he's been involved in the Rangers kind of list.
Do you think they'd try and... I mean, they'd have to do well to get him out of Coventry, but do you think they could try for Lampard?
I'm not sure. Do you know what? I think Frank would be. I agree with you. I think Frank's got such a good thing there. I think Frank's gone. I think I think Gerrard going into Forest. I think from a Steven Gerrard point of view, this might sound crazy because he's managing a team in the Europa League. I'm not sure that's a great move for Gerrard. I think Gerrard's next move, if he can get a good championship club,
get his reputation back up.
I think Coventry for Frank was really the perfect time for him to go there. So, I just think for Gerrard to go into this at Forest, I'm also not sure it's great for him either.
There's no perfect situation, because remember when Frank went to Coventry, he was replacing Mark Roberts, who they loved.
But he inherited a seriously good championship team, though.
They were struggling.
But they were below where they probably should have been quite good.
You're right.
Can I just also say my thing that I do like to say always at random points during the show? We love football.
Oh, it's the best.
You know what I think, Phelpsy?
It's the best thing in the world.
I mean, you're on TikTok, aren't you? But
it's perfect.
It's good to have it back, isn't it? Yeah. Champions League Tuesday night.
Oh man,
you got the nod? No. It's okay.
Coming back for the international break, you want a weekend where just the goals do fly in, and as a neutral in this situation here, great for you guys. Chelsea 2-up, but you want to see a bit of action. Obviously, what I want to see now is Forest to score. Just to kind of give us that bit of tension in the studio for the last.
I wonder how our next guest, Mark Smith's, feeling, because of course Mark's a big Derby fan. I guess he'll be happy that Nottingham Forest are getting battered again. But Derby losing away to Oxford. Derby getting relegated at 3 o'clock. We're covering. We're doing an in-depth dive on Derby at 3 o'clock.
He's coming in.
No, not yet. Not until 2:45. Anyway, and also, by the way, the performance here, Zach, from Forest, I think it's not of a performance of a team that should be sacking their manager.
I think there's been a couple of
shots. Go! Oh no! How's it gone in?
My goodness.
Oh, my
goodness.
That's outrageous.
This,
you know what?
This is danger for them now.
It's that
This is
same
dangerous
ball
for them.
every
And
time.
now Mark Guiu is one-on-one with Morato.
Imagine.
Can he get
Bang it.
shot away?
Oh, he has to keep that
Better.
Put on target.
That Forest chance.
Yeah, I don't-
It was another Hudson-Odoi with a great ball into the
Such
box.
good ball.
And Igor Jesus is
It's
a couple of yards out. He has to sort of throw his
Both
right foot
posts.
to try and direct it goalwards. He goes into the turf, off the bar, off the post.
off the
the bar,
crossbar,
off the
onto the post.
And that is, I mean, like,
know
and
you- you know your
Postecoglou.
look's not
And
in there.
Postecoglou might just say, do you know what? I'll resign anyway. It's not going to be his day. That is so unlucky.
Wow.
I mean, that you boys are so lucky. And you got the audacity, Zach, to sit here, look me in the eye, and say you're going to finish above the Premier League champions.
We beat you, didn't we?
And
And you had Isak play?
Beat him last week.
And did Ekatike play?
being lost.
And did Van Dijk play?
Isak's not started yet, though. Is he?
Yeah, what's your
He's
point,
waiting
though?
for visitors.
Look,
Weren't
mate,
you
Forest-
calling for Maresca to be sacked 2
We're in
weeks
the.
ago, no?
I've never said that in my life. Look,
You?
this is the Premier League. Remember, like, every team is very, very good. Every team can compete against everybody. What I will say about Forest is
Yeah.
the last few games they have got better under Ange.
Yeah, they're
Like,
playing
they are
well in this
looking
game.
better. They've had opportunities in this game. But this is my whole point around the same thing. It's like if this is the game where if they lose, and Ange is sacked, it's like it's probably one of their best performances.
Yeah. They,
It's
I
like,
mean,
you are
they
seeing a
easily
better-
could have had a couple of goals.
Yeah.
They've hit the
The
bar,
last-
they've hit the post.
The
they've
8
real-
minutes at the start of the second half is what's
I
made
wonder,
the difference
do
for the
you,
game.
do you think Ange just doesn't fancy Chris Wood?
Yeah, I don't think fancies him. He takes him off pretty early as well when they're chasing goals.
He doesn't really strike me as an Ange Postecoglou type of striker.
He scored 20 league goals last
coming on
week.
now,
Coming
but-
on now.
Well, there we go. Everything.
He was injured again, though, wasn't he, before the international break? I don't think he.
And again, he
played.
would have been one of those that probably would have travelled
He
further
does
than.
work hard as well. Yeah, he has. He was.
He obviously goes to New Zealand,
indeed,
doesn't he?
indeed,
Which is
yeah.
far, Zach, isn't it?
It's from my
I've been to New Zealand
rough
before.
geography. It's pretty far.
Yeah, for the cricket.
Cricket. If you work in cricket, you
It's a
go.
good get. Yeah, there's lots of like the F1 schedule is insane.
Yeah, but
Like the
much,
F1
it's a bit too much.
What, too much?
Traveling like.
In cricket, though, in the winter, you're away for pretty much 6
Yeah, but
months.
you're away for a
Golf
chunk.
as well is pretty.
Wait for a
Yeah.
chunk of
Basically,
time.
Everything but football,
Apart
rugby.
from football, really, yeah.
Rugby, yeah.
Yeah.
the tennis, the Grand
Oh, you're
Slams in
going
New
everywhere.
York, in
everywhere.
Australia.
But do you not think that with the cricket, you're away for 6 weeks? That's lovely. I think with Formula One, this country, that continent, this every single week.
You're literally travelling to like some of the best places in the world, and you're moaning you've got to go away 12 times in a
If you
year.
maintain a positive relationship with a significant other, you can't be doing that.
All right.
Imagine in the old days when you had to do it by boat. So you travel on a boat over to the to the West Indies with all the journalists on board,
that
or
would
the players. There were some of them books of those old days of
Did you say
like traveling
that
with
you sink?
cricket.
That
Amazing.
would be insane. no.
Then you sink.
No, that'd be insane. But I think cricket's the best one. Now, if I got like up to scratch with cricket,
Just on
My job, mate, not yours.
on Chris Wood, just if we're doing Wood Watch, which I know you'll probably know about this anyway, but they played 2 games, both in Europe. Played in Norway and I think in Poland, so he hasn't travelled that far. Yeah,
Okay.
New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand played Poland and Norway.
You played full 90 minutes.
No, he played. I think he played a bit part. 60 minutes in one and came on as a sub for 7 minutes in the other.
Okay.
So he hasn't played too much, to be fair. So
he hasn't scored since the opening day of the season.
No.
He's scored a
But
break.
Igor Jesus as a striker, I mean, that's why it was so surprising that we only started. But I guess Jesus playing, he traveled for Brazil. But Igor Jesus is maybe more of an Ange kind of striker, a little bit more mobile as well. But it's not like Chris Wood doesn't work hard and isn't like for the way, especially for some of the balls they put into this box and had opportunities to. He's like it's prime Chris Wood territory.
Yeah. I think with strikers, I get preferences when it comes to maybe midfielders or something that you want your fullbacks to do. But with a striker, if they score goals, they're good enough to play for anybody. Like that, it's such a hard thing to score goals in the Premier League. He scored 20 of them last season. If he's fit, he should be starting.
Yeah. Forest to score the 3rd goal in the match is 5-2. By the way, Chelsea to win 3-0 is 9-2.
We'll have a look at that.
We'll have a look.
We need to get a bit. Chelsea in the last, again, probably 10 minutes have really kind of lost that first of the second half form. It's kind of gone back to Forest. Forest having a lot of fun as well down that left flank. Callum Hudson-Odoi has come on. Been really good.
I've actually been impressed with what I've seen from Nottingham Forest today. They've created chances. They've been decent in possession. What are you laughing at?
Just one of the fans there. Crap me up.
What was so funny?
Can't be repeated.
I'm not going to say it, don't worry.
What was it, rude?
A rude gesture.
Oh, was it?
That's what they keep panning to every time they pan.
Oh, I missed that.
It's just like luck of the draw, but every time they pan to the crowd, I think just because everyone's doing it.
Yeah, quick pan away.
Someone's doing something with their hand.
So we are entering the last 50 minutes then of our early games up and down the country. Forest 0, Chelsea 2. Nottingham Forest have lost 5 of their last 7 Premier League home games. That's as many as their previous 22 at the City Ground. Team news to come very shortly in our 5 3:00 games in the Premier League. Brighton, Newcastle, Burnley, Leeds, Palace, Bournemouth, City, Everton, Sunderland, Wolves, Fulham, Arsenal's a 5:30 game. In the Scottish Premiership, the William Hill Scottish Premiership today, big game for Rangers. Rangers sacking Russell Martin 2 weeks ago and are yet to appoint a permanent replacement, which is quite remarkable. Rangers starting the day 8th in the table, 11 points behind Hearts, who are top, and 9 points behind Celtic. So it feels like whoever comes in there, Lee, is pretty much just about. Elliot Anderson down the left-hand side, back across goal. Sangare's shot goes.
Callum Hudson-Odoi, by the way, that is outrageous.
What? Talk us through it.
Callum Hudson-Odoi gets the ball on the left flank, drives into the box, cuts in on the right, brings both Chelsea, Reece James and Achapong with him, plays a back-heeled pass down to Elliot Anderson, who's made a run down the left wing. It kind of makes you sit there and think he should have been playing from the start. That is outrageously good.
Yeah, he was so good for them last season, wasn't he? Yeah, that's another thing that surprised me. Even when Nuno, at the start of the season, wasn't playing him game in, game out. Late scores in the Championship, 76 minutes gone. Oxford 1, Derby 0. Oxford have won just 1 of their last 7 Football League games against Derby, but look set to end that poor record today. Oxford starting the day 22nd, Derby starting at 20th in the table. What a win this will be for Millwall. They've had a really good start to the season under Alex Neil. They're 8th in the table, going away to QPR, been in really, really good form. Millwall 2-0 up away at QPR. Millwall unbeaten away from home in the Championship this season. They picked up 5 points in their last 4 visits to Queen's Park Rangers, and as things stand in the Championship, with them winning 2-0 away from home. Millwall, as things stand, 3rd in the table, which is quite remarkable. They'd be just 2 points behind Coventry, who play at 3 o'clock. So fair play there to Alex Neil, who's doing a pretty decent job there. Elsewhere in the Championship, Southampton 0, Swansea 0. Southampton, many people thought, going to go straight back up under Will Still. 17th in the table. Swansea have won 4 of their last 7 away Championship matches. They started the day 12th in the table. Lots of good games at 3 o'clock in the Championship. I think lots of eyes are going to be on Coventry, top of the table under Frank Lampard. They've already scored 27 goals in their opening 9 games this season. The last second-tier side that scores as many as 30 in their first 10 league games of the season was Bolton back in 1964. So they're winning, they're scoring goals, they're going really, really well. Peterborough, starting the day, bottom of League One, they're 1 up away at Burton. And Stevenage, who started the day top, are losing away at Lincoln. Lincoln 1, Stevenage 0 in League 2. Cambridge 2, Bromley 1, Salford 1, Oldham 0. I tell you what, Zach, you had a face like a smackback.
I love it. You know, one of my favourite things in football.
Can you?
I love it.
Look at Charlton in the corner.
Honestly, one of my favourite things in football is when a player comes on with a note.
Yeah.
When he comes on with a note, it's been given to the captain. Obviously, Maresca is in the stands at the moment as well.
I just saw. You could just see it as it panned round.
It's going around the whole Chelsea squad at the moment.
It says score another goal. Yeah. It's like amazing.
I actually think it's the formation. I think you can literally see. Yeah, it's the formation. They're talking about it. I think they're currently saying something around, I don't know, he's talking to to Cucurella. I don't know if he's telling Cucurella.
I would love it if it was Sam's handwriting.
Yeah.
Sam sometimes passes me a note and I can't actually read it.
Not a chance.
Imagine if they have to go back over to the bench and say, what does this actually say? Like,
but Esteval also came on for Chelsea as well. Pedro Neto coming off. Esteval obviously such an exciting player. Going to be interesting to see what happens.
So, as you can make as many noises as you want, Zach, during this, but I'm just going to run you through some team news as well for our 3 o'clock game. Brighton versus Newcastle. Brighton have never lost in 8 Premier League home games against Newcastle. Brighton's team today, this is 12th versus 11th, by the way. Both had a very similar start to the season. Verbruggen in goal. Vifa, Dunk, Van Heck, Kadigoglu the back 4. Belabra Ayari will be the midfield 2. Minto, Ruta, Gomez and Welbeck, the front four. So there is no Mitoma in the Brighton squad today. As for Newcastle United, Pope in goal, the back four, Trippier, Tior, Botman, Burn, the midfield three, as expected, Tonale, Joe Linton, Bruno, the front three, Elanga, Voltemada and Gordon. I think that is definitely Newcastle's strongest front three when everybody's fit. Of course, they got some injuries at fullback, don't they, Newcastle? There's no Livramento, there's no Hall today. So yeah, fullback today it's going to be Trippier and Burn. So Brighton versus Newcastle is a 3:00 game today in the Premier League. Burnley versus Leeds, that's 18th versus 15th. Burnley have lost only one of their last 6 home league games against Leeds. I'll run you through the two teams in that game right now. Dubravka and Cole for Burnley, looks like a back five for them. Walker, Ugarachukwu, Twanzebe, Esteve, Hartman are the back five. Brun Larson, Cullen, Florentino, Anthony will support Fleming. As for Leeds, Darlow in goal, Bogle, Rodon, Strauch, Goodmanson, the midfield three, Longstaff, Ampadu, Stack. The front three, Aronson, Calvert-Lewin and Harrison. As there's a break in players. By the way, this note really is doing the rounds on in this Chelsea game. Let's move on to our next 3:00 game. Really excited for this one. Crystal Palace versus Bournemouth. It's 6th versus 4th. Palace though did lose their unbeaten run in the last game, losing away at Everton. Palace have got Henderson in goal, Richards, Lacroix, Gahey, the back three, Munoz, Wharton, Kamada, Mitchell. Then it's Sarr, Pino and Mateta, as you kind of would expect for Palace. Bournemouth, I've got Petrovic in goal, Jimenez, Diakite, Senesi, Truffert, the back four. Adams, Scott will sit. Tavernier, Clive starts. Semenyo will support Krupi, which is interesting. That means there is no Evan Nilsson in the Bournemouth squad at all. Man City versus Everton, another 3:00 game today in the Premier League. We know Jack Grealish not available for Everton. Man City unbeaten in their last 16 Premier League meetings. I swear every team who are like a bottom half team, they have that record at home, but they haven't lost in God knows how many games. Yeah. And you then ask me percentages of them losing to them at home. Now, trying to guess the Pep Guardiola team is fun. It's Donnarumma in goal, Nunez, Diaz, Ake and O'Reilly, the back four. No Gvardiol today. Gonzalez, Reinders and Foden, the midfield three. So no Rodri. Savinho, Doku and Haaland lead the line. As for Everton, Pickford in goal, new contract. What on JP? What a player he is. O'Brien, Tarkowski, Keane, Mikalenko. Garner and Gay will sit. Alcaraz at Dewsbury Hall is available again, suspended last time, comes in for Grealish. Ndai will support Beto, who leads the line. And we will finish off, shall we, with Sunderland versus Wolves. Big game for both sides, really. In particular, Wolves, of course, still searching, aren't they, for their first victory in the Premier League this season. Although in their last 3 games, they have led in all of their last 3 games, losing 1, drawing 2. Roofs in goal for Sunderland. Hume, Ballard, Alderate, Mukiele is the back 4. Xhaka, Siddiqui, the midfield 2. Traore, Rig, Lefay will support Isidore. For Wolves, Johnston, Doherty, Bueno, Krejci, Bueno, the back 5. Manetse, Andre, João Gomez, the midfield 3. Arias, Strand, Larson, who is fit and does start. And Rodrigo Gomez, the front 3. 82 gone in the early game at 12:30. Forest 0, Chelsea 2. What's been happening, Quaker, in the last few minutes?
Yeah, it's been a bit bitty, guys. Well,
I don't mind it. Corner.
Yeah, Chelsea just, we're looking for a third. I think Forest spirit has been broken. They've missed a couple key chances, and I think the opportunity for them to turn things around has kind of gone. Hopefully Chelsea can add a third. We've got Esfal on. He needs a goal, or he would like a goal to build on a couple of weeks ago. I would like to see Mark Gee get a goal. He's
worked hard.
He's been really good up top. He's really worked hard and changed the dynamic of the team. But I'd like to see Reece James score. It's his 200th appearance as a Chelsea player.
Did he nearly get booked for littering a minute ago?
Who, Reece James?
Picked it up. He picked it up. Put it in his. You missed.
Oh, talk of the devil.
Yes!
Spoke it into life.
Get in there.
Spoke it into life.
Get in there.
Whoa.
Oh, man.
Captain.
Reece James, what a servant. What a run of form that he's been on, right? It's been hard to keep Reece James on the football pitch during his time as a Chelsea player. But when he does play, he shows his quality week in and week out. None more so than the Liverpool game 2 weeks ago, where he was the experienced member of that back four, that makeshift back four. And now he scored a goal from a corner for Chelsea. And now that is game over.
And also, by the way, fair play. What a couple of games for Chelsea. Beating Liverpool at home and then going to Forest. Sure, not in great form, we know. but to go to Forest, not play at their best, I don't think, by the way. It's an in-swinging corner from Neto. It's kind of on the goalkeeper. Esteval tries, comes and doesn't deal with it. He punches it back into the danger area. Reece James in the right place at the right time. First time volley into the back of the net. Kwaku Afari, what an afternoon for Chelsea.
Oh, great afternoon. 3-0 away from home. We haven't played well, but in the second half, those substitutions made a difference.
Yeah, they did.
Maresca yet again being proactive. We got criticised for Man United, got criticised for Brighton, but against Liverpool and against Forest, he has made substitutions that have changed the game and won the game for Chelsea. 3-0 is maybe not a fair reflection in terms of the chances in this game, but when you're a side like Chelsea that are trying to build confidence, that are trying to build momentum, these are the kind of games that you need to have. And 3-0 may flatter us, but we move on to next week. And now we see pictures of Ange, the slow-mo of him blinking, thinking, what is my future? Where does my future lie? Thinking, where is Marinakis? Is he going to come onto the pitch after the game?
Yes.
That man looks like he's getting sacked.
By the way, I would love to see Marinakis do that to Ange. I don't think Marinakis would do that to Ange. Because Ange is I wouldn't fancy going up to Ange.
I think Marinakis also would be disappointed he'd have to do it because
they're close, aren't they?
They are, and he spoke before about how much they have a really good connection. Obviously, there's the Greek tie as well. But you are right, Quakey. Like, Forest have been unlucky during this game. But at the same time, if Chris Wood was on that pitch and those same opportunities where they put that ball into the box, I feel like he would have put one of them away, and he'd given them to different forwards.
Well, there's streets of Nottingham.
It's busy.
The fans are streaming out. It's interesting you say that because when you look at the stats, 16 shots to 10 in Chelsea's favour, 6 shots on target to 2, and that's. I mean, you could argue that Forest have had just as many good chances as Chelsea.
Is that Gusto off, by the way?
No,
he's not been booked already. I thought I saw him say he was booked earlier.
So, they've had 18 touches in the opposition box.
Oh, no, you're right. He is, yes. Oh,
that's another red card for Chelsea.
Also, by the way, that is that's one of those.
That's a poor tackle.
If you want a yellow, if you want a yellow card, and you're 3-0 up away from home, why would you even bother going to the ground?
Well,
it's a second yellow card for Gusto.
How many games have we had with Chelsea being spoken about? The discipline issues, the red cards.
No, but that's just pure stupidity.
But
you're on a yellow card.
It's becoming a trend now.
Yeah. That is so,
in the last 5 games, 4 players have been sent off.
So stupid. Think about send-offs. The Robert Sanchez one, the Trevor Chalobah one, the João Pedro in the Champions League, but
that's the worst.
You're
of
in
the
a great place though. Like, there's just do that.
No, that's really bad, Kwaku. Because like the Sanchez one, while he gets it wrong, you could see what he was trying to do. When you're 3 up away from home and you're on a yellow card, what is the point in even attempting a slide tackle?
If
it's last year's tackle at 1-0, obviously go for it. But when you're 3 up, I think that's.
I completely agree. If I'm Maresca in that one, I actually would put the blame on Gusto there. I'd say that I'm going to have a word with
fault was it?
Well, no, very true. Very true.
Maresca's fault.
But previously, for instance, when João Pedro got sent off in the last game, he said, I don't mind it.
Deflected.
Not the end of the world. He's moved it on.
Yeah.
I'd actually genuinely go out there and say, like, that is stupid from him. He needs to learn.
Yeah.
Like, he can't do that on a yellow card.
The ridiculous thing is, I'd made a point to say, because of the way it was at that stage, that at the end of this game, if it stays like this and it was 2 yellow cards to 1 in Forest's favour, as I say, finally Chelsea have actually managed their discipline as well, and that happens.
Yeah.
Top of the discipline, or bottom, whichever way of the disciplinary table, and even further ahead than most. And that's mainly because of red cards, because as we said earlier on, Brighton are the team with the most yellows, 22, but it's the fact that Chelsea have got so many red cards.
What's that now, 5? Feels like for Chelsea, if you're counting the Champions League one as well.
In the league,
3 in the league, is it?
Yeah, Chalobah,
Sanchez,
and now Gusto. But obviously, João Pedro got sent off in the Champions.
Ange could be sacked twice before Ruben Amorim.
Amorim's going to be there forever, and long may it continue for anybody who hates Manchester United, because it's not a Manchester United topic. I'm done talking about Amorim.
I always love that whenever you bring up Amorim, it's like setting off.
Oh no, but honestly,
he's ready.
It doesn't take much to set him up.
But honestly, it's insane.
West Ham way.
And kick-off times.
We have to stop talking about Amorim, though. He's not going to change his formation. He's not going.
Good luck with that one, Kwaku. Good luck with that one.
Let's talk about.
By the way, Esteval, by the way, really quickly, he's offside. He's then taking a shot, and he's now getting booked for kicking the ball away.
Stupid, man.
Yeah, that's.
Come on, man. Talk to them.
Yeah.
Tell them we can't be doing this. Like, he's a kid. I get he's a kid. But
Stop getting booked. Send him a little piece of paper.
Don't get sent off. Yeah.
It's so stupid.
It's so stupid. Yeah.
Like, even Willie Caballero's down there. Have a word with them. Stop getting yellowed.
Yeah.
Stop getting
You
sent
don't
off.
need to tell a footballer not to kick the ball away, do you?
No, you don't.
It gets to a point where you've got to You
I
got
get he's
sorted out.
frustrated for being offside. He's got a good chance there, but come on, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Silly. It's silly.
you know you're going to get booked. for
In the
doing that.
Championship, QPR pulled a goal back against Millwall. There's 5 minutes to go of normal time in that game. QPR 1, Millwall 2. There could be an exciting finish there at Loftus Road.
I was just going to say on Estevao, it's probably worth a note. Obviously young and liable to lose his head a little bit.
He put the ball in for the corner that leads to the goal.
He scored 2 for Brazil in that break. He came on as a sub against Japan, had 7 minutes and picked up a yellow then as well. So if you're looking at cards for players, and he'd be a big price Estevao when he plays for Chelsea, it's probably worth a look in future games.
I wonder how much out of time we're going to get here, boys, or whatever it is. I don't think it's been anywhere near enough as if Nottingham Forest to score 3 goals. And I think we all know what the narrative and what the conversation is going to be in the coming days. Ange Postecoglou with a passionate defence yesterday of his reputation. And I think lots of stuff he said was valid, but it's almost like when you then go and make that speech,
Yeah.
you then don't really want to get turned over 3-0 the day after, do you?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah, writing's on the wall.
His
think?
his interview after this is going to be interesting. If
Yeah.
that's pre or post seeing Marinakis on the pitch or in the change.
If I go around the room then, yes or no, do you think Ange Postecoglou, Zach, is in charge for Nottingham Forest's next game?
No.
Kwaku?
No.
Lee?
After this result, no.
You think?
I thought they might keep him on because of the European, but Marinakis not being in this seat,
With
most
what's
of the
been
Forest
said-
fans not being in their seats, it doesn't look good for him, does it?
Yeah.
I'll try and get a price on what.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask you, wonder what you know when you hear bookies suspend betting.
Yeah.
Is that just when you basically hear information that it's kind of almost
Or it
it's
gets
done
so
without
short.
it being
gets so,
confirmed?
well, the Rangers manager market was a good example. Gerrard went to 1 to 10 to be the next Rangers manager. We suspended at that point because we thought there's money coming in. It's too short. It's going so short that it looks like it's done.
Right.
And then obviously it didn't. They put it back out again. So yeah, but you'll still take bets if it's short. It can be really short and still take bets. It's usually suspended when you think it's actually done. When you hear some information, I guess, it's on Sky or it's
A reliable
on
journalist
talkSPORT,
on
and
talkSPORT, yeah.
someone says that.
Yeah.
it's-
A reliable journalist reports it without actually it being confirmed by the football
Yeah.
club. So we've got 5 minutes of time added on. Then Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 3. What an afternoon it's been for Chelsea. Achapong, Neto, James scoring goals in the second half for Chelsea, who were pretty poor in the first half. As things stand, Chelsea 4th in the table. Of course, it's early to be looking at points, but as things stand, Chelsea are 2 points off.
Yeah.
Top of the table, Arsenal. Chelsea are 1 point behind second place Liverpool. So look, there we go. In the Championship, then, we've got Southampton 0, Swansea 0, 93 minutes gone in that game. QPR 1, Millwall 2 into the 88th minute there. Oxford 1, Derby 0. So bring you full-time results there. I think probably when the game finishes, we'll probably spend most of our time talking about Nottingham Forest. But Zach, overall, just sum up this Chelsea performance, please.
50% could do a lot better. 50% managed to get the job done. I'm not going to sit here and be like we were incredible. I think there were players that played really well. I think the substitutions at the second half really helped us. When you can bring on Moises Caicedo, it's always going to shore you up in midfield. I think João Pedro had a really good game, especially when he dropped in behind Mark Guiu, who as well, when he came on, I think did fantastic. Reece James, I think one of Maresca's best things is able to kind of manage his minutes and keep him fit. When Chelsea have Reece James on the pitch, they're a better team, and I think that's been evident of that today. There are definitely things that Chelsea and Chelsea fans will look at this and maybe complain about or want to work on. But when you win 3-0 at Forest's ground, it's never easy. I think that's something they'll absolutely snap your hand off before the game.
What were the main positives, Kwaku, for you from this game today?
Reece James, he was proper. And just the response, the mentality. The first half wasn't great, but the fact that in the second half he came out with some intent and we managed to turn it around. And this is what. No, I'm not saying that we're a top team yet, but this is what the top teams do, right? First half doesn't go away.
Yeah.
People, neutrals will say, yeah, they could have scored. The other team could have scored. They could have taken the lead. But at the end of the day, you win, and you win by a hefty scoreline. So yeah, I'm just pleased with how we turn things around.
And let's give a shout out as well to Josh Achapong. First goal for the club. Again, he's playing a Forest side, a physical Forest side. That's not an easy test for him whatsoever.
One of Ange Postecoglou's final moments, possibly, as a Nottingham Forest manager, is Gibbs White just stands up, a beautiful ball into the box.
Is it offside?
Milenkovic is 3 yards out. The flag did go up, but the replay showed he was onside. And that header from 3 yards out goes yards wide. I mean, Lee, that moment there probably sums up this game for Forest. Golden chances, but not even able to hit the target. And by the way, we haven't got the sound on, but I mean, there aren't many people left, but I'd love to hear the reaction when that full-time whistle. Look at Wenger smirking like that. Unbelievable. What's your beef with that?
The traders have just messaged me saying he's around 1 to 6 now to be the next Premier League manager to go.
Is that almost as short as you get before you spend it? You just mentioned 1 to 10 with Martin at Rangers.
My Lord.
He's gone.
Yeah. It's. I mean, he even then you saw his reaction. I don't know whether it was the fact that Sanchez was taking long to take the goal kick or whatever. You could see he's visibly frustrated. I mean, it feels almost certain. I'd love to know the odds on Marinakis coming onto the pitch because that must be quite short as well.
You know what, to be fair, there'll be no one left in the ground to see him.
But who comes? This is the other thing. Who replaces him?
Yeah.
Like,
have you got odds on the next manager market?
No, not yet. We probably won't do that until there is a market.
Okay. But there's not great.
What do you make of the Sean Dyche rumour? Like, do you think that's the right fit?
I like Sean Dyche. Like, I actually think he's an underrated manager. I think it's a lot of criticism for maybe like old school tactics. And there's a squad there that he could do some good stuff with. But like, it's another thing where I would get a little bit worried about the fact that what's his face Marinakis has gone from Nuno
to Ange,
now to Sean Dyche. It's
and there goes the full-time whistle. Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 3. Goals from Achipong, Neto, Reece James. There was a slight, disappointing moment then when Gusto was sent off. And yeah, the cameras are very much panned onto Ange Postecoglou. There's pretty much, it feels like there's been pressure on him from the minute he walked in. No wins yet as Forest manager. Another defeat today in the Premier League. So what we're going to do on talkSPORT Goals, we're going to take one break. And then when we come back, we're going to round up everything. And we're pretty much going to focus on Ange Postecoglou at Nottingham Forest. very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. It is a busy Saturday afternoon of football. The international break is over. talkSPORT Goals is very much back, and talkSPORT Goals is back by watching Chelsea beat Nottingham Forest by 3-0 in the Premier League. Cue to the Chelsea fans punching the air.
Come on.
Well, that's all.
God, they don't sound too enthused, do they, given their side have gone back-to-back
Oh, I feel
victories
for Ange. I'm thinking about Ange. That's why. I'm thinking about
Oh,
Ange.
I'm not thinking of Ange. That's who he is, mate. Like I didn't.
Oh, man, come on. That's
I didn't hate the appointment. Like I said, I backed the appointment, but it's clearly not going well when you can't keep him in.
More on Ange Postecoglou shortly, but it is another defeat for Nottingham Forest and Ange Postecoglou. Forest 0, Chelsea 3. As things stand, Chelsea 4th in the table, 2 behind top of the table Arsenal. Nottingham Forest just above the relegation zone, yet to win this season under Ange Postecoglou. In the Championship, they're still playing QPR Millwall. QPR 1, Millwall 2 into the 96th minute. We got 2.5 minutes left of time added on in that game. Both sides went into the game. Pretty good starts to the season. It was 6th versus 8th. As things stand, with Millwall winning, they find themselves 3rd in the table. QPR just dropping out of the playoff places, but we've got 2 minutes to go in that game. Oxford beat Derby 1-0, Southampton 0, Swansea 0 in League 1, Burton 0, Peterborough 1, Lincoln 1, Stevenage 0 in League 2, Cambridge 2, Bromley 1, Salford 1, Oldham 0. But Kwesi Wafari, Ange Postecoglou and Nottingham Forest lose again. We know he's still searching for his first victory as Forest manager. Over the last 2 weeks, lots of talk. Is he going to keep his job? He did keep his job. They lose 3-0 at home to Chelsea. What happens from here?
He has to be sacked because it's only going in one direction. And yeah, we can all talk about how much quality there is in the team and what they did last year under Nuno, but nobody's too good to go down. Football's a meritocracy. You've got to go on the pitch and earn it. And unfortunately, you can say that Forest played well today and they maybe should have taken something from the game, but they didn't, and they haven't under Ange. Even the game against Betis, right? That was one of the best performances that Forest fans say they've ever seen their team play, and they didn't win that game. They conceded the last-minute equaliser. And sometimes a lot doesn't go in your favour, and sometimes you're not made for a situation. Ange and Forest has just not worked out, and unfortunately for him, the players that were...
And you say it hasn't worked out. Clearly results-based at the moment it hasn't worked out. But you think in the space of what's it been, a month, give or take, since he's been in, you don't think that a coach in a Premier League team walking into a team with no pre-season, no transfer window, having to play every 3 days with Forest being in the Europa League, you've already come to the conclusion he can't turn things around?
I don't think so. And you know what killed him, Sam?
Go on, mate.
You know what really killed him? So his first game was Arsenal. We can understand it, right?
Okay.
That's a baptism of fire. The way they lost against Swansea was very, very difficult to come back from.
2-0 up in the cup and ended up losing 3-2.
Ended up losing 3-2 to a Swansea side that weren't in great form at that moment in time.
That was the second game.
That was the second game.
They went to Burnley and drew 1-1, drew away to Betis in the Europa League, lost at home to Sunderland, lost at home to Midtjylland, lost away to Newcastle, and then today.
Come on, man. Come on. Unfortunately, if Nuno went on that run of form, even with the credit in the bank that he has, people would be asking questions. Even with the credit in the bank that Nuno's stored, if he went on that run of form, people would be asking questions, especially if Marinakis is his manager, let alone an Ange Postecoglou, who the fans don't want in anyway. How do you guys think this is going? This is going one way.
Do you not feel like, though, this game, funnily enough, has actually given them more questions than answers? Like, if he got sacked before this game, again, I said before, I feel like it was a bit early still, but then post this game, I feel like Forest didn't play that bad. Like, I think actually is quite unfortunate.
I agree. I think if people are just tuning into this show or checking the score on their phones and see Forest 0 Chelsea, you'd expect it to be a Chelsea battering. Nottingham Forest, I think,
they had
30 in the first half, had the better of play. In the second half, they missed 2 or 3
Williams.
absolute citizens. What Chelsea were really good at, Kwaku, is you were clinical in the second half, weren't you?
Yeah, we were. And
that's not Ange's fault, is that
That's
fair?
not Ange's fault. And what might save him, and you always like to laugh at me, is the kickoff time, right? People actually got to watch this. Say this was at a 3 honestly though, so say this was a 3 o'clock
I do get
that nobody watched.
I like it.
You're not seeing the performance. You just see the Forest lost 3-0. We
yeah.
watched this and we were like, they maybe didn't deserve to lose. But if that's tucked away at 3 o'clock, all you're seeing on the score sheet is like
3-0.
Forest lost 3-0. He has to go. But the thing that might kill him though is because it's on TV and everyone is watching the narrative. We saw the cameras panning. We know what the talk's going to be after the game. We know what Jules is going to ask him after the game. It's going to be difficult for him.
Sam Matterface too.
Sam Matterface as well. It's not going to be easy.
Marinakis, for instance, though, he has watched every game. And from an owner's point of view, I actually would sit there and say, I'm seeing my team getting better. Like, surely he's not sat there from day one, from the second he hired him, and thought, like, we're going to be playing Ange ball amazingly from day one. It's going to be a process. And I think you are seeing a process of Forest getting better. As we've already said, he himself can't be on that pitch and put them in the back of the net. Like he physically can't do that. What he can do is get his team playing away where they put the ball in the perfect positions, and they did that today.
But so whether you put the blame at Angie's doorstep or at Mr. Marinakis, before Nuno left, Forest was 7-1 to be relegated. Right now, as we speak, they're 2-1 to be relegated. They are in the relegation picture. They're in the conversation about who goes down from the Premier League. You can't avoid that. No. And as an owner, as a manager, that's where they are right now.
I'm just going to throw you some names here that people are sort of linking with the job. I think Sean Dyche is obviously a name that has been doing the rounds. You mentioned Brendan Rodgers earlier. Other names, Marco Silva, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, Eric Ten Hag, Rafa Benitez, Steve Cooper, Gary O'Neill. You mentioned Michael Carrick earlier. Dino is out of work at the moment. Edin Terzic. Are any of these name boys jumping out to you?
No, like
I've had silence during that list.
I don't see any of them getting Forest into better positions to score goals. Like, really, look at all the goals they conceded today. Set pieces. It came from a free kick that ended up at Josh Achapong's head. Came from it came from a corner, and then it came from a free kick with Reece James putting it to Neto, and it came from a corner where it falls then to Reece James. Get better at set pieces, lads, and you don't concede a goal. And you actually have the better chances in the game there. And I think that's part of the manager's job, is just get them the most opportunities in front of goal.
Matt Sells, I mean, we've talked about it on this show, haven't we? One of the better goalkeepers in the division.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Two of the goals.
Yeah, it's a good point as well. That's a really good point.
Two of the goals today. I mean, the last one, I mean, is
it's bad goalkeeping, Lee. You can't punch the ball back into the danger area.
We would have hammered other goalkeepers for doing that, and also it falls to Reece James. No one's marking him. Yeah. He's just stood there.
Again, that's not Angie's fault. It's not Angie's fault that can with the ball in the back of the net. They had a higher XG today than Chelsea in the game with Chelsea won 3-0.
Tough though, Sam. I agree. Some of it is harsh, right? And if they'd won that game against Betis in the cup and they hadn't have lost against, but unfortunately these things just aren't going in your favour. And we live, we work, we watch a results-based business, and the results ain't going their way. We're about to see the bottom of the Premier League table, man.
They're 17th.
And look, he's also not helping when he's saying those things in the press conference, right? It's not like he's sitting there and going, look, we're actually playing better if you're watching our games. Like we're getting unlucky. Those quotes about, give me more time, I'll win a trophy. That does put more pressure on you.
But in his defence, though, that was his whole shtick last season, and it did actually end up happening.
And it did.
So you can't mock him for being that.
I'm not mocking him, but
he ended Tottenham Hotspur's long trophy drought last season.
But I think you actually give yourself more credit at the bank if you can kind of say to people, like, if you're watching our performance, we're just not putting in the back of the net. We're actually the better team most often. When instead, if you're coming out there and saying, it's actually because give me more time, I'll win us a trophy. Give us one more time, I'll win us a trophy. I think you're kind of screwing yourself over a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's a difficult situation.
Who's their next game?
Their next game's coming up. They got a Europa League game home to Porto. In the Premier League away at Bournemouth next weekend. talkSPORT Goals will be watching that. Looking forward to that. United at home, Sturm Graz away, and then the final game for the next set of international fixtures, Leeds at home. So they've got let's focus on the Premier League games.
But none of those
Bournemouth away.
None of those look. I mean, when you're in this situation, none of them.
You can't beat United at home. They should get sacked again.
They're going to lose all of those. They're going to lose all. If he stays in the job, they'll lose all of those games. They'll lose against Porto. They'll lose against Man United. I know it's Man United, but he needs to go. It's not working. You saw after the game, right? The players ain't, and they're not going to. They haven't built that affinity.
Can I say one more thing as well on this? One thing that I don't like about this. I think if Marinakis, in his mind, if he loses, he gets sacked, I then honestly would have sacked him before the international break. I don't like the idea of waiting 2 weeks and then after one more game, then make your mind when you've got another game coming up in 3 days. Give yourself 2 weeks to bring in a manager, get him settled in. A bit of time. I appreciate the players are away.
Completely agree.
But it just, because now it'd be chaos, won't it? They got to play Thursday, then Sunday.
Yeah. You know who I bet? You know what I bet he wishes? I bet he wishes.
Chaos.
He didn't take the job in the first place.
No. That it was a couple of weeks that Jose didn't take the Benfica job. Jose Mourinho.
Who?
Jose.
Marinakis.
Yeah, I bet he wishes that Jose hadn't taken the Benfica job. Because you know what Jose said before Jose's previous role in Turkey?
Yes.
He said, if you're a Premier League manager and if you're in Europe or you're kind of the bottom half table, whatever, give me a call after this job. And I think it would have been... Look, again, it's a very different system. Kind of actually goes back to more of Nuno.
A bit more Nuno, more counter-attack, deep, yeah.
And look, if you like the personality aspects, we mentioned obviously Clough earlier.
Yeah, Mourinho would love that, wouldn't he?
It would have been.
How's this for a start? But Ange Postecoglou overseeing his 26th defeat in 41 Premier League matches, a loss rate
trophy,
above
mate.
63%, including a Premier League season high for a non-relegated team. All of his last 3 domestic cup matches have also ended in defeat.
Doesn't read well, does it? Doesn't read well.
And a horrendous record against. Horrendous record.
What?
Quick, he's cruel,
I'm
isn't he?
sorry, but
is
like,
so
I'm so sorry. But
What are you laughing
How
at?
can we feasibly? Why are we even having the conversation? He has to go. Like, they're gonna get relegated if he doesn't go. Read out those numbers again, please, Sam.
According to Colin Miller on Twitter, Ange Postecoglou on course to oversee his 26th defeat in his last 41 Premier League matches, a loss rate above 63%, including a Premier League season high for a non-relegated team. All of his last 3 domestic cup matches have also ended in defeat. I appreciate those numbers aren't great, are they?
Come on, man. You're gonna go down. You're gonna go down.
They won't go down. If there was Nottingham Forest with players like Anderson, Gibbs White, Wood, Murillo, Milenkovic, will not
Leicester
get
had a good
relegated.
squad, though.
I appreciate you can have. Also, there's a Fulham team, by the way, on the Scott Parker.
Yeah.
I sometimes see on social media, and they're unbelievable.
And the other side of it is all the 3 teams that came up look capable of managing to do something.
I don't see Nottingham Forest in any way, shape, or form. Whoever's manager finishing below Burnley and Leeds,
I would tend to agree.
and Wolves at this point as well.
But Andrew's faced Sunderland, lost.
Yeah.
Faced
Burnley and Drew.
He's played in these promoted teams and he's not winning.
Do you have any sympathy for Ange in this situation,
I do.
Zach?
Yeah, I
Like,
do.
here's a
I
question
do
for you.
genuinely.
On a serious note, like, given the time of coming into Forest,
Yeah.
and given the fact that they did love Nuno,
Yeah.
almost in hindsight, if you go back a few weeks, should he have waited a bit longer for a better opportunity, do you think?
It's tough though for him because like it's a great opportunity. Like when
That's
it presents
also
itself,
true,
yeah.
to be a
Taking
European manager, you've got great players there, you've got an incredible home stadium, and
Momentum.
fan base there, momentum.
Which is
you've
all
got,
gone.
and you've got young players coming through who you can develop. They are players that can play the system you want to play. I do understand it, but you do also have to look at the cons of it at that time as well. And it was they're playing a completely different system. You're not going to have any time to give them that training session. I always remember, I can't remember the Chelsea managers that came in post Potter and Tuchel were always saying, or it was Potter when it was Tuchel, said about how like I've just got no time to teach them my systems. I've got no time. We've got 2 days before we play again. That's impossible to do.
If only Edu got Nuno Adama Traore, all this might not have happened. You know when David Ornstein...
Yeah.
I'm not even joking with you.
No,
you're right.
It's a serious point, though.
They start with Adama Traore.
It's like you can blame whoever you want, and Andrew's going to get the most of it.
Yeah.
But the club has, as I said earlier on, the club has had momentum
They've not
and
helped
everything.
it.
Over it,
Imagine
and
when
they've created
imagine when this season. Imagine when last season finished. I'd have said to you, Forest would have
crazy.
sacked 2 managers
Yeah.
before November.
Crazy.
And things as well.
What is the club
towards
doing?
the end of last season,
Crazy.
towards the end of last season, Forest's form had dropped off massively. It did drop off. We saw kind
They
of a
probably should have come top 4, shouldn't they? And got Champions League football.
well, with how the first half of the season went, yes, and then I think there was a few times it was mentioned about how let's see once they're kind of getting a little bit tired and throughout the season, and we did see that drop off. Chris Wood stopped scoring. They
Kind of
had a couple more
understandable in a
injuries.
way.
It definitely
It's hard to
understandable.
maintain that.
100% understandable.
Do you remember?
And got a bit of a bump up into the Europa League,
Yes.
which obviously wasn't there.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't earn that, but they got the bump up.
Do you remember when David Ornstein in the summer gave an interview with someone and said that India Kayla is a genuine source?
Yeah. What's he-
Do you remember
what's
that?
he said?
No. Do you?
I
do
do,
you,
but
do you
what-
care what India
It was
Kayla?
the
But what
it was
has
the
he
Belabour
said?
one. It was the Belabour to Man United.
Yeah, that was.
If
the
Ornstein
rumour.
is genuinely saying India Kayla is,
Yeah.
you believe?
But even a broken clock's right twice
No,
a
because
day.
it was the indicator. There's multiple journalists who now work on that account. It's not just
What
the
has he
same-
said?
not
What
the
has he
same
said?
guy.
Exclusive. Ange Postecoglou to get sacked.
is it exclusive?
Forest owners making the calls as we type this. There we go.
or he's seen Marinakis not in the seat and thought
Want to
the
see-
biggest manager. Yeah.
Right, are we going to break, Jamie? I think we are, aren't we? Quaker, you're going to go. It's been. What are your plans this afternoon?
Taking my little boy.
Oh,
back
nice.
to
Where
my
you going?
parents.
Oh, beautiful.
So he's going to see
With a win. With a win.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
How good is it? Well, as well, by the way.
Good job.
When you're the
Let me
12:30,
go to the break first.
when you're the 12:30 and you win.
Good job. Good job.
Lovely.
Nice one.
Also, Quaker, you've
Always
gone.
a pleasure, Quaker.
You've been rogue today, mate.
Oh, man.
He
Like,
laughed at a man losing his job.
I know. How disrespectful is that?
He hasn't lost a job yet, but no.
Indy Kayla says he has.
You know what was tickling me, right? What's tickling me was the fact that we were just like, having a serious conversation. It's like, look at it. They've just lost every game, basically. He has to get sacked. If Nuno had those run of fixtures or run of results, you'd be asking about his job, and he's got credit in the bank. You've got to sack him.
See, where is Adama Traore when you need him?
But that's a good
Seriously.
point. That is a
Should
good
have
point.
just signed Adama
that's
Traore.
Fulham asking the same thing.
And maybe all this wouldn't have happened. Quaku, enjoy enjoy your parents' house this afternoon. Hopefully see you soon.
Nice
We're
one.
going to take another break on talkSPORT Goals. Mark Smith's going to join us. When we come back, we'll look ahead to the 3 o'clock games. And then we'll watch the 3 o'clock games. It's nice to have the Premier League back, isn't it? Hello and welcome to talkSPORT Goals with William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. It is 2:45 on Saturday, October the 18th. The Premier League returned with Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 3. 22 minutes ago, so at exactly 2:23 p.m, Nottingham Forest tweeted full time. That's when the game finished. And then at 2:42, Nottingham Forest have just tweeted, Nottingham Forest Football Club can confirm that after a series of disappointing results and performances, Ange Postecoglou has been relieved of his duties as head coach with immediate effect. The club will make no further comment at this time. Forest 0, Chelsea 3. Nottingham Forest, 20 minutes or so after that, have just sacked Ange Postecoglou. Ange Postecoglou came in to replace Nuno Espirito Santo's first game, 13th of September. Arsenal 3, Nottingham Forest 0. They lost in the Cup to Swansea. Drew at home, drew away to Burnley in the league. Drew to Real Betis in the Europa League. Lost at home to Sunderland. Lost at home to Midtjylland. Last game before the international break. Lost away at Newcastle. They lose at Chelsea, at home to Chelsea. The breaking news then, this afternoon. Nottingham Forest sack Ange Postecoglou. Zach J-Lab, how are you feeling about that?
What did we say, me and you, before literally like 10 minutes ago? If you're going into a game and you're saying, win this game or just don't lose this game, otherwise you're sacked, that is one of the worst things I think you can do as an owner. Just sack him. We've just had 2 weeks. Again, one of the things we mentioned, you just had 2 weeks where if you'd done it pre-international break, you can get a new manager in. Take your time. Take a couple of days. Get yourself a new manager in. They can then get into the squad. They can have a look at what's available. They can try and even train with them.
Before we even just go into more detail on Ange and his reign, Zach, the timing of this is, I mean, it is
impressive,
incredibly, remarkably quick, isn't it? I'm not. Is Ange Postecoglou going to do his post-match TV interviews? Because he would have been. I mean, we've
not seen him do it yet. We've not seen him do it yet.
Are we literally imagining? Because we saw Marinakis leave his seat quite early. Welcome, by the way, Mark Smith, who, by the way, is also a Derby fan, we should say. Good time.
Kind of happy.
Mark, are we literally saying that Marinakis would have been waiting for Ange in the tunnel, sacks him, and Ange doesn't even do post-match interviews? This is the timing of this is remarkable.
But the speed at which that statement was written, I mean, there's got to be ChatGPT. That was unbelievably quick. That was minutes. That's Marinakis leaving his seat in the second half and going and writing it, getting it written, getting it done. I don't even think he's going to speak to Postecoglou. I think this is going to be done,
via WhatsApp,
through a mediator, by WhatsApp, by an email,
or maybe through the tweet. Maybe he sees it via the tweet.
He's probably blocked Forest though on his Twitter account.
Obviously,
change the bio.
You're a Derby fan.
Obviously,
We know there's no love lost between Derby and Forest. What have you made out of interest about not just the sacking, but the last couple of weeks? It's all been quite remarkable, hasn't it?
Yeah, I do have sympathy though with Postecoglou. Yeah. I really do. Yeah,
I agree. I think
he's come in. People loved previous manager Nuno. They loved Nuno. The fans loved him. Did a great job. Had some sort of clear conflict with the owner. It's been sacked. The fans didn't want him to be sacked. So immediately Ange comes in and he's under the cosh because the fans don't want him there.
Yeah.
And it's a very, very system-led team.
100%.
And Ange, is a vibes guy pretty much. I mean, we saw him win his first trophy, win Spurs' first trophy in a generation. But he didn't do it because of intricate tactical nous and work in the system. He did it because he was able to galvanise a team and beat a pretty average.
Do you deserve more time, though, to galvanise the Nottingham Forest team?
yes.
I don't know if it's as clear as that one, Zach. I don't know if it's.
You said you have sympathy.
I'm with you on. Yes, I do have sympathy with him, but I'm with you when you say that if you're going to give a manager that sort of ultimatum, you may as well get rid at that point because you're not letting him manage a football team anymore. He's now just on damage limitation, and that's not fair for anybody.
Yeah, very true. But how can you bring in a manager and expect everything to change in 20 days?
Yeah.
Like that
Whilst playing every couple of days, where you haven't got much time to actually train your players
but even
in the week.
Even when he had the international break, he's got 2 weeks there on the grass with the players.
No,
but 12 of them are on international
I was
duty.
about to say he doesn't, because they're not there, are they?
So there's
Most of the Forest players wouldn't have been there.
That's why you need the full summer these days. And even those summers are now decimated by Club World Cup or World Cup or Euros or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Do you know what? The results on paper and the stats aren't great, but I do agree in general.
But the performances were getting better.
The performance today
was decent.
I haven't watched all of Forest's game. The performance today, the producer Jamie says to me their XG was higher than Chelsea.
Yeah.
We saw them, Zach, have 3 or 4 golden chances, which wasn't Ange's fault it got missed. The goalkeepers let Adam Mayer for 2 of the goals.
Yeah.
Not his fault. I have sympathy for Ange as well, where you go from a manager in Nuno, you bring in a guy like Ange who's got a completely different style of football. He hasn't got his own players, no pre-season, being asked to play every 3 days.
Yeah.
Where you haven't got that time.
What do you want from him?
Your days in between are pretty much recovery days. And I appreciate the results on paper were clearly not good. My opinion is, I think you bring in a manager at this time of the season, when you're playing every couple of days, I think you have to give that man time. So are we in a similar situation when the next manager comes in, does him his first few
Probably,
games?
yeah.
He's under the same amount of
Who would
pressure.
take that job
I've got big sympathy for Ange for Ange Postecoglou. I think he deserved more time. I actually thought this performance today, while the 3-0 score on the paper doesn't look good, based on performances, I think he deserved more time.
But whoever takes that job next, I have less sympathy for. because
Yeah,
seeing what he does sometimes.
writings on the wall from day one.
If you do well, but you have some sort of personal beef with the owner,
Yeah.
you're going to go.
100%.
If you don't
Lee,
do
Lee
well,
to our
you're
right hand
gonna
side
go.
from William Hill was working hard because he's trying to get a market for the next manager, Roz. And I would be fascinated to see who is on that list. And what makes it even more interesting, Zach, is the fact that Nuno to Ange was such a this and that, chalk and cheese.
Yeah.
Do they go down
Kind
the
of-
middle now?
It's the pendulum, isn't it?
Is something Kwaku mentioned Stephen Gerrard's name, or carried the kind of more younger, less experienced side. That more feels more kind of in between both. It's really, really hard. Go on, Lee.
I was just going to say, just ask for a market on that. So they're working to try and get one out before the 3 o'clock. They're obviously like mad busy, like we all are. Interestingly, he goes into a list of shortest reigns as managers, and he goes in 39 days. He was there. He goes in just before
With an international break.
Alex McLeish. who was 40 days, also at Forest, and Brian Clough, 44 days, obviously former Forest manager at Leeds United. If you remember some of those others, you had like the likes of, I mean, the most famous one, of course, was Leroy Rossignol, who was there at Torquay for 10 minutes before he was sacked after the club was taken over. But yeah, that was but it's interesting that he did straight in there with former Forest boss Alex McLeish, who was at the club for 40 days. So they've got a bit of previous Forest.
Thing is, there's like.
So are Forest Green Rovers, by the way, of course, our friend, talkSPORT's friend Troy Deeney, was only there for 29 days. So
we'll love you for
don't go to
mentioning
Forest.
Yeah. I mean, there are other managers there. Like Sean Dyche, for instance, has been one that's spoken about a lot. Sean Dyche's been spoken about a lot. And Sean Dyche, what he does do, it kind of keeps you in the Premier League, mainly. I mean, Everton might argue against that slightly towards his end.
But Marinakis will have different ambitions when he's manager.
He wants him winning. He wants his manager winning the Europa League. That's what he wants. And there aren't a lot of managers out there who have the capability or the experience to do that. Palace did an amazing job when they hired Glasner, somebody who had that Europa League experience. But there isn't a Europa League winning manager out there just sitting about waiting for a job. And as we mentioned, if you're a manager and you get that call from Nottingham Forest and they're going, hey, we want you to come take the squad. Your target, win the Europa League. Yeah. Your owner is Marinakis. So you've got like 30 days to show us.
If you don't win your first 3 or 4 games, you're under big pressure.
Exactly. Which manager takes this?
Yeah, but like Sean Dyche, though, we've always asked the question, is Sean Dyche ever going to get kind of a next job up? So I think if Sean Dyche gets a phone call, and even if that gets said to him, he gets the chance to manage in Europe with a talented team on paper still. But it's hard to say no. By the way,
they all take it, by the way.
I mean, the payout. Surely in the contract they're writing some sort of, if you're not gone within 40 days, you don't have to pay the payout.
But you take it anyway, don't you? You're sat at home, you're a football guy, you want to be in football.
Well, if you're not in demand, yeah. If you are in demand, you wouldn't choose that job if you've got other offers on the table.
Do you not think reputation also comes up stick, though?
I'm not saying Marco Silva could improve them, but does he take it? I think his contract runs out at the end of this season anyway, so is it another challenge, something else? Got a bit more money to spend, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe,
but we're talking like Forest are, a top 5 team.
No,
they had a great season.
They are in the Europa League.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm a Derby fan, I'm going to say this. But they're not like an established top 6 team that Marco Silva would be like, well, wow, that's the big club to go.
That's what he wants, aspirations.
But do you think they've got a higher ceiling than Fulham, though?
Yes.
So that's maybe what. Marco Silva's been at Fulham for a few years now, and it feels like he's never really had that.
He complained about the lack of transfer activity in the summer, didn't he? And, they got a
but at the same time, Fulham, they've got the new stand, the stadium looks great. They're a London club, that does help in attracting players. There's an argument to be made for it.
Absolutely remarkable. Again, if you are just joining us on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs, the big breaking news this afternoon is not just Nottingham Forest lost to Chelsea. They lost, and Nottingham Forest have sacked Ange Postecoglou. I'm also from a. Do you think also, Mark? Maybe I'll ask Zach this question. Maybe you're not. But from a decency point of view, I'm not saying there's ever a good time to tell someone you're being sacked. But I don't know. Could he in terms of telling a manager he's been sacked? Do you think doing it 20 minutes after a game is a bit disrespectful a little bit?
Yeah,
I don't
probably.
know.
I actually,
you know what I mean, Lee? Or not?
No, I actually would agree. Like the guy, they've already kind of screwed him over several times about the stuff that's been kind of gone out into the media and press about how this match was the one. If he didn't win it or at least draw it, he was going to be losing his job. There was all the stuff pre-international break about whether he'd even be there in the international break. I think there's been quite a lot of stuff that's been slightly disrespectful towards the manager. At the same time, I wonder if in say 3 years' time you'll talk to Ange or do some sort of podcast, and he'll mention it's something he maybe regrets.
With Stephen Bartlett,
yeah, quite possibly a Jurgen Klopp-esque one that's happened recently.
Yeah.
But I wonder if he'll say he'll regret it because for his reputation, this isn't good. I don't think this is very good for his reputation. It's somebody who
will he get another Premier League job? Here's a question for you.
There'll be a break first, I think.
Oh yeah, and I think Ange needs to get away because the Tottenham reign was a lot happened, a quick turnaround. But do you think there will be owners, directors of footballs out there, Mark, that if I was to say to you, what are the positives of Ange Postecoglou?
His second seasons, and he can't get through the first one. So that's the issue. I think we'll get another job. He needs to go away for a bit somewhere, rebuild his reputation. In terms of does this leave a sour taste being sacked so soon after?
Do you get what I mean by that?
Absolutely, it does. But we're talking about Marinakis, and on the list of things he's done over his career, I think this ranks very low towards the bottom of bad things.
Yeah, God, I feel for him, to be fair. I would love to know if he's done the interview. I'd love to know if he's done the interview.
He would want to do the interview as well, wouldn't the old Ange?
Do you think?
Oh,
it's a bit hard.
What do you think if you're the players?
Yeah.
If you're the players as well, what do you think right now?
No, I would pay good money when that full-time whistle went to right now to have known Does he say bye to the players? Is he doing?
No.
How did the players find
To be
out?
honest, I
How
think
did who told Ange?
I think Ange knew that goodbye at the end,
Possibly.
where he's standing in the front, and I mean, it looked like more the majority of the home fans had left, and he's just clapping. He's clapping around. The camera zooms out onto that sign.
It is absolute carnage, isn't it? We're going to have to take a very quick break, and then when we come back, we'll be watching the 3 o'clock games. If we do have any further developments on this, we'll keep you across it. Chelsea beat Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest sack Ange Postecoglou. We're watching the 3 o'clock games next on talkSPORT Goals. Hello and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals with William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. It is Sam Ellard, Mark Smith, Zach Jalab and Lee Phelps. We are taking you through then the 3 o'clock games up and down the country in the Premier League and in the EFL. We've already had one game today, Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 3, but the kind of the result and the performances will end up being irrelevant because the story is that Ange Postecoglou has been sacked as Nottingham Forest manager. 20 minutes or so after the game, Nottingham Forest tweeted that he had been sacked. Forest 0, Chelsea 3, Ange Postecoglou sacked. Lee very shortly is going to tell us who William Hill have got in his favourites to be the next Nottingham Forest manager. More reaction, I'm sure, throughout the course of the afternoon. But we have 5 games in the Premier League at 3 o'clock that are all underway. Brighton versus Newcastle, that's 12th versus 11th. Newcastle have won just 2 of their 16 Premier League games against Brighton. A win rate of 13%, their lowest ratio against against any side they have faced more than 3 times in the competition. Burnley Leeds 18th v 15th. Leeds have lost only 1 of their last 6 meetings with Burnley. Palace Bournemouth, what a great game this should be. 2 sides who of course had really good starts to the season. Palace 6th, Bournemouth 4th. Palace have failed to score in each of their last 4 Premier League games against Bournemouth. Both Premier League meetings between Bournemouth and Palace last season finished goalless. Man City versus Everton. Again, 2 sides. Everton 8th in the table. Good start. No Jack Grealish for them today. Man City unbeaten in the last 16 Premier League meetings with Everton under David Moyes. Everton have never won a Premier League match away against a side that finished the previous season in the division's top 3. That's remarkable. 36 games, drawn 12, lost 24. So David Moyes' sides don't travel particularly well away from home against sides in the top 3. And Sunderland versus Wolves, Wolves still searching for their first victory of this season. In the Championship, it did finish, by the way, QPR 1, Millwall 2, Southampton 0, Swansea 0, Oxford 1, Derby 0. Before we turn our attention to these games, Zach, you're going to focus on Man City versus Everton. I've given you the option, the honour of picking one of our... You going Palace Bournemouth, I'm going to guess, or not?
No, I'm going Brighton Newcastle.
Absolutely perfect. Lee, next Nottingham Forest manager, have William Hill got prices?
Yeah,
Go on, I'm looking forward to this.
Sean Dyche is the favourite at 8 to 11, so only a touch of odds on, really. I thought he might be a little shorter given all the media attention around it, but Dyche the favourite, 8 to 11. Marco Silva next in the betting at 7 to 1. Then Steve Cooper 13 to 2. Steven Gerrard's 8 to 1. Then a big jump up to Frank Lampard at 16s. Brendan Rodgers is 20 to 1. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer 22s. Eric Ten Hag the same price, 22 to 1, and Rafa Benitez 25 to 1. Obviously there'll be more in that list as they get them done, but I think they just put out giving us a bit of an exclusive list on here on talkSPORT Goals.
How about Steve Cooper? Is that honestly because we've spoken about how Ange went from Nuno to how Marinakis went from Nuno to Ange, which felt so different.
Yeah.
It's almost something in the middle. Going back to the guy who's done well there, who is loved by the fans and could galvanise everyone, and is also obviously a good coach as well.
But why do you think he'd go for someone in the middle? He's an extremes guy. He likes going to the edges
Okay, of the names and the leagues mentioned, what does jump out at you as being the sex disappointment?
I like Carrick.
But is he if we're going for the big name, sexy,
but I think
us Europa League appointment?
Carrick has like
Benitez?
Benitez.
Yeah, do you know what, mate? No, I think that's absolutely the right answer. I think Benitez is the sex disappointment, yeah. Because of his name, because of his reputation.
What was his last job, Benitez?
I'll have to Google that.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
There are others out there who like play fun football, like Hassan Hutel. I know he ended up at Southampton, not amazing.
I think he was a really good coach.
Was a really good coach. Like there's Lucien Favre,
Celta Vigo
manager out there. I think it's funny though. Like we were saying just before we came back on air, that like you got to remember how the last one happened.
Yeah.
He got sacked, and like 2 days later, the next manager was announced.
Who? Forest.
Forest. The manager being Ange.
Evangelos Marinakis, right now at 3:04, is done. He knows.
I agree. I think it happened in the international
We're not waiting 3 weeks for someone to come in. He has got this person. He's given the call and gone, just to confirm. Yeah, it's done.
Exactly, and he also has to as well because they've got football this week in midweek with the.
Benitez was talking a few weeks ago about wanting to get back into the Premier League and all that, wasn't he? There was an interview.
Benitez is probably a slightly underrated manager, to be honest, and
he's got the European pedigree.
Yeah, and he probably is a little bit in between of both.
One thing we haven't talked about in this whole Ange conversation, we've spoken a lot of, is the players. Yeah. I mean, like, I know we're not going to get a violin out for the players, but the players have had a manager in Nuno who they presumably played for and liked, and he leaves, and then suddenly you're giving Ange, who, as a player, you think, no problem, but got to change our system here. That's not that easy.
Lee, is that why Sean Dyche is favourite? Because then it's almost going back to what worked well for Forest under...
Well, you need someone who's going to make them go, right, we're at this now. I'm not saying the players had chucked it in, by the way, because they looked like they were really...
I think the players played really well today, but apart from putting the...
playing for Postecoglou, weren't they? It's not like that, but you've got to think, who's going to go in there now and kind of drag them up off the floor, because they've gone from being a really decent side with some momentum going into the new season to being a relegation threatened team.
It's fair. I love Penny for Nuno Espirito Santo still. Like, you know what I mean? Like he took them into.
If they win on Monday night, I'll be happy, won't he? So
well, exactly that.
Bothered about now.
So I'm sure that the course of the afternoon will be focusing on Forest and hey, who knows? Honestly, possibly by the time we're done at 5:15, maybe, just maybe.
The manager's
Nottingham Forest have told us who the new manager
at all.
is.
I wouldn't
got one in and sacked another one by then. 3 hours away.
Yeah, he hasn't won yet. Let's sack the new manager. 5 minutes gone then. Let's go around the ground, shall we, in our 3 o'clock game. City Everton, Zach Jailer, that's your main focus today. How's the game started?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Everton actually pushing forward. There was a little slight concern for Everton when Kieran Dewsbury Hall went down. It looked like he was holding his knee. Medical staff actually came on as well. In the end, he's okay. Everton, though, having a bit of the ball, having more of the possession so far. It's that new look Everton side. But we've got to remember, no Jack Grealish today. So Alcaraz
He's there.
is playing. Yeah, he's
he's in
watching the
stands.
game.
Yeah.
He's,
Sorry, yes, not
but
playing.
he's not
yes.
on the pitch. Yeah, Alcaraz in there. I think he's a fantastic player. So far, Everton having more possession than City.
And Mark, a big chance for Newcastle.
Yeah, Newcastle never beaten Brighton in the Premier League away, and they started really
today.
well here. Early on, Anthony Gordon getting down the left wing, just beating his man, beating another man, drawing a foul. And a few seconds ago, Guimaraes with a half volley, 12, 15 yards out, inches wide. Good start from Newcastle, 0-0.
Lee, do you want to just remind everyone you have some price boosts in these 3 o'clock games, some prices that are really, really juicy?
Yeah, there were quite a few. Some of the ones that I liked in particular were Haaland to score. That was basically boosted from even money from odds on. So Haaland to score was one of them. Dominic Calvert-Lewin to have a shot on target was another. So was Nick Voltemada to have a shot on target. So yeah, there was some really really tasty ones. That was the most popular, the Nick Voltemada one, but got a goal already.
Yeah, we have our first goal of the Premier League this afternoon. No Evan Ilson, no problem. Krupi leads the line. It's Palace 0, Bournemouth 1. Bournemouth having a remarkable start to the season, of course. They start the afternoon 4th in the table and they take the lead away at Crystal Palace. Bournemouth have won 4 of their last 6 Premier League games, as many as their previous 16 beforehand. And it's a close range header from the striker. Corner comes in. It comes off, I think, Mateta. And then it falls to the striker at the back post. Can't miss from a couple of yards out. And that just is the perfect start. So it's Kluivert's corner. I think the first touch actually comes off. Is it Mateta or does Semenyo get his head on it first?
He might be offside if it comes off a
Off
Bournemouth
Semenyo.
player.
Yeah, you might be right.
No one marking him, by the way, was
No, he makes a good run, kind of almost around, but behind everyone.
He's a super exciting forward, Krupi. They brought him in from...
Have you seen much of him? I haven't seen much of him, Zach.
They brought him in from Ligue 1, and they've kind of got this relationship with, is it Lorient, I think? But they brought him in, and he's, somebody that a lot of teams kind of kept an eye on. It's funny, but any player that Bournemouth bring in and he gets into the starting 11, you're kind of like, he must be pretty good. Yeah. They end up having...
Brighton a couple of years ago.
Exactly. They've got such incredible talent ID. I mean, Diakite at the centre-back, Truffert at left-back. They're just incredible.
Both have come in, have looked really, really good.
Genuinely.
I think some people at the start, just when they saw the 3 defenders go, almost thought Bournemouth are going to drop off. But you're right, I think the Brighton comparison is a good one, where Brighton sell players, you almost think it doesn't matter, they'll just sign another player we've never heard of who's really good. And Bournemouth are almost in the same. So, I mean,
I think it's partially down to Areola, though. Like, the system is so good, it's almost like just...
Plug and play.
Yeah, plug and play. Whoever plays there is really good. David Brooks, for instance, playing amazingly.
What a goal.
What a powerful finish that is. And Sunderland's remarkable home form. Oh, he's offside, is he? God, these flags.
I love Eastall, by the way.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
Is some.
We were a bit disappointed last time we were on when we put Isidore up to score and didn't really have his best game, but that was some
he
finish.
just goes a little early.
The finish.
He goes through into the box, down the left-hand side. He almost stops. What's he going to do?
Oh, what a
he
finish.
He rifles the ball in. He beats the goalkeeper at the near post. Powerful finish. Johnson could do nothing about it, but Lee, it did look like he just went a smidge early.
Yeah.
Bournemouth are first on the table, by the way.
Oh, mate, you took... I was about...
Sorry.
Oh, no,
I didn't know,
I was about
sorry.
to ask, is it too early to update the table?
That is mad.
Bournemouth, as things stand, are top, played 8, won 5, drawn 2, lost 1 on 17 points.
That is a
Lots of
joke.
football to still come this weekend, but that is remarkable, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, and you were saying before the goal that was disallowed, the quality of their football this season has been fantastic. And losing those centre-backs at the start of the season, we all thought, this could be the season where actually, they're bitten off a bit too much. But they're just, anyone who comes in, the system is so rigid.
Managerial.
Not rigid in a bad way, but the system is set.
Yeah, exactly.
And you trust the recruitment so much that we saw it with Brighton a few years ago when the likes of Caicedo left and took time to settle in with Chelsea.
Yeah.
Despite this guy being fantastic.
Yeah.
The same would happen with any of those players. It's just they're so used to the system and so adept at playing the manager's desired system.
And what they're really good at as well is they get them in early. So they have a full pre-season learning it under Areola. And Areola is, I mean, to be honest, freakish at the. Like, I do wonder which big club is going to end up getting him. I kind of thought it might have been Spurs this summer.
I think he'd be great at Manchester United if they ever get rid of him.
If I was an advisor, I'd be like, let's just steer clear of United. You never know what's going to happen there. Maybe he could be the guy,
maybe.
But let's also, you never know, like another big one might come. But he is super, super impressive. I think he's fantastic, like in press conferences as well. But just getting like the next level out of some of these players, like David Brooks genuinely has been outrageous this season. We saw it last season with Cliver. We see it with Tyler Adams in midfield for Bournemouth. He is, some
He's just a really good coach.
I think
teams that
we're going to be talking about him for years, man. We really.
But at the same time, there is the issue that Bournemouth, as good as they've been, as good as they are a relatively smaller club to those.
Of course.
Oh,
defo. And I think
there's more pressures at
the magnifying glass you go into at a club like United, Chelsea, Arsenal, whatever.
And that's why I think Man United as well is like, just don't get yourself that pressure. Try and find the nice middle ground, wherever that may be, and go from there. However, or just win the league with Bournemouth.
Yeah, I'll say. At the moment, there's no way you can go that's higher up than Bournemouth. We have our first.
What are the odds for that?
For winning the league, for Bournemouth win the league.
Well, a better question: what were the odds before Bournemouth at the start of the season? While you look for that, I'll just tell you that Hull have gone 1-0 up away at Birmingham. Hull are unbeaten in each of their last 5 league trips to Birmingham. Hull starting the day 1 place below Birmingham in the table. Birmingham 0, Hull 1. A Jack Robinson own goal.
Before the start of play today, they were 4-1 to finish in the top 5. There would have been obviously a big triple figure price to win the Premier League. Everyone outside of the top, Liverpool, Arsenal, Man City, Chelsea are probably a huge price to win the Premier League, to be honest. But 4-1 to finish in the top 5 before the start of play today. Interestingly, we're running a Manager of the Month market as well. The first time we've ever done it, and he was before the weekend was 6-1 to win the Manager of the Month for October.
Oh, sorry.
Which might not be bad.
Yeah, no, that's to be fair. At the moment, it's certainly something that is a possibility. I like that, by the way, Lee. I like that. That's what I love about William Hill. Always looking to do slightly different things, aren't you? Keep everyone on their toes. Lots of new ideas, right?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Are these your ideas?
No, they're not.
They're not your ideas.
I'd love to take credit for it, but I can't.
Take credit for it.
So just
checking.
They might be. Just 1 goal then in the Premier League so far. Palace 0, Bournemouth 1. As Zach says, Bournemouth currently. I know it's early, but it's fun to look at the league table, isn't it? When you see Bournemouth top.
Let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun. Fair play.
Oh, Everton! Oh, City give it away whilst trying to play out the back. I think it's Ndiaye on the right wing. Picks it up, cuts it out, drives through. Yeah, it's Ake that has a bit of a mare, to be quite honest, passing out from the back. I think it's Ndiaye on the right wing.
Yeah, it is.
Picking up, plays this delightful ball. It's an outrageous ball, to be honest. Splitting it. Beto.
I think he should score that.
I think he should.
No, I'm sorry.
He's got his feet wrong.
He should end up putting it in the back of the net.
It is.
I thought he just couldn't stretch for it.
It is a perfect ball across goal. He gets to it. He almost just goes over it. I've had a go at Beto, haven't I, Lee, a few times on this show. He's just not good enough.
Everton strikers
shaking head out for. He's got to put that in the back of the net.
Yeah, I mean, Everton brought in
that's
Barry
one of the
as
more.
well.
Yeah, but why isn't Barry playing?
Well, I think David Moyes thinks he's not quite at the level just yet. He was amazing for Villarreal last year, and he's also a very different striker, wants to run in behind a lot more, whereas I think what he likes with Beto is he's more physical. He's somewhat of a target figure.
He is nowhere near good enough in front of goal.
But that right there kind of showcases if he should be sliding in earlier. He should be anticipating it. That's what he's doing. He's being reactive rather than.
But to be fair, I almost think he did anticipate it okay, because he got there. It wasn't like he didn't get there.
He should go early.
His feet aren't quick enough, did he? Oh, so that's a massive.
The ball,
massive
though, the ball is actually incredible from Ndiaye.
But that's just instinct.
Yeah, he's a great player, though, isn't he, Ndiaye?
That's just instinct, isn't it?
It is. And it's confidence as well. It's confidence. I think
I've never seen a centre forward though, who's got less.
But Jean-Philippe Mateta, though, like Jean-Philippe Mateta, when he first joined.
I'm sure.
Go on.
After the next break.
What I find frustrating. What I find, no, I don't know. You're not that much older than me. Even producer Jamie got that one. Fair play. What I just find frustrating about Everton is that I think David Moyes is building a really exciting squad. Like I think the Ndiaye, Grealish, Dewsbury Hall, Alcaraz, Dibbling type of playmakers are really good. We know they're a good team defensively. It's just frustrating watching them. They don't have a centre forward at the moment who can score 15 goals a season.
No, that's right.
Unless Barry is going to
give it time, maybe. But yeah, I really thought Barry could be that guy, but it's just not working. Or at least Moyes doesn't quite like him at the moment.
Dominic Calvert-Lewin's just had a audacious scissor kick attempt in the game against Burnley. It was a shot, but it wasn't a shot on target. It wasn't as Palace come forward. This looks a great game, this Crystal Palace Bournemouth game. We said 2-2, didn't we? Kind of half jokingly, because we thought it'd be a draw.
I wasn't joking.
It could still, it looks like that kind of game. I mean, they're both going for it, which is fantastic. And anyone who's been a regular viewer of talkSPORT Goals will know that I'm on a bit of a crusade with Dominic Calvert-Lewin.
You love Dominic Calvert-Lewin, don't you?
It's based on a mathematical.
Oh, we can't
idea.
do this again, Lee.
I'm just going to say it once, and that's it.
Better than your bird chat earlier.
We're on the right side of this now. That he should, if he's back to full fitness, and if he can rediscover his scoring touch, where he scored a goal every 4.5 shots on goal. He's now on 10 shots. He scored 1.
Oh, the ball is in the back of the net.
That's some good goal, by the way.
I tell you what, 16 minutes gone. Sunderland have been all over Wolves. They had a goal disallowed, didn't they? And it's is that Mukiele who's put the ball in the back of the net. He beats the goalkeeper.
The passing football.
I thought they really struggled today.
Yeah.
The passing football from them there to lead to that goal is honestly
good. Zach, in the first 60 minutes, they have been all over Wolves.
There's some team, man.
Can't get out.
Yeah. There's some team.
Yeah,
they just go at you, don't they? As well, over 30% of the final one standing players in the big 500k league had Sunderland today.
That is such a good goal.
That is. So Mukiele from the left plays a ball infield. I'm trying to see who it is that plays the first time ball back into him. But the first time ball back into his path. I think it might be Lefay, number 30. Is that number 32?
Yeah, he's also very
I think it might be Hume, actually. Great 1-2. And then probably, in fact, definitely Sam Johnson, the goalkeeper, should do better. Goes through him. But as you said, Mark, it's lovely, lovely football. Number 20, Mukiele scores. And at home, Mark, so they already this season, they've drawn with Villa at home, beating West Ham at home, beating Brentford at home, beating Wolves at home.
Yeah.
If they win games against those sides in the bottom half at home, they're fine.
They're a serious team.
Yeah.
I thought today they'd struggle because I thought Wolves haven't been as bad as the results have shown, especially the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But the injuries Sunderland have got, I thought they'd really struggled today. And look at them. I mean, they're flying.
They recruited so well. Like they had such a they really did. They had such a turnover, and it can work. We've seen many clubs bring in lots of players and it not work out. Yeah. But they just took they really raised the floor as well of their squad. They brought in so many experienced players that have been playing in the Champions League for some of them. But then what's also been really interesting, players who were with them last season, Isidore, Rigg, have stepped up to the Premier League level very, very well. I mean,
Dan Ballard still starting at centre halves. So we got 18 minutes on the clock then, the majority of our 3 o'clock games. At 12:30, Forest 0, Chelsea 3. Forest losing again. Ange Postecoglou sacked as Nottingham Forest manager. Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. Brighton have lost only one of the last 11 Premier League home games. They're decent at home and got a good home record against Newcastle. Burnley 0, Leeds 0. Of course, these two sides both promoted last season from the Championship. Palace 0, Bournemouth 1. Krupi scoring the goal for Bournemouth. Palace are unbeaten in their last 9 Premier League home games and have only twice before enjoyed a longer unbeaten home run in the top flight history. No goals. The Etihad, City 0, Everton 0. And a remarkable stat, and I mentioned this during the preview show, in 2025 Man City are averaging more points per game in the Premier League than any other side. They are the league's top scorers this calendar year and have picked up the joint most wins, level with Liverpool. No goal yet at home to Everton. Sunderland 1. Wolves 0. Wolves have only won one of their last 10 away league games at Sunderland and are still searching for their first win this season in the league. Wolves have gone 1-0 up, though, in each of the last 3 Premier League games. We failed to win on all 3 occasions, drawing 2 and losing 1 in the Championship. A couple of goals. I mentioned that Birmingham are losing at home to Hull. Charlton are leading Sheffield Wednesday by a goal to 0. Charlton have won 14 of their last 18 home league matches, while in 2025 they have 12 home league wins. They last had more in a single year in 2019. So Charlton have had a pretty decent start to life in the Championship under Nathan Jones. As things stand, they're 7th in the table. Zach, what's been happening at the Etihad?
It's still been really all Everton. Everton having the best chance so far. We saw Mateus Nunes.
Chance Brighton, great save.
Mark?
I think the ball was given away by Gordon in midfield, and Brighton, was it Gordon, I think? And Brighton just got on the attack straight off.
Yeah, it was good pressure.
And it was
good pressure from Brighton when the ball back in the final third. It's a strike from 25, 26 yards. Good save.
Oh, really good save
to the left side.
Yeah, it was Gomez, was that? He got Ruto, who was
Ruto, Jorginho, yeah. He had another shot a few minutes ago.
That's a really, really good save from Nick Pope, because that was angling away from him into the far corner. But fair play, he got down well. And Brighton have from the bits I'm catching, Mark, have started the better of the two sides?
Well, Newcastle started best the first sort of 5 or 8 minutes or so. Brighton have come into it much more strongly the last.
Oh, there's a goal at Turf Moor. Burnley 1, Leeds 0 after 18 minutes. Yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful ball in from the right-hand side. The marking from Leeds is absolutely all over the place, and it leaves a free header, couple of yards out, wasn't going to miss. And Burnley take the lead at home to Leeds. Ugo Chukwu heads home, and well, he couldn't really miss him there, could he? Of course, a player that you know well.
Yeah, he was at Chelsea. I thought he was always a really good player. He needed to play football. Chelsea bring in midfielders like there's no tomorrow at times. And yeah, I'm glad to see he's doing well. He was on loan at Southampton last season, who didn't really feature loads because of the managers chopping and changing.
Yeah, and a really good ball from Kyle Walker as well from the right. Whips it in with real good pace. He basically stood in the middle of the box.
6-pointer,
completely unmarked. You can't really miss that, can he?
No, yeah, completely. It's a great finish, but it's a big game this, to be honest.
Yeah. I think it's must-win for Burnley.
Yeah.
I think it's more must-win for Burnley than it is Leeds.
At home as well.
I know what you say must-win, but these are the games that you have. I mean, because people have been saying a lot about Burnley. They've hard luck here and they've had a hard start. It doesn't really matter, does it? You've got to pick points up. And we watched them against City the other week, and we were purring a bit about them because it was 1-1. They were coming forward. They got beat 5-1 in the end.
Even the Spurs game, the first game of the season, we thought they did okay in patches, lose 3-0.
You've got to beat the teams around you, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, well, their only win this season was at home to Sunderland. So, yeah, these are the sort of games that they've got to win. Zach, I think we cut you off because of that Burnley goal, that Brighton chance. I'll tell you what, Brighton are in here.
Again.
Minter's in down the right-hand side. Oh, no.
Decision.
Do you know what? It is a wonderful ball. He gets set through into the box down the right-hand side. He's got a Brighton player in the box. It really should be a simple ball back across goal mark, but it's good defending.
But he refuses to use his right foot there. If he uses his right
you're
foot,
absolutely
gives
right,
himself
mate.
a much better chance. He goes with his left, gives the defender a much better chance. Again, Gordon getting dispossessed, Brighton onto it in a flash. Good football in the middle between Baleba, good little 1-2, and a great ball from Baleba as well. And Minter just couldn't quite get the angle on it.
Ex-Newcastle player as well, didn't he? Celebrated quite passionately when he scored against Newcastle last time.
Yeah, I remember that well. Zach, I find Brighton a really, really fascinating team. Well, I feel like I can watch Brighton play football, and they just play the most beautiful football. They have good results against top teams, and then you look at the table, and they all just seem to be mid-table. Like,
I was thinking this earlier.
Can they get to the next level?
It feels like they're everyone's bogey team. It feels like that you think they always beat everyone. You look at the table and they're suddenly not as far as you think they are. But they are a really good team. They are a very interestingly run team. Their recruitment is always back like a year later. All the guys they bring in this summer will probably be calling their names next season as their first team regulars by then. But they've got a really fantastic coach, young coach who I think is going to be in the game for a long time. Oh, they have just lost the ball in midfield though.
Oh, it's a great tackle.
Part of their issue, I think, Zach, is I don't think they have enough killers in their team.
Yeah.
I don't think they have enough people who are just, finishers, clinical monsters.
They do. I mean, Danny Welbeck just somehow always is like finds himself there. But they also need to decide what they want to be. Like, Man City just hit the crossbar from a corner. Not quite sure who won the header, but it was a lovely ball in with the City player running onto it. They've still got it, putting it back, and it is about to be cleared by Everton. I'm sure we'll see a replay and see who it is. But I was going to say, like, oh my Lord, that is outrageous from Ndiaye, dribbling past 3 players. Everton now going onto the counter.
And can I I've been speechless. There was just a moment in that Palace game where the ball got rolled into the feet of Adam Wharton, and he just takes that touch on the turn and goes away. And I just think he technically, English midfielders, we've got Anderson who's good, but he technically is so good and so talented.
He's a joke.
I won't make a highlights package, match today, but that's just, I watched that.
We're very lucky at the minute to have this many good English.
Well, for years we were crying out for someone. Now we've got loads just coming out.
Wharton doesn't get a look in.
Yeah.
Menu, who I think is really good, doesn't get a look in at all.
Especially United, yeah.
I was thinking the other day, I wonder if it would be fair if we could have an England B team in the qualifiers. I reckon we'd do all right.
I think we would do well, yeah.
It's called Wales.
Wales, yeah.
Very good, very, very good, producer Jamie. I'll give him that one.
I just looked up at the screen before, by the way, and every team on the quadrant was attacking. I was like, where do I look?
I know.
It was Erling Haaland with the header, by the way.
Where did you look?
It was
all 4 of them at once. My eyes went.
Was that Haaland?
It was Haaland with the header off the crossbar. I mean, he's having some season, isn't he? Just freakish.
The epic boost at Haaland to score. I mean, I think that'll be one of the ones that people will think will land today.
Is there odds on him to break his own goal-scoring record?
No, I don't think we've got them, but we could probably put something together.
Yeah, I'd be interested to find out what that is.
Amazing.
Because he's on some season at the moment, and I think he's got a very good chance.
What's the number he got?
He set 36, 37. Sorry, my voice just went at the end there. I think something around that, and like it feels like at the moment, everything he touches turns into a goal, which was a surprise that one actually came off the crossbar.
It was a tough header there, wasn't it?
It was.
Directed goalwards. So there really is, plenty happening. Semenyo for Bournemouth. Left-hand side forces a save from the goalkeeper. And it's just really quick feet as well from him to go on the outside, then on the inside. His shot across Henderson is pushed away. So
he'll be unbelievable next year when he's playing for Arsenal.
You think it's Arsenal on that left-hand side, just made for him?
He's so impressive.
Bournemouth go top of the table, and the first thing they do is try and sell their best player, Antoine Semenyo.
So that is so big six of me.
I know.
That is so big.
But unfortunately for Bournemouth, you're probably right. That's how football works, right?
I think there's supposedly a release clause. I think in his new deal.
It's also amazing because
how much?
He was someone.
Not sure.
It's not been disclosed.
No, it's not been disclosed.
But he's someone who gave up football for a year because he just wasn't making waves at all.
Seriously.
And now he's here and he's just looking unbelievable, looking like any team.
Fantastic
story. It's a good job he came back to football, right? Because he'd have been a wasted talent not playing Premier League football.
How many more players do that? Do you think?
I wonder. That's a good question.
Are brilliant and never come back, and we never get to see them.
Well, I guess we'll probably never know, will we? Because we never would have known what they would have done. But that's. They
say the same about you, Sam, don't they?
Yes. No. If I wanted to, I could be feeding in Antoine Semenyo down the left-hand side for Bournemouth. So we are approaching the half an hour mark then in the Premier, in all the games really up and down the country. Latest scores: Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. Newcastle failed to score in each of their last 4 Premier League away games. Burnley leading Leeds by a 0-0. Igor Trukwu with a really, really good header. Burnley conceded the second most goals in the opening 7 Premier League games this season, 15 behind only West Ham. Bournemouth still leading 1-0 at Crystal Palace. Palace has scored the first goal in 5 Premier League games this season. Only City doing more so this season. That won't happen today though. City 0, Everton 0. Sunderland leading Wolves by a 0-0 in the Championship. The only goal so far, Hull 1 up at Birmingham, Charlton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Lee, I don't know if you have the power to find out this piece of information for me, but what on earth are Coventry doing? Because Coventry have been playing for 28 minutes and haven't scored yet. They've scored 27 goals in their opening 9 games this season, and yet haven't scored already. I mean, are they? Should we sack Frank Lampard? I mean, is it all going to go downhill from here on in?
What do you reckon he's
sort it out?
Marinakis has been on the phone to him already, and it's just unfair.
Oh, how dare you!
He had time just before the 3 o'clock start, didn't he?
Just half an hour, just
to give him a quick
why
bell,
Frank was on the phone.
A quick FaceTime in the showers while he was nothing untoward. Who was before the match?
Who's in the shower? Sorry,
Frank Lampard.
Why is Frank in the shower?
Well, just because he didn't want to get out of the main changing room because he's taking a call from Marinakis.
He's a manager. He doesn't have a shower, does he?
No, he's not having a shower. He's just going in there because that's when no one else is
hide
there.
The phone call. Yeah, hide the phone call.
He does shower with the players, and that's what.
that's why they're doing so well. It's just like team bonding.
So we got to the end of it. He didn't have a shower with the players before the game. They're not scoring goals. Figured it out for you.
That's a talkSPORT exclusive. That is. Frank Lampard didn't shower with the Coventry players because he was picking up a phone call from Marinakis. We are obviously taking the mick there. Mark, we should ask you about your lot, Derby. Derby losing against Oxford in the early game in the Championship. Sorry to remind you, but you are 22nd in the table, just 1 win from 10 games this season.
Yeah, it's been tough. I think we were quite aware that it might take a couple of months this season. We had a lot of players coming back from injury, a lot of players who weren't fully fit, a lot of players didn't have a pre-season. So we thought, end of September, early October, might see it click a little bit. And it did a little bit at Southampton a couple of weeks ago, but today was poor. And I feel like I'm sure there's pressure on Eustace. Personally, I wouldn't even be thinking about pulling the trigger yet.
Stick by him.
100%. I think he did a great job last season, and I think he is still getting these players back and getting them playing. And up to today, we looked like we were improving steadily week on week without necessarily getting great results. Today was poor, but yeah, it happens.
How great is that, Zach, by the way? 1 win in 10. Bottom 3 of the Championship, backing his manager. How refreshing is that to hear?
It is.
Honestly, I'm not trying to patronise you. But that is nice to hear. It's different, isn't it, than just sack him.
But that's also someone like who's watching every game and understanding that you are getting better over time with the manager.
Yes, as I say,
Right.
today was not a case of that.
Yeah, maybe one step back today.
Yeah, but you do have those potholes, don't you? As you
Yeah.
know, and it's one of those things. I still think he's the right guy, and I also don't think there's that much talent about.
Yeah.
If you're going to get rid of him, I don't know.
I've got a name for you. This, what's his name? Ange Postecoglou. Yeah, he could imagine that for a
Or it's
story.
the
Eh?
derby. Imagine that.
Bill like that one, didn't he? You right, Bill? Spurs fan, Bill. You know, he's probably you like Ange, don't you? No, he's no. Even do you know what? Even Bill, he guided his Spurs to a trophy, and even Bill doesn't like
Fickle.
him. Bang
Football
out of
fans are
order.
so fickle.
Literally,
You can say that
literally,
again.
right.
Yeah, you can say that again.
We have a goal, Lee, in the William Hill Scottish Premiership. Rangers home to Dundee today. Rangers leading by a goal to nil. Rangers starting the day 8th in the table. No Russell Martin, no manager, no problem.
To be fair, they haven't lost that fixture since 2010. I've been pretty close to that Rangers manager market this week. We've got friends up north, and it's been a fascinating week. The Gerrard situation went 1 to 10, more or less got the job, it seemed. Then obviously withdrew from the race. Then suddenly you had Danny Roll as the favourite, a former Sheffield Wednesday manager. When you looked at it, you thought to yourself, he's got hardly any experience in management. Sheffield Wednesday's only job as a manager, been a coach at some decent teams around Europe. But is that right? Is that the right appointment to go into Rangers Football Club in what is a pretty spicy, situation anyway? And the pressure that if you go up to Scotland, and if I don't know if you guys have been to watch them at Ibrox, it is like it's on. It's always on. That's just a big job for him. So he withdraws from the race. I mean, Kevin Muscat has always been the one who.
Oh, I think he might have been offside. Sorry, Lee.
No,
Beto with a chance for Everton. The offside flag did go up, Zach. But I think once in as Illiman and Dyer, who played a great ball into Beto, made a good run, just dragged his shot wide.
Yeah, Kevin Muscat was always so in 23 when Philippe Clement was given the job, he was in the reckoning for that. Didn't get that job, obviously. He was already managing in Japan, had won trophies there, gone to China. He won the title with Shanghai Port. He's now 4 games off winning it back to back again. He was a treble winner at Rangers as a player. He's a feisty individual. When you hear players talk about him, he was lethal, wasn't he?
He was a violent player.
Yeah, like they were like, leave the ball to him, don't go in.
And the rest.
So what I'm trying to say is he's got that thing about him. Players will respect him.
He would slot into the old.
He knows Rangers.
Yeah.
He's won the treble at Rangers. He's got that. He doesn't become available until November the 22nd when the Chinese Super League finishes. But they're talking about Neil McCann maybe taking over. Who will be his assistant?
Right.
He'll take over until Kevin Muscat comes over. So that's what they're saying at the minute. We've suspended the market. It was 1 to 8 to pick the job up. So looks like that probably will happen. But a lot of that is just kind of speculation from me. But that's what we've been told from Glasgow. So.
No, good stuff. Really, really good insight. That's watch that space. And I'm sure as and when that happens, we will let you know. Zach, and Man City coming any closer to breaking the deadlock at home to Everton?
Again, it's still Everton leading with the best chances. Beto, as you mentioned earlier, really I don't know. I feel like he should at least get it on target. Maybe it's a tough angle, right-footed. The ball's always kind of going away from the goal with the shot he picked. They have a corner, though, Man City, which is being cleared by Everton. You know what? Man City were kind of Man City-ifying the game for a little bit.
Which is just passing
keeping possession, kind of what Pep wants his team to do. But then Everton are managing to add a little bit of chaos to it, which is really causing City issues at the back, pressing well, getting the tackles in when they need to. Beto, as we said now, had 2 really good chances. It feels like he has to put one of them away. Everton probably unlucky not to be 1-up. City really haven't had any clear-cut chance just yet. So it does feel like Everton might be the first team to grab the goal.
We just saw a second there, didn't we, of Volta Messi, where Volta gets the ball outside the box and was so close to feeding Anthony Gordon through, Mark, via a nonchalant back flick, are we calling it?
Leeds!
I hate
Leeds hit the post.
Hit the post, yeah.
I don't know how he's not put it in. He's got a clear strike at goal. No defenders around him. Really well worked from Leeds to get it across the pitch from left to right. And basically,
Aronson, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the keeper gets a touch in it on the end, putting it onto the post. There's the left back's come
over. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Good save, or at least getting something on it from Dubravka.
He gets slid in. And he's almost got too much time to think about it. As the ball rolls across to him, he's got so much time to think about what he's going to do as he runs onto it. And the finish is poor. And Dubravka ends up coming off Dubravka and going onto the post. But yeah, Zach, you're absolutely right. That was a golden opportunity for Leeds to get back in that game after Ugo Chukwu gave Burnley the lead. Lee.
I don't know if you were listening to the warm-up earlier on, but someone pointed out it's Parker versus Farker.
Yeah.
So any rhyming management? I don't think they came up
Iriola v
anymore.
Guardiola.
Like it?
Oh,
Were you listening?
No,
that
someone else. Say again.
Oh, okay. I thought that was your own.
Oh no, God, no!
You
I'm
should take
nowhere
the credit,
near-
mate.
I'm nowhere. No, I wouldn't do that. Yeah. Have you guys got any on the spot?
On the spot like that? No,
that's pretty-
absolutely not.
Postecoglou, and that's a hard one to do, isn't it? That one.
Ange versus... No.
Yeah.
Mourinho, Nuno?
Mourinho, Nuno.
Stretching it. They didn't
Stretching it,
against
yeah.
each other,
Not-
did they?
This is my first goals of the season, and I don't know if you've already sort of covered this
Go on.
in the last few weeks, but can we talk about Anthony Gordon's headband?
No, we haven't. I like this though.
We did it early on. It
Listen,
was
have we done? Have we done?
I think
Gordon's
someone
headband?
mentioned it early on.
I did.
I do. No. Explain. I do like this sort of content.
Well, no, normally with a headband with a footballer, it's just like a piece of string. that
Yeah,
holds
thin.
the hairband.
Yeah.
His goes from his hairline, which seems to be sort of receding.
It's like a
at
medical
rate.
band, isn't it?
Yeah.
More so.
And all the way down to his sort of eyes, like just above
Yeah.
his eyes. Like it's sort of like his
Do you think that's like a
eyebrows.
superstitious thing?
I think he's got a tattoo there.
Naughty tattoo.
Something's going
Or
on
a love bite.
on his forehead.
All right, Lee. Been a bit.
He's showers.
Yeah, you remember that? Where you'd wear a roll neck or something like that?
Never happened to me, mate. I'm
No,
not.
not me
doing it. Honestly.
either. Mate told me once.
I'm not. Yeah. According to my mates, yeah, absolutely. Have you got any other, kind of like different, slightly quirky sound bites from the opening 7 weekends of the Premier League season for us, Mark?
Genuinely, that's it.
That's it.
That's the only thought. I've
Nothing
had
else
for the
has
last
come
5
to your
years.
mind.
I've got kids, man. What do you want me to say?
Wow.
Busy.
Yeah. Oh, congratulations, by the way.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Newborn baby for Mark.
Newborn baby
Well done.
from Mark, yeah.
Is she watching?
She'll be
Sleeping,
She'll
probably.
be, yeah,
Yeah.
she sleeps a lot in the day, crucially.
Yes.
Never at night.
And I'm sure your partner's hoping between 3 to 5 in particular.
Yeah.
Sleep and then wake up at 6 when you get
Perfect.
home. Right? Yeah, there we go. We got 10 minutes to go then, do we? What's catching our eye, guys, in the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League? I'll run you through the goals in the Premier League. What have we got? By the way, Nottingham Forest 0, Chelsea 3 was the early result today. Ange Postecoglou sacked. Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. 38 gone, no goals in that game yet, but looks a pretty open game of football. Burnley leading Leeds by a goal to 0. Leslie Ugo Chukwu after 18 minutes, but Aronson missing an absolute sitter for Leeds to level. Krupi gave Bournemouth the lead after 7 minutes away at Palace. Still Palace 0, Bournemouth 1. As things stand in the Premier League, Bournemouth are top. It's still seen 11-0, and while City are dominating possession, Everton have possibly had 2 of the better chances of the half. Beto missing 2 decent opportunities, and Sunderland leading Wolves by a goal to 0. We have another goal that's gone in the Championship. Stoke are leading Wrexham by a goal to 0. Stoke 1, Wrexham 0 is the score in that game. Stoke, Sorba Torres has created the most chances in the Championship this season, and he has scored the goal for Stoke to give them the lead at home to a Wrexham team who are struggling-ish as they are back in the second tier of English football. So Stoke 1, Wrexham 0, Charlton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Birmingham 1, Hull 1, and Coventry. Oh!
2-0 Bournemouth.
And it's Palace 0,
Groupie.
Bournemouth 2, and Bournemouth's incredible start to the season just continues and continues
Semenyo's
and
running.
continues. And this,
Winning the league. They're winning the
Zach
league.
J-Lab, is just a brilliant, brilliant finish.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's someone who Bournemouth have had their eyes on for a little while now. Ball comes out to him. There's a shot here of maybe who could end up being the manager of the season in Iriola. Some very interesting celebrations there from Krupi. Yeah, Antoine Semenyo down the left wing. Brilliantly, as always, beating his man. Chris Richards really struggling. Puts the ball in. Not the best. Poorly cleared, though,
Oh, it's a
from
good
Palace
finish.
on the volley. First time volley from Krupi, and it is... Henderson gets a hand on it.
No,
I
I
don't think he should do better.
I think
it's
he,
tough.
I think
It's tough.
I think he makes a good connection with it.
But it
I think-
comes
I think
from-
a goalkeeper of Henderson's quality. The
Yeah.
fact that he got down and got something on it, I think he'd be expecting to push that way. But once again, that comes down from Semenyo finding space down the left-hand side, putting in a dangerous ball. That finish, by the way, is hard because when Semenyo puts in the ball, takes a deflection, and it's almost going away from Krupi
Yeah.
as he runs onto it. And then the first time finish is great. Just remind people, Zach, watching, obviously Evan Nielsen not playing today for Bournemouth. I haven't seen, if I'm being honest with you, too much with Krupi. Just tell us a little bit about him.
So last couple of seasons, he's performed really well in France, done really, really good job, and been somebody and Bournemouth have this connection with, I'm pretty sure it's Lorient, I need to double check, but they've had this good connection with him because he was being looked at by other clubs, and there was like questions over the fee that Bournemouth got him for, where they kind of felt like they got him at a weirdly reasonably good price, and people questioning maybe their connections. Anyway, he came in, I think the deal was actually done last January, and in the end it was him joining in the summer. But they've need strikers every time they've done well with them. They obviously sold Dominic Solanke.
Oh, sorry, it's Inman and Dyer. I tell you what, Everton here.
They deserve to be ahead. They should be ahead.
I think it was Gay that got played in down the right-hand side, and his ball back across goal was put. Then comes out to Ilman Dye, who, by the way, is a fantastic player. Quick feet to go in and around a couple of players,
1-0
and his shot is saved. But there is a goal at the Amex.
Big Welbs.
Well back.
Who scored it, Mark
I was
Smith?
saying 10 minutes ago that Brighton haven't really got a cutting edge. They never had those killers. Well, actually, Zach was right. Welbeck is one of them, and he scored again here. Brilliant finish. He goes through one-on-one with the keeper, and it's the most calm, most delicate finish you're going to see. Little lift, straight over the top. Ball bounces into the net. Beautiful. 1-0.
He just guarantees you like 11 goals every
it's always that,
season.
isn't it? It's always 11.
It's never
Never
like
20.
it's never 20. And like if it was 20, he'd probably be playing maybe for a slightly different club. But he always gets there. He's 11 goals. He's always that man for Brighton.
Look at this finish.
It's
There he
so
goes.
well. Oh my god!
You just see Nick Pope rushing out, and he knows exactly what Pope's going to do. And as soon as he goes to the ground, he just nonchalantly
That is so good.
dinks the ball over the keeper.
Could
By
we
the way,
see-
so just Everton corner here at City comes into the box. Donnarumma gets something on it. Can they clear their line? City. Everton work it back out to Ilman Dye, whose first touch is just every time he's had
Dyer's
the
one
ball
of the
when
best
Dye.
dribblers in the league.
Yeah, I mean,
him and Grealish.
we're talking about Semenyo, who's taken
hit
to
another
level this
story.
season. But I think in Dyer as well, and it's obviously a team that are now strong.
A player that was playing non-league football as well in Dye. Another one who had
Yeah, and probably gone on the radar because of Grealish as well.
Yeah.
You know, Grealish is
A lot
kind
of headlines
have been
for
talking about him as well, isn't he? Saying like, look at him rather than looking at me.
In Dye, genuinely, it won't shock me if he ends up.
Chance for City.
Yeah, chance Doku saved.
well
down
done,
the
Everton.
clear. Yeah, on the counter attack, worked out to Doku. Pickford pushes it and parries it, and Everton managed to clear. Lots is happening.
In
Zach,
Dye, I was
back
going
to
to
you.
say really quickly, would not shock me if in say maybe this summer after a team goes through him and ends up.
Is there any player you're not trying to
it's
sell
just-
to Arsenal?
Are you an agent?
And Liverpool? Yeah.
Maybe I should
You get a 10% selling on fee.
Maybe I should do.
Are you Indy Clear?
Weirdly, he was brought up earlier.
He was actually brought up earlier, yeah.
But he is like so good. And you're right to say his dribbling is exceptional.
But it's also the quick. So like Semenya, I look at as being a bit more powerful and pacey.
Yeah.
Whereas Ndai just got that quick feet. I'm not saying Semenya can't do that. by
Skillful.
the
It's
way,
like
but he just
skillful.
goes in and out of players like that.
It is mega
Yeah,
impressive.
definitely different sort of players. But in Dyer's, close controls. It's
Oh,
unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And then Grealish on the other side when he's playing, when he's allowed
and
to
that's
play.
the point I was making, Mark. They just had someone a bit more clinical
Yeah,
up
man,
front.
I agree.
think they could be a really dangerous team this season.
I was going to say, by the way, this is a super out there shout. So out there.
I'm already looking forward to
I want
this
to
shout,
raise
Zach.
it.
Is it Chris Wood to Brighton?
No.
With a man who's got a Barney like that, I'm expecting outrageous shouts.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
No, it is. It's cool, man.
Danny Welbeck.
To go to the World Cup. Fair enough.
Could we see a Danny
so
Welbeck
we know
World
Harry
Cup?
Kane's number one.
Oh,
Hot
100%.
Hot take.
But like
Ollie Watkins is number 2 at the moment. I would say that is definitely a hot take left.
Solanke's
Not playing. Delap's injured. Tony's gone.
When he's doing goals like that, come on. It could be.
Yeah,
I think it's a terrible shout.
but we don't see that often enough, though, do we? It's kind of the point that we are making. But
Yeah, it's very
You're like a
out there.
reverse Walcott, where you're getting a much older guy.
a reverse walk, yeah, I like that. Do you think every year they should take the oldest England player in the Premier League? Like James Milner should keep going.
Well, Henderson's going,
to the
so
World Cup. Whoa. James Milner's not though, which is bang up.
They should take the oldest English guy there is in the country.
And that is in the whole country.
The squad.
Do you reckon?
For the, in the
Just for
whole,
vibes.
Just for vibes, man.
I think that would be really, really cool. Or they could take, yeah, I like that. Maybe we should make.
They went to the 2018 World Cup, didn't they? When with Southgate. In
Danny
Russia.
Welbeck, did he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he
2018?
did. Pretty sure he did.
So we're approaching half time then in our games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. Spuddy, what do you make, Zach, about Wolves? I mean, Mark earlier said that they play slightly better than their results.
They gave the
suggested. Did you agree with that?
I do agree, but like they've committed to the manager, give him a new contract, and I don't hate that either. I think when Vitor Pereira came in last season, he's done a really good job. They they're just kind of struggling all over the place. It's similar to what happened last season. At the back, they were very, very poor. I think their goalkeepers aren't great.
They've lost their best players.
And
as well, right?
exactly, yeah. When you lose Cunha, but there were arguments to say last season, actually, when Cunha didn't play as a team, they were better. But we've not really seen that so far this season. Strad Larson, who I think is such a good signing, obviously came in last year, but on loan, bought permanently this summer. I think he is a very, very good player, but he himself has also like struggled with injury coming in and out. So yeah, I do worry. I do worry for Wolves because they're playing Sunderland now, who again, we mentioned the Leeds Burnley game being a possible 6-pointer. This would be one of the games kind of marked on the calendar as a must-win for Wolves. I know it's away and Sunderland at home. We've already mentioned their record at home, but I do worry slightly for Wolves.
There are 4 minutes of time added on in that game. Mark, have you been pleasantly surprised at how good Everton have been this season as a whole going into the game today, 8th in the table?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Moyes is an excellent manager, and sometimes you have those sort of perfect marriages of a manager and a club. We had it with Steve McLaren at Derby, and he was just sort of made for that club. And then as soon as he sort of found out Newcastle were interested, he was off and realised, you don't always have this relationship. It's difficult.
That's football for you, isn't it?
Exactly. And Moyes with Everton just seems perfect. He's got that front four. I know you don't like Beto, but in terms of the three behind him, I like that. I think Garner's really upped his game this season. Idrissa Gueye is everywhere. I think he's probably the first player you could maybe upgrade in that midfield. But at the back, very good. Yeah, I mean, all over, I think they've been a huge improvement. And they're fun to watch. And it's nice that it's happening at a time when they're in a brand new stadium. There's something really, really sort of romantic in a football sense about that.
West Brom taking the lead at home to Preston. West Brom 1, Preston 0. Preston starting the day 4th. West Brom 7th, just outside the playoffs.
I need that.
Since the start of September, only Sheffield United and Norwich have won fewer championship points than West Brom. That's remarkable. While in that time, Preston have won the 4th most points in the division. But today, West Brom are leading Preston by a goal 2-0. So we are just approaching half-time then. So what do you, on a serious note with Bournemouth, if 5th place, let's say, I think, Liverpool, Arsenal, City, most people have got kind of the top three, possibly Chelsea, look, the next best. But we know 5th place could almost certainly go
be a
Champions League. I mean, Bournemouth, you can argue, look, as good or as strong as Spurs, stronger than your Villa, Newcastle's, obviously Man United's. I mean, if 5th place goes Champions League, Bournemouth the next best, I think.
They could very well have a good chance at that. Oh, I mean, they've nearly conceded there.
Yeah, Mateta with a chance, well safe, close range by Petrovic, still 2-0 Bournemouth, Zach.
No, indeed. And the thing that they have that goes to them, a lot of those other clubs you mentioned, like the Villa and the ones that would also kind of compete with them, have European football to play. And they and Bournemouth don't have that. They can kind of focus on the training ground. And as I said before, that's where they are finding so much success with Iriola and on
it's
kind
just
of
so
the
early,
system.
though, isn't it?
It is
October,
early.
and their squad is small.
100%. And all it takes is an injury to, say, Semenyo.
One injury to a keeper.
Or even just the form, as we said earlier on, Semenyo's form is fantastic. 6 goals. He scored 6 of their 11 before today. Now, that's changed a bit now. I've obviously got 2 goals from another player today. But that form, he hasn't displayed a season-long form like that. He's 11 goals last season in 37 games. He's got 6 in 7 this, so he could just go. He just could blow up. But will he suddenly be a 23 goal a season player?
I mean,
he might be, but I'm just saying he probably will bottom out at some point. He probably will get to mid-teens in goals. So where do the rest of the goals come from?
Well, that's kind of what happened a little bit last season. Then Justin Kluivert just started popping up and scoring hat tricks. And I do think they have those players there. Kripke today with 2 goals from it. Obviously, Semenyo doing well. He won't actually get the assist for his goal, but he does the effort to get it into it. And so, I mean, from Bournemouth's point of view, that's what they could maybe have a little secret aim to try and do. I think European football it would be a fantastic achievement for Bournemouth. And then they'll go into next summer. I'm sure they'll end up losing a couple of players again, unfortunately.
But you wouldn't panic now, would you?
You wouldn't panic. And I think they're showcasing time and time again. The big one is if Iriola left. That would be the big one. And they got a lot of stick, remember, when they sacked Gary O'Neill to bring in Iriola.
And he got off to a really bad start.
And he got off to a really bad start. But again, the underlying, the stats and everything behind it was saying that Bournemouth were looking good.
But is that an issue of the upper management at Bournemouth that they've got their stuff together as well.
Yes, yeah,
the same with the Brighton can lose a manager
definitely.
and another one plugs in.
For as well as Forest were doing last season, we're now looking at maybe putting the criticism onto the board. I mean, Manchester United are one that is always being looked at within the board. Chelsea's board are always being spoken about it. It's just what football is nowadays. The upstairs is such a crucial part of football being played well.
and the
on
manager
pitch.
is much more of an employee now. Than he was.
Exactly. But the whole point, especially from like a Bournemouth side, is that okay? It means if Iriola does move on, we've already got the system and the players in place or the replacements in place to continue the same project.
Yeah.
It would be. I'm sure if you're a Bournemouth fan, you wouldn't be excited to see him go at all.
Sure, but they know it's happening.
Exactly.
The board know it's happening at some point.
Exactly.
They'll have some
and again, like they did so well with this new board. You've got to remember, it was quite a new board that they made the decision to move on from O'Neill. And so, yeah, I think they'll be very excited. And again, Bournemouth become a very attractive prospect. You know, they can attract these players where it goes, look, we're happy to sell you eventually, but like come here and we'll give you make your name here. We'll give you lots of minutes. We now have possibly, again, very early, but they could possibly have European football. They're a really exciting project and doing very, 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 very well. Can they get Champions League football? Why not?
Chance for Nick Voltemada right on the stroke at half-time at Brighton. Tonali with a free kick into the back post. Voltemada get his head on it, and it just goes over. Charlton, go on, Lee.
Just one thing on Bournemouth, and it's becoming a bit of a thing, isn't it, where maybe not Champions League football, but getting into Europe. Obviously, we had Forest last season, didn't we?
Yep.
We had Brighton did it.
Yeah, Brighton have done it.
Two
They got
seasons
to the quarter
ago.
Europa League,
Yeah, and then obviously Newcastle kind of broke into that. Villa, of course, weren't a perennial European team by any stretch. They got fourth, didn't they, this season before last? So it's becoming a thing where teams are breaking into that.
It's like the traditional big six of almost
Or failing.
not really like that right now.
West Ham,
Two of them.
West Ham was seventh, 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah,
weren't
well,
they?
they
So
finished.
there's always one, isn't
Yeah.
there? And obviously the more, through the coefficient, the more places we get, obviously it becomes easier
Helps
to,
out.
we as the Premier League, I mean.
Charlton doubled their lead at home to Sheffield Wednesday, 2-up. Hull regained the lead away at Birmingham, 2-1. So half-time then, all of our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Burnley 1, Leeds 0. Bournemouth top of the table as things stand, 2-up away at Palace. The only game goalless, perhaps surprisingly, at the Etihad. City 0, Everton 0. Sunderland 1, Wolves 0. We'll take a very quick break on talkSPORT Goals. And then when we come back, we'll be watching the second halves. Back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. It's Sam Ellard, Mark Smith, Zach J-Lab, who's in great form this afternoon, and Lee Phelps.
Hey, what about me? What's going on here?
I appreciate that.
Favoritism. This is favoritism.
No. To be fair, in Zach's defence, by the way, he's been here since 12:30,
Oh, okay.
and has been in good form. I'm not saying you don't get all sensitive, mate. I'm not saying you're not in good
He's on
form.
my side over here. It just feels like you're really going for me there.
Come on, never.
That's how Ange got sacked.
You haven't,
I can't wait to read about that tomorrow morning. By the way.
you haven't done, you know what I mean? Yeah.
And Lee Phelps, bang average as always. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0, Burnley 1, Leeds 0, Palace 0, Bournemouth 2, City 0, Everton 0, Sunderland 1, Wolves 0. The 5 scores at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. Mark, who's been in great form, your attention's been on Brighton Newcastle.
Yeah, it feels sarcastic now. It's been an interesting game. Good start from Newcastle. Looked good. Gordon down the left, getting lots of the ball. But as the game sort of grew, Brighton really came into it. And looked dangerous. Baleba looks like he's, I'm not going to say he's back to last season's form just yet, but he looked like he's much more dominant than he's been over the last.
Yeah.
The last 5 or 6 weeks hasn't been great from him. And then Danny Welbeck, and we talked about him before. But
Take him to the World Cup. That's the...
Get him on the plane. Get him on the plane.
Yeah.
A wonderful finish from him, like a really beautiful goal, and rightly so. I think deserved 1-0 lead at half time.
Zach, you've mainly been focusing on the only game at 3 o'clock that's goalless.
Yeah, Manchester City, Everton, and it really should be Everton. That should at least be 1-0 up. Beto having 2 really good chances, one especially doing some, from Ndai, doing some great work on the right wing. Kind of felt harder to miss, to be quite honest, but he did. He made an interesting substitution last time before the international break with the striker at half-time, David Moyes being, where he took off Barry or Beto, and it kind of changed the game in Everton's favour. I wonder if he'll be thinking about the opposite substitution this weekend today. But at the moment, Everton definitely unlucky not to be 1-0 up.
And Lee, I guess the probably standout result at the moment is that Bournemouth are winning away at Palace, and Bournemouth are currently top of the Premier League.
Yeah, but it'll change the odds in terms of that top 5. Won't change them much for the Premier League title. But the other one that's interesting at the minute is, I mean, the City Everton 0-0. City are still odds on to win this, even though it's 45.
Is that surprising?
I thought they might creep a bit closer to even money because it's when you're betting in play and you get a game like this where you still think City will win. You're just waiting for them to go even money because they were obviously a very short price before the game.
Yeah.
So you're almost kind of thinking, get to even money, and it might not quite get there, but 4-7 at the minute, that's probably
That's a good price, you think?
well. As soon as it's not, I'd rather wait for another 10 minutes to get it to evens, rather than maybe 60-minute mark if you can wait that long, because we know Man City in the past they were a bit like Barcelona, where when Pep was there, they just grind you into submission, and something happens around the 60-minute mark where they get you.
Yeah.
Where you go out after the half-time, Moyes sends them out, they're all focused, Everton go out, and then they just drop off a touch, and City get you around the 60-minute mark. So I expect them to... I'd hang on and wait for that one. The other one, just on the Leeds match at Burnley, excuse me, it's been all Leeds since Burnley scored. A lot of it, I mean, they've only had a couple of shots on target, but when you look at the momentum of the game, Leeds have really poured it on since that goal went in. Currently, Leeds 4-1 to win it. The draw is over 2-1, and Burnley just a touch of odds on. So Burnley are a bigger price to beat Leeds with a goal up than City are to beat Everton at half-time.
And maybe now's a good time, Lee, to ask you about the 5:30 game today, Fulham Arsenal.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I like. We said beforehand that I like Arsenal to win and both teams to score. It's around 5-2. We've watched a lot of Fulham. They're a classic 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon team, aren't they? But they've been good in patches. But the last 2 games conceded 6 goals, scored 1, lost 3-1 twice. I mean, they've got a great record against Fulham as well. They're good as scoring in each of the last 20 games. Lost once in the last 14. I do fancy Fulham to get a goal, but I think they'll concede 2 or 3. So that Arsenal to win and both teams to score is 12-5. Both teams to score has landed in each of the last 4 head-to-heads between them, and Fulham have scored in all the home games so far this season. So yeah, I'll go 1-3 Arsenal.
1-3 Arsenal. That's the 5:30 game today in the Premier League. talkSPORT Goals takes one more break. Then when we come back, can Bournemouth remain top of the Premier League? Will City break the deadlock at home to Everton? Can Sunderland continue their incredible home run? Is there a way back for Newcastle? talkSPORT Goals back in a couple of minutes' time. A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Gold. T-Boy Jamie, good effort, round of applause. What a guy.
Thank you, mate.
Oh.
Superstar.
I mean, I can't believe he's left the tea bags in, but anyway, what can you do? Bang.
I like a teabagging, you know.
I am joking. It is talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. It's Sam Ellard, Mark Smith, Zach J-Lab and Lee Phelps with you. So, we are approaching the second half then in our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Brighton versus Newcastle. Brighton leading thanks to a wonderful finish from Danny Welbeck just before half-time. Newcastle haven't scored in their last 4 away games in the Premier League, which is quite remarkable. Yep. And today, still searching for a goal. They'll need to find a goal in the second half to avoid defeat. Burnley leading Leeds by a goal to nil. Ugochukwu scoring after 18 minutes. Palace 0, Bournemouth 2. Bournemouth, as things stand, top of the Premier League, although it is obviously very early days. City 0, Everton 0. Everton have won 6 of their last 10 Premier League games. That's as many as their previous 27 beforehand. And Sunderland are winning at home against Wolves by a goal to nil. Sunderland have earned 7 points in their 3 Premier League home games this season. They could make it 10 from 4. Pretty healthy numbers in the Championship at 3 o'clock. Not too many goals about. Hull 2-1 up away at Birmingham. Charlton leading Sheffield Wednesday by 2 goals to nil. Sheffield Wednesday, of course, starting the afternoon second bottom in the table. Sheffield Wednesday have conceded the most goals in the Championship this season. Coventry starting the weekend top of the table. Middlesbrough went top after winning last night. Coventry 0, Blackburn 0. Surprising result there, especially given the fact that Coventry haven't scored yet this afternoon. 27 goals they've scored already this season. The Liam Manning derby, Norwich 0, Bristol City 0. Bristol City are one of 3 sides unbeaten away from home in the Championship this season. Bristol City could record successive away wins in the league at Norwich for only the second time. Sheffield United bottom, drawing at home to Watford. Stoke 1, Wrexham 0. West Brom 1, Preston 0. The 7:45 kickoff is Leicester versus Portsmouth. Underway then in the games in the second half in the Premier League. Zach, City Everton, does it feel like the kind of game where City's quality in the end might just prevail?
I think when you have someone like Erling Haaland in your side, you're always going to have that chance. You're always going to have that option. He makes a half chance into nearly a full chance every single time. He's just so elite at it. He's such a finisher. He's such a bully, to be honest, at times. What I will say is I don't think City have really got him into the game whatsoever. Their best chance coming from that corner where he managed to get his head onto it but hit the crossbar. Apart from that, I don't really feel like I've seen City too lethal at the moment, not compared to Everton. Everton just playing really well, pressing when they need to, closing down, having the chances, and Dye having some fantastic fun out there in the first half. Beto just started the second half, and you know one of my most frustrating things I think strikers do sometimes: ball at the top, and when they're in a running race with the centre back, and they just very quickly put the hands on the back of the defender goes down.
Yeah.
Silly.
You know as soon as you put any hand on him in any sort of
but otherwise it looked like he was going to beat him in the running race, and instead he gave away a foul for that silly decision.
And Mark, a couple of changes for Newcastle at halftime.
Yeah, looks like Lewis Miley's come on. And was it Jacob
Murphy?
Yeah. I think with Newcastle, you mentioned a minute ago, they haven't scored many away goals this season.
None?
Is it none at all? Well, yeah. Voltemade, I mean, he does look like he's got something quite special. I don't want to say he's got, good feet for a big man. He's got good feet for a large. Good feet for a large man. But he looks like he can do things. He can make things out of nothing. And I can't foresee that, this goalless run's going to go on for much longer. It might not be broken today because Brighton are pretty solid. But, Newcastle, I've got a feeling might do something this half. Gordon looks pretty lively as well today, even with that massive forehead he's wearing.
Leave the man's forehead alone, man.
I mean, alone, and I won't.
I would love him, though, to score and unveil a new tattoo, which he's just been waiting to unleash on the world. Lee, what odds, if people are watching right now and they've got the William Hill app out in front of them, which I'm sure they would do, what would you be recommending to them?
There's a couple of bets that I like. There's one that we mentioned on the preview show, and that was Justin Kluivert. Remember, we had that. There was a stat around the goals that he scores. He's got a remarkable record of scoring away goals, and also late goals. So 3 of his last 4 have been after the hour mark, and 10 of his last 12 have been away from home in the Premier League. He's 7-1 to score in this game. Obviously, they're already 2 up, and you'd imagine. Palace will pour on now and leave some gaps. There's a price boost at the minute, 25-1 for him to score from outside the area. I'm not sure where the traders have got that one from, but it's worth a look. But yeah, Justin Kluivert has got a bit of a knack of scoring away from home and late on. And one of the other ones we talked about was Brighton, 22 yellow cards.
Yeah.
There were 5 yellow cards ahead of anyone else before this weekend. Actually had none in the first half. Just having a look at some of their players who might be candidates for a booking. Mats Wiffer, 3 yellow cards already this season. He's made 3 tackles in the first half. 2 of those were successful, but he's kind of the most. Is put in the most tackles of any Brighton player in the first half. So as Newcastle try and get back in that, maybe Wiffer to have a yellow card might be worth a look as well.
And Newcastle did, Mark, a short while ago, nearly get back into it.
Yeah, Dan Burn with a great cross from the left-hand side into that corridor of uncertainty.
Nice.
They used to call it, didn't they? Yeah, lovely ball. No one quite on the end of it. Voltemaier nowhere near it, really. I'm not sure if he is that proper number 9 that gets on the last shoulder every time, as good as I think he is. But yeah, lovely ball, lovely stuff. And a moment or two after that, Carlos Baleba with some
Yeah, it was
beautiful
outrageous.
skill in the middle of the park.
International break thing, isn't it? We talked a lot about it, before the matches and in the preview that, it's hard to know whether scoring a goal for Germany, his first senior goal for Germany, obviously is a massive boost, but how much does it take out of a player that they go away and play a significant part in 2 games and all the emotion that goes into scoring your first senior goal for your country, and then you come back? Surely it starts to get to about 60 minutes when you start to feel in your legs a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see if Voltemaier can back it up, because he's been brilliant so far.
You love that 60-minute thing, don't you?
Yeah,
you
I do
love
like it. Our mark.
Totem of the match.
Me and Zach have both made a noise. That might be the best yellow card you might see all season, because Sarr took the ball past Senesi, was going through on goal. He gets taken out. It's been given as a yellow, and I think it was given as a yellow possibly because the touch takes him away from goal, and I think there might have been a Bournemouth player that was coming round for cover.
Like, I think he should keep going. He's going to get that ball.
I think he gets caught.
He nearly keeps going by rolling into the goal.
There is actually not much contact, is there, from Senesi when he comes in?
I don't know if he catches him after the challenge.
I think he does, yeah. I think it's his left foot.
Still, though, I think it was a very brave decision from Senesi. I think he's lucky the fact that his other defender is just left
On the cover.
And it's basically referee's call on whether he thinks he's...
Yeah, I think that's right for him to be a yellow card.
I agree.
I did wonder if Sarr was almost... Could he have... Because if he did... This angle
Here's the angle here.
If he doesn't go down, he's got great...
He's going away from goal, I guess, too.
Diakite could easily come round and stop the shot. So, yeah, it's right not to be a red card. So, I think in the end, that's probably a really good yellow card, isn't it, from
Definitely.
from Senesi, because Sarr would have been in then.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. I mean, it looks like the Palace players are still... Oh, he's going to VAR.
Looking at it.
Ooh.
I think that would be silly.
He's a covering player and he's going away from goal. I don't think it can be.
Yeah, I think that Diakite has the chance to come round and make it very hard to
But
get
does anyone
that
have
shot away.
confidence that we understand the rules?
So
that the VAR
I feel like
guys
with this one, I understand the rules. The denial of a goal scoring opportunity.
Yeah, but why are we
Yeah,
played it so
but
quickly?
if they're going to VAR, it's because they think there might be something there.
else to it, yeah.
But this should be referee's decision. Like, rather than them looking at it, just go to the ref. Go have a look at this, mate. We're not saying either way, but maybe you just want to have a look at the other angle to see if you're happy with your decision.
Oh,
Like,
mate, then imagine how many times they get sent over then. If the VARs are not sure, and then you're telling them.
Okay, good. No, don't.
Oh, he's going over. He's in trouble here.
Oh.
He's in trouble here.
We saw one last time, didn't we?
What was the one last time?
We saw it go
Oh.
to the, it was...
No, we got that wrong.
You're 2-2
no, I
on,
mean,
by the
but
way.
they went there, didn't they?
Shot.
Yeah. So Senesi's going over here. He could be
He knows
in trouble
it as
here.
well, look at him.
Yeah. So yes or no? If he doesn't make that tackle, do you think that Sarr is guaranteed to get a shot away 1-on-1?
No.
Zach?
No.
He's a quick boy.
Lee?
He's quick. You're not guaranteed. Your
I
point
think
is
you can get
guaranteed.
shot, whether it's a guaranteed goal. That's the thing, isn't it?
Well, not a goal scoring
But
opportunity.
a guaranteed
But
great
what-
opportunity.
Yeah, it's got to be like a good opportunity. I don't know. This is where football's so subjective. I want him to stick with his decision.
The more I
think
look at
he's
it
made
now,
the
the
right
more I look
call.
at it now,
looks closer
I
on there,
feel,
doesn't it?
no, the more I look at it now, I actually think that Diakite is further away than I maybe initially thought.
He is, but this
And you're right, possibly Sarr's touch takes him bearing down on goal, and possibly he would have got a 1-on-1 chance away. So I feel like as the more I'm seeing it, maybe my opinion changes.
I think both. I think if if you went either way, I get it.
Okay, but I'm gonna have to push your decision here, Zach. You are paid here to give the opinion.
Yeah.
You're getting paid.
That's a good point. Yeah. It's just-
You won't do if you don't see.
Yeah,
don't get
I
off
will
the
say
fence.
I think it's not. I think it's not a red card.
So you say yellow card. Mark, you're pretty certain yellow card.
I agree.
I'll be honest with you, I'm actually going to be a bit of a bottle job. I did say originally no, but I just think there.
That's what VAR's for, isn't it? You can
No
change it.
shot, and I think I'm changing my mind. Oh, but then
Because I
again,
also think
it goes a bit
Sarr
away.
goes down way
No,
too easily.
I think it was a goal scoring opportunity. Now I've seen it on that
Yes.
angle. All right.
You're
He's
saying
pushed
red.
it.
Producer Jamie says red as well.
I think it's red.
Bill? He's gone like that. He literally doesn't care.
But
Unbelievable,
what I will
Bill.
say is if he keeps to his decision, I think either decision he does, he's going to. Oh, God.
Try telling that to the ball. Oh, he's going to change his mind. Well, he's gone like this. We can't hear his explanation, but it looks like, given the fact that he's changed his
Why has
decision.
it also got to be so robotic? Why can't it just be like, look, I've looked at the
Yeah,
replay.
basically, you're last man.
I think
I'm
you're
giving
last
you a red
man.
card.
I can see both
The
sides.
introduction of him.
No, I think has he stayed? I think he stayed. He stayed. Well done, referee. Well done, referee.
Oh,
that is so rare. I
massive
think that's just
favourite.
saying from looking at the.
He's
that's
looking at it. Okay, so again, this is something that doesn't happen often, and I think we like to see this, Mark. You must be happy because you said yellow card.
I'm
He
happy with
thought
that.
yellow card.
I also
He's
said
had a look at
something.
it and sticks with it.
I think that the introduction of hearing the referees' voices when they speak is a disastrous one.
Why?
How can you? They don't have any authority anyway, really. But when you hear them talk and they sound like a cartoon dog or whatever,
That's
it's
my
just
issue with it. It's
mad.
too structured.
Why
their
do you sound like
conversation.
that? Why
Let
are
them
you
just
so
talk normally. Let them talk normally. I completely.
Why are your
agree.
voices so squeaky? In American
Sorry, a
sport,
cartoon dog.
In American sport, when they do it, you go, "All right, that sounds like a military man."
Yeah.
This guy.
But can you do an impression then of what they?
Yeah, sure.
Here we go.
I've looked at VAR. Whatever, man. I'm not listening anymore. Just put it on the screen.
Number
Oh.
26
Humiliate it. For all of it.
takes down number 17.
The one I love, there's an Australian ref, and just I don't know, just
Jared Gillett.
Yeah, just
Jared
the
Gillett.
Australian
Yeah,
voice
yeah,
just
yeah.
gets me. So Senesi then
Good
is
decision.
going to stay on the
Well
pitch.
done, ref.
Yeah.
We criticise them a lot. Let's say fair play when they've got it right there.
I just like it. I just like
takes some
to.
balls to do
I
that
just
as well.
like it to be that. Just because every time they go to the screen, everyone goes, "Oh, that's it." That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Now, I'd like that to change now,
Defo.
bit by bit, so it's not an absolute. Oh, yeah, that's it. They're definitely going to change.
Yeah,
it.
so that's a good decision for all of us. I think we're all happy with that.
Yeah.
Very happy with that.
Yeah, you know what?
Let's
I think
carry on.
we'll all
Well
move on
done,
from that
Senesi.
and say fair play. What a referee. We have a goal in the Championship. I don't know what Coventry were doing for the first 56 minutes of their game
Half-time
at
show.
home to Blackburn. Excuse me?
Half-time shower. And then they score.
He rejected the job. That was what he did. He's rejected the not
Sets us in.
job and they've scored.
Oh, it's-
Get your mind. This cold sent you crazy, Lee, hasn't it? Well, I was about to tell you. I'm trying to be professional on
Sorry,
the show. Coventry. I've taken the lead at home to Blackburn. Coventry 1, Blackburn 0. So Coventry would move back to the top of the Championship. It's a lovely cup of tea, isn't it, Zach? Coventry go back to the top
And I've
of
got
the
to say,
Championship.
when Frank Lampard was mentioned earlier in regards to the Forest job, I think I don't know why you'd leave Coventry at the minute.
No, I know. He's got it so good there, hasn't he?
Unbelievable.
They've got such an exciting team. They play really, really good football. And I have to say, Haaland scores! Yeah, there we go. I'm not sure what Erling Haaland was doing for the first 56 minutes, but it is vintage
That's all it
Erling
takes.
Haaland. And City have not been at their best here, but it's a cross on the left-hand side. Haaland heads into the ground, and most importantly, he heads into the back of the net. Zach J-Lab.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I was trying to say earlier about him. When he's in that side, you can just put any kind of ball into him and he can make something from it. The crossing is absolutely fine. Haaland's got that amazing leap where it feels like he's just like a huge building in the air. Manages to do a decent header, puts it into the ground, into the back of the net. It's a really good ball down to the left wing. I'm trying to see that.
I think that's O'Reilly's cross, I think.
O'Reilly, really, nice little dink in. And then Erling Haaland jumping taller than anybody else.
So, but by the way,
it's so hard to mark.
Just on the O'Reilly, I think the O'Reilly ball is better than, because he has to run onto it. It's not far from the byline. What he does well is he almost just stands it up into a danger area where you just know Erling Haaland's going to be. And Haaland he gets up, doesn't he? I mean, he
That's
makes
the
that
thing.
jump look easy.
Haaland's
powerful
6'5".
header into the ground. It's such a good header, but he makes it look so easy. 'cause
He
does it
How
all the
high is
time.
he when he heads it? 8'5"?
Exactly. And like defenders are normally pretty tall at like 6'2", 6'3", but when Erling Haaland is 6'5"
Him
and he's
and
jumping,
Ronaldo, like that kind of hang.
the vertical,
That just,
Yeah.
Got a few though, Lee, because it was before 60 minutes.
yes. What are we on?
58.
No, it doesn't count, I'm afraid.
And a sub, Jeremy Doku doesn't look happy, but he's being substituted. So is Reinders. I think Oscar Bob was one of the players that was coming on.
Mm-hmm.
And
Bernardo Silva.
Bernardo Silva, there you go.
Shouldn't look happy, should they?
No, I agree
I wouldn't
with
be
you.
happy
No,
if I
no,
got substituted.
No, well,
Well,
Sam,
if you took me off now, I'd be annoyed.
well, I've got some bad news for you, but Sam Norris is doing it next Sunday with us. He's been banging down the door. So
I'd be disappointed.
Lee Phelps out, Sam Norris in a week
I
Sunday.
don't mind if I'm not coming up here, but if I came all the way here, then you substituted me halfway through, I'd be disappointed.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be kicking things on the way out, kicking a bucket.
Oh, would you really? Okay, good. So you should. Man City 1, Everton 0. Does it feel a little bit harsh on Everton, Zach?
No, I mean, I will say the second half so far, Everton haven't maybe continued what they were doing previously. But yeah, that's the thing with City. When you've got Erling Haaland, they always have the capability to put down a creative ball, to put a cross into the box, and he can just finish them like he did there. He, as we said earlier, he's going for that gold record that he has. He's on some sort of form at the moment. He's probably, it's between him and Kane at the moment for who's the best striker in the world, and they're both doing a fantastic job.
It must be a dream being a City midfielder, because you could just hang 30 balls up a season.
Yeah.
And probably got 5 assists.
I was actually looking at before the weekend because I thought there's no value in backing Haaland to score, even though it's one of the things that you think will happen most
you
weekends.
said on Thursday there was no value in the Haaland hat-trick.
Well, it was 11-1.
So that's how short he is to score a hat-trick, yeah.
But then, so you start looking at who's going to provide the assist.
Yeah.
And it's just so spread across the.
Yeah,
it's like O'Reilly's got a few, Foden's got them. Everyone's set him up. It's like there's no real pattern to it. It just depends who's playing each, and he changes his team so often. It's hard to keep a track of it. But yeah, Haaland to score is just very short price, but it keeps happening. And it was one of the 10 epic boosts this weekend for him to score. So anyone who's backed that will have been paid out on that one already.
Garner had Everton work a ball in from the right. It picks out Garner at the back post. His shot was a weak shot, but it took a deflection, and it just went wide. And Everton players, Zach, want something here, don't they?
They are.
James Tarkowski is going over, so Garner has the ball in the box. As he gets the shot away with his left foot, it does come off Bernardo Silva's arm.
It does.
Would you argue that as Bernardo Silva goes to ground to try and block it, is his arm in a natural position? I think it might be there. I think it definitely is.
Describe to you what the handball rule is anymore.
This is what I mean.
That was given.
The referee's confirmed the corner. I would say as Bernardo Silva went to block the shot, it did come off his arm. But his arm was close to his body in natural position, I think.
That's a Champions League handball. That's a Champions League handball.
It's the same sport.
A UEFA handball. Exactly. Like I feel like the handball rule's so messy all the time now. But well done.
Oh, Donnarumma! I tell you what, Donnarumma has just punched away a really good, dangerous corner into the box. Beto wasn't far away from heading it. I believe that it's now the new sort of phrase is if you're supporting your body in your motion.
It's a natural position.
Given as and I think it's fair there that was
a. I agree. It shouldn't be a handball.
A natural. No, and common sense prevailed there, didn't it?
So many positions are natural though in football. That, I know that because.
No, but sometimes though,
but a lot of the time, like you are leaping and the way you're jumping.
Yeah, like elbows.
This is what it is.
We wish Jack Wilshere, don't we, the best of luck at Luton in League One. talkSPORT's Jack Wilshere, although not off to a very good start, losing at home to Mansfield by 2-0. West Brom double their lead at home to Preston. Their job and a goal for Sheffield United as well. Sheffield United, bottom club Sheffield United, are leading Watford by a goal 2-0. Sheffield United lost 8 of their first 9 league games this season. Mark, you are support team in the Championship and Derby. Who do you fancy to go up?
I don't care. I don't care. It's like they're in a different league to us.
Haaland scores again.
But it's that exact same thing. Like, it's not even that great of an opportunity. He's got bodies all around him. Savinho controls the ball in the box, plays it just back about, I don't know, inside the penalty box, but not that far or not that close towards the goal. He just has a shot, goes between Everton's legs, might even take a little nick.
Yeah, I'm looking at the goalkeeper as well here.
Yeah, Jordan Pickford just signed that new contract.
Replay, yeah.
But this is what he does. Suddenly, you don't even mention him.
He looks like even more so.
He looks hungry, doesn't he?
Really,
I agree with that.
He does. It's a great little control there from Savinho and Erling Haaland, good movement to lose his man, drops back.
I tell you what though, we should give an assist to Jordan Pickford because it does take a little deflection. But this angle here, we got an angle here behind the goal. Haaland shot.
Kind of like, it feels almost like a bit of a scuff from Haaland. Like it's not.
It's an awful goalkeeping. Yeah, it's bad goalkeeping.
He deflected off Tarkowski, didn't it? I think
keeper should still save it.
I think it's a little bit critical on Pickford.
Oh, I think that is a bit.
I think Jordan Pickford is one of the best goalkeepers in the league. For a goalkeeper of his quality,
2
I think
yards
he should
in front of him and it's moved.
If anything, I'm paying him a compliment because I rate him that highly. I think he should save that.
Does that put Haaland now in double figures in the league? Does that put him obviously one away now at least? He's on some kind of record at the moment. And that was 8 games. He is absolutely bulldozing it. And this is what he does. we mentioned him once when he hit the crossbar in the first half. That was it. Didn't see him really have another chance. Now it feels like, as we mentioned before, might get that hat-trick.
Oh, Palace have a goal back, but I think the offside flag goes up. Yeah, really good ball. Gets drilled across goal. Mateta from close range puts the ball into the back of the net. I think the offside flag would have gone up on Munoz, who put the ball into the box, not Mateta. But we will obviously wait and have a look. Palace 0, Bournemouth 2. I don't know if it was Munoz on the overlap. Go on, Lee.
I was going to say that's one of the epic boosts Mateta to score in that game.
Munoz is miles onside. Knees onside.
I think that's a goal.
That's a goal. Munoz is onside, and the ball goes back
behind the ball. Yeah.
Yes, that's a goal. That's going to be a goal.
That's going to be a goal. Yeah, VAR, have a look at that. That'll be a goal.
I'd love to know who he's given offside there. Who he thinks is offside.
I think he thinks.
Is he Mateta's offside?
He must be because Munoz was so onside.
Yeah. So this.
You're 2-2 as well on here, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And the Haaland hat-trick.
Yeah. So this should take not long here because Munoz is onside, and then are we right in saying when he puts the ball into the box, Mateta is way behind? Oh, they're checking. Sorry,
what's that
even
then?
before that.
I don't know who that.
So the ball comes into Mateta in the build-up, which they're now checking to be offside.
Okay.
But I think he looks onside there as well.
I see yellow shirt behind him there.
So I think yellow.
Pink.
You colourblind?
I am colourblind, yeah.
It's pink, not yellow, yeah. It's definitely not yellow. We shouldn't laugh though. It's not funny.
Hey, come on.
Well, sorry. I think. Well, so there's 3 possible offsides here, and we think all 3 are onside.
It looks like there's a Bournemouth player behind Mateta there.
I think this is just a goal, and this should hopefully be dealt with quite quickly.
I mean, I'm sure it's going to take lots of time.
When will it ever be dealt with quickly?
No, but this one, I think we've all. I mean, the replays look pretty inclusive here. Unless have we missed something, boys?
From my eyes, which I do have contacts in, so I've not got great vision. Goal.
Yeah, goal. There we go. Goal stands. I think we all thought that was going to come.
Big goal in that
Palace,
game.
That is a big goal.
Yeah.
Palace back in it. Mateta scores the goal. Palace 1, Bournemouth 2. Very much game on at Selhurst Park. Let me run you through the scores then in the Premier League. The big news today. Goodness me, Ange Postecoglou's Nottingham Forest lost. He was sacked. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Burnley 1, Leeds 0. Palace 1, Bournemouth 2. City 2 up at home to Everton. Lee Phelps to me says, don't go the hat-trick. 11-1. Not enough value. Haaland has 2. He could be on the hat-trick. Sunderland still leading Wolves by 1-0. Fulham versus Arsenal is the 5:30 kickoff. Team news coming up very there shortly. Mark, what's happening in the Brighton-Newcastle game?
I mean, more of the same, really. Newcastle pushing on, but Brighton do look quite solid and are picking away at times on the counter. I do feel like Gordon needs to get into the game more. Whenever he's on the ball, he looks dangerous.
Have you seen it? Oh, no, that's not good.
I have, yeah. And to answer your question from a minute ago, Sam, in terms of who's going to go up from the Championship.
Oh, good.
One word. I do think Coventry look fantastic.
Yeah.
So Coventry is my answer. Borough look good as well. And actually someone like Stoke or maybe even a late run for a sort of Charlton
West
type
Brom
team.
Yeah, Borough were in that match last night, or did it for talkSPORT 2 before the game against Ipswich. They were outsiders in that match. I couldn't believe
so
I understand why Ipswich, but they didn't. They were bottom of the table in the away team.
I've done this thing, Lee, with I always did back Ipswich to win. Like I had Ipswich to win the Borough because that Ipswich team on paper just looks like the strongest team in the league. They're not winning, you're right.
Middlesbrough 2-1 to go up. Ipswich 8-11, 8-13. Coventry are the favourites.
Just out of interest, have you got Southampton there?
Southampton. This is before start of play today. 3-1.
What's West Brom?
West Brom 7-2.
My missus is
just over 24. Just over 24
West Brom
teams.
fans.
7-2. I have got them all here.
Can I get one more for you?
Yeah, go on.
Millwall, 5th in the table at the moment.
You like Millwall, don't you?
Alex
Millwall play good football.
Doing a good. What QPR today?
You're gonna like the price? 10-1.
Is that to go up or to win it?
To go up.
Can I get a price on Derby to get the playoffs?
No. I can get it, but not right now.
Have you got Derby to go up?
Derby to go up.
Value here, mate.
I know, yeah. I might go in for this.
Hang on. Oh.
I trust John Eustace.
Hang on, where is that?
They haven't even got a market on Derby to go up. They're not
How
even.
have they not listed Derby on there?
Yeah. Probably because they're,
No, don't say it.
No.
Yeah,
anyway, this probably isn't making you for great YouTube.
33-1.
We had a Derby a few weeks ago. And
33-1
for Derby.
And 100-30 to go down.
Palace!
Palace 2-2.
Palace! Mateta!
Mateta scored. Everyone's looking around though, is it?
No. I'm looking around because I
Bournemouth winning the league. Maybe not happening now.
Yeah, Bournemouth are no longer top of the league. Probably
to go down.
Zach Areola.
Henderson loving it, by the way, going at the Palace fans.
So this is all escalated quite quickly. Bournemouth 2 up 4 minutes ago. Jean-Philippe Mateta has a double. Palace 2, Bournemouth 2. What a player Jean-Philippe Mateta is. His first goal was a finish from close range. This
Got a goal
time
for
Mitchell
France
has
as
the
well,
ball on
didn't
the
he?
left-hand side into Kamada, who picks out Munoz to the back post. Munoz, first time runs onto it, goes back across goal. Here's one for you. How many better right backs are there than Munoz?
He's one of the,
He runs onto this ball that's come from the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Mateta gets the goal, but give the goal to
Goal for
Munoz.
Burnley,
And
goal for
Burnley
Burnley.
have a second goal at home to Leeds. Onto that shortly. Zach, my question about Munoz.
Yeah, I mean, he is top 3, I think, genuinely. Last season, he was fantastic. He's more of a wing back, if people want to be really technical.
All right, mate, come on.
Really, he is really good. Works so hard defensively. He is so good going forward. Allows Palace, feels like at times all of Palace's attacks come from that side. His delivery is fantastic.
His engine as well.
His engine is outrageous. A brilliant bit of recruitment from Palace
Who
for
have you
him.
got in that top 3 with him?
I think we are seeing him more fit now, and I would put Reece James there. Maybe there's Chelsea bias there. I'd happily admit there's Chelsea bias there.
That Burnley goal, by the way, is unbelievable.
Yeah,
Wow.
by the way.
Who is it? Oh, that is some.
By the way,
Who scored that?
we were too focusing, weren't we, on the Crystal Palace goal? It's the substitute Chuana, I think it is, who has got the ball 25 yards out, left foot, an absolute thunderbolt. A special goal,
Can't save that.
special moment. That is fair play. Substitute. He just come on to replace Brun Larson, and that. Well, I mean, that's just take about something. That's some hit, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a very, very good goal. He's been good for them as well this season. Burnley, generally, I think, this is what I was saying earlier. Obviously, it's a big game for them against Leeds, kind of 6-pointer. But I feel like 2 teams from the guys that came up could end up staying up. I genuinely do. Whether that be Burnley or Burnley and Sunderland. I'm not so sure about Leeds. We'll see. But yeah.
I think Burnley
Leeds could
go
at
down.
least
Still give it a go, though. It's not like
Right,
last
so my
season,
3 now are Burnley, Leeds, and Wolves.
To go down.
Yeah.
I don't think it's awful. I don't think that's a bad shout at all. But Burnley have been unlucky. They were unlucky not to get a result against
United and Liverpool,
United
last minute penalty.
and Liverpool. I genuinely think they could have an outside shout. Give them time.
Yeah, possibly. I think we touched on doing the top, but these are exactly the sort of games that they have to win. They
But we've
beat
not got-
Sunderland at home and they've beaten. But
There's
Leeds-
no sort of newly promoted teams that are going to get
no.
15 points.
Yes.
No,
exactly.
not like Derby.
Exactly.
11, actually. Thank you. Kill for 15.
They want to get,
That record intact.
well, could be Wolves maybe could get that this season, couldn't they? Not even. So yeah, Burnley 2 up. Palace have completely turned things around, by the way,
massively.
at home to Bournemouth. So we're in for a pretty exciting final 20 minutes or so in our games up and down the country. I mean,
It's Clivert time, isn't it? After the hour
yeah,
mark.
there we go. You've got to hope that comes in for you. And I tell you what, Zach, watching City Everton, I thought Everton were really good in the first half. I think they've just struggled to kind of assert the same dominance in the second half, haven't they?
Unfortunately, this is what can happen especially when you play some of the traditional top 6 and Man City especially. Once they go a goal ahead, they then do what they do best: keep possession. So tough to get the ball off them. You then waste your energy to try and get it, and then they can go and find another, like they did for Haaland's second. I mean, right now coming down, Oscar Bob getting a corner. I mean, that's the difficulty of playing a team like Manchester City. If you don't take your chances like they did, as we mentioned several times in the first half, they will punish you, and Erling Haaland especially will be the guy to do that. And unfortunately for Everton, I'm not going to say it's too little too late, but I think they might not end up getting anything from this game.
No, a goal would be probably about as much as they could hope for. But
Yeah.
the more they push on, the more they get. This is what we saw with Burnley, wasn't it? Played all right against City and lull them in, beat them 5-1. So I think it's not. Can Everton get a goal? It doesn't look. I don't know. I just don't think they've got enough. If David Moyes could find a striker for that team, they would be the team
I've
that would
said
be
that on
talking
this
about being
show
top
all
7.
season.
Top 7, wouldn't we? We'd be saying they'd be getting into Europe. But yeah, they haven't got that up top at the minute, Everton.
Oh, Senesi there, getting maybe a little bit lucky with taking down Sarr. Does he win the ball here? Okay, he puts an arm on him, pushes him. Obviously, Sarr's asking for it. He's booked, but nothing quite there.
Nothing there at all. How do you see this? By the way, Mark, what about James Milner? I mean, still going strong, coming off the bench on the bench for Brighton.
He might be the oldest guy in Britain. He might be the oldest man. He should legitimately
Definitely in the Premier League.
When he scored that penalty early in the season, he became the He was the second youngest ever Premier League goal scorer and the second oldest.
Is that right?
Yes, unbelievable.
Yeah, he's just come on.
That longevity. It's like,
Belaber's gone off. Belaber looked much better today, I thought.
Yeah,
Looked,
yeah.
A bit like his old
Labour
self.
of old, yeah.
Changes for Newcastle as well. Anthony Gordon's gone off. So has his headband. And on has come. Who came on? Tonali left as well. I can't tell you who came on just yet.
Need something from Newcastle here, considering their record, at Brighton is appalling. To be quite
They've never
honest.
won there.
And look, and to be honest, they got a little bit of credit for how they've played. And obviously, they had such a tough start, playing a lot of big teams. Liverpool being one of them as well.
It's a tough opening set. Spurs, Man United, Liverpool, City, not easy games.
But you would have said Brighton's a game where they could be trying to go and take 3 points away. And they, I know their history doesn't suggest that would happen, but they've not really done much.
I tell you what, it is nice, isn't it, to have the Premier League back, right? We love it, don't we?
Yeah.
So, entering the final 15 minutes then of our games up and down the country, Brighton leading Newcastle by a 0-0. First half goal from Danny Welbeck. Lovely, lovely finish. Newcastle yet to score away from home in the Premier League this season. Burnley looking to go make their second win of the season, second home win of the season. First against Sunderland, second could be against Leeds. Manchester City 2-up at home to Everton. Haaland brace. Sunderland still leading Wolves by a 0-0. A couple of goals in the Championship as well. The Liam Manning derby used to be the Bristol City manager, now the Norwich manager. Bristol City leading 1-0 away at Norwich. Other goals in the Championship. Coventry have doubled their lead at home to Blackburn. Sheffield Wednesday pulled a goal back away at Charlton. But in the Palace-Bournemouth game, the 2 goals to Crystal Palace were scored by Jean-Philippe Mateta.
What a guy.
Where, when we're talking about, top centre forwards in the league right now, we all know of your Haaland, your Isaks. We've had a few new players come to the league this season in Šeško, Voltemade, Gyökeres, for argument's sake.
Yep.
How high do you boys rate Jean-Philippe Mateta?
Well, I was surprised he didn't get a move. This just to play into your playbook. This one, isn't it?
Yeah. Take 10%, mate. Take
A top 6 club. I thought he might be an alternative for someone like United.
Yeah.
If they were looking for that number 9.
No, but
Didn't want to
Palace.
spend a
I feel like
huge money.
Palace would just.
Oh, who's that? That's Sarr from close range.
Just
they work a corner
tougher.
short. He comes to him quickly. He pokes out with left foot. And it just goes wide, but it's all Crystal Palace at the
Knocking
moment.
on the
I
door.
tell you what, they needed Jean-Philippe Mateta on that one, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of. I don't think he really
comes
knows
in
too
quick,
much
doesn't
about
it?
it.
Yeah.
I don't think he knows too much about it. It's almost like he's trying to take a touch, comes off his. Was it his foot or just off
I
his
think it
shin?
does come off his
Either
foot,
or.
yeah.
But it's a good chance. They are playing really well. Glasner, I mean, we gave his flowers earlier to Iriola, but Glasner needs it too. I know they lost their game against Everton, but they've been on some record, and it kind of felt like maybe people forgot the record they've been on after that loss when they were talking about this game, because Bournemouth obviously are doing very, very well as well. But Palace, I mean, I feel like he made some changes. And
Newcastle.
Oh, that's a really, really good save. There's a shot from the right-hand side inside the box for Bruggen. Pushes it away. Newcastle players are absolutely certain that when the goalkeeper pushes the ball back out into the box, they're convinced it came off a hand. They want a handball.
They said it
They all
straight away,
surrounded the referee. Chance for Palace! Mateta! Mateta again!
it's a goal.
I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I think he knows it as well.
Yeah, Mateta has the offside flag has gone up. Mateta had a shot with his left foot from inside the box. As the shot goes goalwards,
handball?
Eddie Nketiah diverts it goalwards. What's happening?
There might be a handball.
Is there a handball in the
against
Brighton Newcastle game?
Brighton. I think Dan Burn takes a touch and it goes up to the Brighton player's right hand or shoulder. I don't know. As I said earlier, we don't know.
Just on that Nketiah one, it's really poor from him. As a centre forward, when that ball comes back into the box,
You may as well be dead if you're not going to get back on side.
I completely agree. It's so lazy when he's just walking backwards. Get back on side and anticipate that happening. What's the situation?
No
for Brighton
handball.
No handball. Was that the right decision?
No handball. It looked like it. There was no intent.
It's very much like a ball to hand
Yeah.
kind of thing.
His hand was next to him. It hit his hand, I think.
And to go back
Okay.
to your Mateta question,
Yes,
Sam,
Mateta.
I think he's absolutely in the top.
Why
5
didn't he get a move then in the summer, Mark?
I don't know. I don't know.
Expensive, like to Palace, he's probably a £70 million player. Genuinely, to Palace.
Yeah, I don't know. I know.
How much would, like, let's just say for argument's sake, Chelsea wanted Mateta instead of Delap. How much would you be willing your team to pay?
Whatever fee he would go for, I'd want him. I think he's less than that, if that makes sense. So, like, I think Palace would be looking at
50 million
least
pounds.
£50 million. And I think there are maybe other strikers you can dream with a little bit more than Mateta. Like, Mateta does get you hopefully 12, 13 goals a season.
But he's just such a
If
handful.
Strand Larsen
He
was
is.
65 million to Newcastle, and Mateta's
Good point.
as good as that.
Yeah, I think he
gets more goals.
Yeah, he
than
probably
Larsen.
does.
Just obviously got into the
But
international
one-
side, scored.
But also, it's
But
not
he's-
just the goals either. We sat here a second ago and both sort of
The
heard
pass
that ball
is
he played out there.
outrageous,
He's a good footballer who never stops running. He doesn't just
Yeah.
lay it off and just sort of sit still. He's on the move straight
He
away,
is.
and I really respect that about
And
him.
he suits Palace so well.
In what
it
way?
took just for, like he is. Everything's going into him. Everything's going into him. Everything is either the ball.
Oh, what a finish! Oh, what a finish!
Is it
It's Voltemada! Oh, that's
Volta
Volta Messi! What a finish! There's limbs in the away end. Voltemada with a backheel flick has just given
He's a
Newcastle the
giant.
goal away at Brighton.
He's a
Right-footed backheel flick beats the goalkeeper. He can't stop scoring. Talking about centre forwards in
That's
good
a
form.
proper goal.
Hello, Nick Voltemada.
Unbelievable.
How stupid does that Bayern guy look even more? Every game when he criticised that transfer, this is some player. As I mentioned it off air, like normally when you're 6'5", 6'6", you're not good with the ball at your feet. You're not this technical player. This guy has basically every attribute
this
to
is
his game.
unbelievable.
Have a look at this finish here, boys.
This
Murphy
finish is
has the ball on the
normally
right-hand side.
Timing
He gets
well
played
worked.
into the box, back across goal, and he just walks onto it. And we're calling that, what, backheel flick? Into the back of the
Yeah.
net with his right foot. It
Mate.
is absolutely gorgeous.
It's the sort of finish you normally see from 2 or 3 yards out. Not 12 yards out.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
It's
What
a
a finish,
really
yeah.
good goal.
That's a really, really nice finish. And again, it's obviously been spoken about a lot about. He's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
But clearly there, technically, he's clearly a very good player.
And let's remember who he's replacing. Like there was so much talk about he's like leaving Newcastle, and they went for. He was like third choice striker, wasn't he?
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
they weren't going
Newcastle are on the
Play him
attack
in.
again here.
God, well, the touch
better
wasn't
ball
there.
and a Voltemada would have been in.
And so to see him come in with all that pressure, all that noise, and he doesn't look like he's even thought about it. He's just enjoying his football. The Newcastle fans have another striker they can get to love. And I have to also say, give credit where it's due to Eddie Howe. He makes players better. He brings them into this system and they just fit and it works so well, especially forwards. It continues to show these guys where you get so much out of them. You look at that Newcastle squad sometimes. Last season, Murphy, how good he was. Dan Burn, when they brought him in from Brighton. Oh, long throw. Finish it. Oh!
Corner, so just skied it.
Guimaraes with a strike, just deflected.
How
over
on
the
earth
top
has that
from
not
the
gone
ball, I
in?
think.
What?
I think it's a corner, isn't it? I think it was
No.
deflected over.
Was that Bruno Guimaraes who has a shot from literally a couple of yards out? It's a long throw into the box, which
Keeper's having a bit mad.
Verbruggen punched it back into the box. Brighton don't
Corner.
clear, and then it comes to Bruno Guimaraes, who's a few yards out. He's got bodies in front of him, and his shot with his left foot does take a deflection.
Yeah, Verbruggen's
and
a
it
lucky
does,
boy
Yeah,
there.
Verbruggen just doesn't
Really
deal with the
lucky
long
boy.
throw into the box. And all of a sudden now, Brighton are desperate just to try and get out. Voltemada's equalising, corner into the box. Burn heads it back in, and I think they're going to win a free kick there, aren't they? He wins the free kick there. Yeah, the Voltemada one is a... but that is, I tell you what, talk about Munoz being great offensively. He's done so well there defensively. Dangerous ball by Krupi. Goes across the face of goal. Tap into the back post there. Munoz says no. Great defensive clearance. Back to Nick Voltemada. Do you think, boys, he's got the ingredients, that from what you've seen so far, to score 20, 25 goals this season?
Yeah, definitely. I think sadly, maybe for get my 10%. I think sadly for Newcastle, they might be talking about him possibly leaving another 2 years' time. Genuinely, that's the level he is. That's the level he is. He's
Unless
one of-
Newcastle can become a team.
Yes, 100%. Where they can
Who
match the
completely-
aspirations, 100%.
To be fair, but
100%.
they were in the Champions League and they won a
Yeah,
trophy,
but-
and Isak
but-
still wanted to leave, didn't he?
Yeah, but there's a geography thing about it as well. People want to
Yep.
move to the players. Seem to prefer to be in further south than Newcastle. Unfortunately, especially London. So yeah, there's a thing. There's something about it, isn't there, where people do end up leaving. But
Oh, yeah.
that's
But, I'm not
I'm not
unbelievable
going to
so
ship
far.
him off just
He's
yet.
just got it.
He's smashing it. He's absolutely smashing it. Like,
He's got 2 seasons
Yeah,
there.
at least.
I mean, like
At
you said
least.
before, because he's scoring goals, so he's obviously loved. But the Newcastle fans just needed someone to
Yeah,
make
hang
it to this
things up.
folkloric status. Give it to
especially
them,
after
and
that
they love
transfer
him.
window
already.
as well. Like it
Yeah.
felt like they got it so wrong. There
Yeah.
was all this talk all the time about Newcastle, all this pressure, and then, as I said, he's just come in and looks like the perfect outlet for them, and just plays with such confidence. I think it's so enjoyable to watch.
I'd like to
for
see. I'd
Newcastle
like to see who they pair him with in the future. Not necessarily as another
Yeah,
striker.
they got
but-
Visser,
They've got
didn't
Visser
they?
come back,
They've got
haven't they?
Yeah.
Visser, and they
How long's he out for?
Eddie Howe said yesterday he's back on the grass, but it's going to take
Right.
time to build up.
Next
his fitness,
international
so it could
break,
be
they
a
think,
couple of
maybe.
weeks. Yeah,
I'm just waiting for Isak to. Hopefully, Isak just
Oh,
Doesn't score, so we can get our bet.
Lee said to me at the start of the season he thinks Visser's going to score more league goals than Isak this season, which at the time I did, to be fair, laugh at him. But then a few weeks down the line, Isak hasn't scored.
My guy hasn't
and
even
Isak
started,
hasn't even played. Look at this, look at Pallet, look at this Mitchell ball across the face of goal. Eddie Nketiah running onto it, just couldn't get on the end of it. But also, Mark, like Gyökeres has come, hasn't got off to a quick start. Same with Šeško. Isak as well for Liverpool. Voldemar, as soon as he scored that first goal against Wolves, that bullet header,
Pressure.
It just settles everything down, doesn't it? It makes everything so much easier and what's to come, yeah.
And it is difficult because all those players you mentioned have huge price tags. And whenever you look at the list of, record transfer signings, very few of them have succeeded. Now, Voldemar isn't on that list, but he's still a huge amount of money.
Yeah, he was.
But I think it's a good thing for him that he's moved in the summer off strikers, where lots of strikers have moved, and therefore the onus isn't really on him in the same way.
Yeah.
He's one of a group of expensive strikers rather than being the flagship guy of the summer, and I think that's helped.
Yeah,
him.
see, that's a good point. That's a good point. And he's a fun striker to watch, isn't he, Zach? Because he can do both. He can score those big towering headers, but also, as we've just seen this afternoon, he's got the ability to score those
much technique,
sexy finishes.
He's got so much technique, so much ability on the ball. Like, he can dribble really, really well, really confidently. He can also pass as well. It's an underrated feature of his game.
Is he? Did you know? Is he like long? Does he like playing as a 10 more than an actual number 9?
Yeah, traditionally, previously, he was almost like that second striker, they call it, the one just behind, and that's where I think they maybe see
the one that plays off the striker.
Exactly, that's where they
Visser
kind of
playing
see
ahead of
him
him.
with Visser possibly playing ahead of him, because they did say originally, like, the plan was to almost bring Isak and keep Isak and have another striker
together,
play with them. But he's doing a brilliant job as the number 9. If we see him kind of go into this second striker mold, I'm sure he's got every ability to do that.
I like those players who are he's sort of really a sort of tricky number
Even
10
for
who's in a
Germany.
massive man's body.
German fans must be over the moon with
Playing
this
for
guy
Germany,
now.
scoring for Germany the week,
scoring
didn't
for
he?
Germany. For the World Cup coming along, they've got very exciting team with a lot of young players around. Kai Havertz was really the other kind of leading forward for them, and now it feels like he might be able to kind of be the starting number 9 or 10, whatever's needed for them. He is really impressive, really, really impressive, and this form doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon.
Epic boosts on every Premier League game this weekend as part of William Hill's Gold Weekend, and so 6 have been put up so far. 4 have landed already. Bosses will be a little bit worried. Chelsea
Get
to
the
score
violins out.
first, landed at evens. Haaland to score, landed at evens. Voltemada shot on target, landed at evens. And Mateta or Semenyo to score in that game, landed. Obviously, Mateta's got 2. So the other 2 for the 3 o'clock kickoffs, Calvert-Lewin to have a shot on target and Strand Larsen to have a shot on target. Both still on the pitch at the minute.
Yeah, and
Although
both their sides need goals.
Yeah,
so,
impact
exactly.
sub applies though, so either gets substituted. By the way, later on for the Arsenal game at Fulham, it's Gyökeres or Saka to score at any time is the epic odds. Tomorrow it's Richarlison shot on target, Salah to score or assist, and on Monday it's Bowen or Igor Thiago to score at any time. So they're going well so far.
Oh, Brighton
2-1.
take the lead. It's
Oh,
that
the
boy
boy
again,
again.
Danny
Get
Welbeck.
him on the plane.
You know what? I'm on your side here.
Newcastle have spent 10 minutes virtually in Brighton's box.
Yeah.
And just like that, Brighton take the lead against Newcastle. A lovely right-footed finish from Danny Welbeck, whipping the ball across the goalkeeper, Nick
2
Pope.
great finishes
And
for him
2
today.
really nice finishes. Brighton 2, Newcastle 1.
Yeah, Dan Burns unlucky there because he put in a fantastic challenge and it's just ricocheted out to Welbeck who's swept it in. But yeah, you're right, Sam. They've been on the back foot for the last 10, 15 minutes. And suddenly, before you know it, 2-1
What a
up
ball through the middle that is.
Look at this challenge here. Look, great challenge.
Yeah, you're right.
Falls to Welbeck and it's an excellent finish.
Yeah, I think it was a Yari who played that
lovely
lovely
ball.
ball through the midfield
Good
to Viva.
tackle.
You're absolutely right. Burns' tackle is outstanding, but the unfortunate thing for
Placed
Burn
it.
is the tackle goes straight into Welbeck, but the finish is of a centre forward with real conviction, running onto it,
You know
drills
what it is?
it into the back.
It's
of the
Harry
net.
Kane-esque. It's genuine Harry Kane-esque of a finish.
You know what?
You know what? Watkins isn't doing that.
No, you're right.
Watkins
Every
isn't doing
week-
that.
Harry Kane, maybe backup striker.
I'm not saying stick him on the plane and make him number 9 for England. I'm saying
Hey,
let
or
him.
how about Harry Kane playing off Danny Welbeck? See what I've done there?
We go. Second
See what I've
striker.
done?
Second
Yeah, we know what we're doing
Every
here.
week, Sam asks me about the who's going to be on the plane. So
We haven't mentioned his name, have we?
So this time I got a massive list, and he's not on there. We've gone down to Archie Gray at 20-1. James
No
Maddison,
Welbeck, no
with
Derby
Danny
County.
Welbeck. No Danny Welbeck on there.
I would have thought Danny.
Goal for
Oh! goal.
Wow.
Yeah, Christie scored for Bournemouth again. Talk about, Newcastle dominating Brighton. Palace in the second half, 2 down, all over Bournemouth. Get it back to 2-2. And against the run of play, Bournemouth have retaken the lead away at Crystal Palace, which feels harsh on Palace. Christie's the goal scorer in the 89th minute. Palace 2.
Semenyo shushing the Crystal
Bournemouth
Palace
3.
fans.
Well,
as
when you're that good, you can almost do what you want, can't you? But yeah, in the 89th minute, Bournemouth looks set to go back to the top of the table. Ball gets played out to Brooks, is it? Who's off the bench. Plays a lovely, lovely ball forward to the byline. I think that's Clivert, is it? Who puts a good, dangerous ball. No, it's that Tavernier who gets to the byline and he whips. First time, a beautiful, dangerous ball into a dangerous area. And Christie, as all good midfielders should do, makes a good run into the box. And he's in the right place at the right time. But the ball there, get that ball into a dangerous area, isn't it?
Because especially at that opportunity there, it could come off the Palace player, it could come off as it did with Christie. It's come at such speed, it could go anywhere. It really wasn't too far from hitting the Palace player and going in as well. Christie subbed on by Iriola. I'm sure we'll end up talking about him as well, but he's actually quite an underrated player. Christie managed to have some Premier League.
What are they doing in that
well,
celebration?
Cannot speak about it.
I think they're getting a fine.
Yeah. Is that allowed? If you can't say it, they're allowed to do it.
Very true. Very, very.
I mean,
true.
is that?
I don't know where Ryan Christie has been doing that as a professional Premier League player, but he's done a good finish. That's for sure.
In the William Hill Scottish Premiership, Rangers were 1-up, weren't they, against Dundee? Dundee equalised, went 2-1 up, and now Rangers have just scored an equaliser late on in that game. Possibly, maybe have time. And the goal scorer, James Tavernier for Rangers. So Rangers 2, Dundee 2, 87 minutes gone, Tavernier equalising.
Just quick word on Sunderland Wolves. I mean, the second half has been mainly Wolves without actually doing an awful lot, but they've had the lion's share of possession. Not long left for Sunderland to hang on here. 9-1 the price for the draw if Wolves can get a late equaliser, and they have been drawing games, haven't they, Wolves?
Oh, they have.
How's that
Is that Voldemort you're looking at? Yeah, it's a bit of a mess in the Brighton box. Brighton can't seem to clear, and it just fell to Voldemort. And I thought he was going to be able to direct his shot goalwards, but he almost just can't sort his feet out. And I think Van Heck in the end makes a really, really good challenge. And Brighton managed to clear, but he just couldn't get his feet sorted, could he? And
He's got poor feet for a big man.
Honestly, he is useless, this guy, isn't he? What is he even doing still on the
Never
pitch?
gets that kind of that level. He's got poor feet for a big man.
Yeah,
Do that more
honestly.
often.
There's 8 minutes of time added on in the Palace Bournemouth game. Oh, I thought the ball fell to Cavalier in there in the box. Thought he was going to have a shot, but in the end he tried to flick it on. So here is where we stand then in the final few moments. Brighton 2, Newcastle 1 into the 89th minute. Burnley 2, Leeds 0, 30 seconds after normal time. 8 added on in the Palace 2, Bournemouth 3 game. City are nearly home and home. Haaland 1-1 with the keeper for a hat-trick on his left foot. Pickford makes a good save. Back to Haaland.
How's it come back to him?
Oh, Tarkowski makes a good block. And then is that Bernardo Silva. Cherky's fit again, runs onto it. I'm almost surprised that Erling Haaland didn't score that one.
Yeah,
first touch.
It was. It was quite shocking from someone who is basically going after his own record. Lovely ball over. I'm not quite sure who did that, but the City pass is outrageous. Yeah, slows it down too much with the touch. He should really kind of maybe go with his first shot, shoot with his first touch, to be honest. But look, if there's somebody who probably can get away with it, it's Erling Haaland.
Yeah, it's fine to do that when you're 2-0 up, having scored both goals.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you're on the 12-1 hat trick.
If you're on the
Very true.
if you
Told you it wasn't good value.
Absolutely, yeah.
Told you it wasn't good value.
You never lie, do you, Lee? You never ever lie.
He won't score yet.
He's scored from this corner now, isn't he? Probably. They have got a corner of. Jack Grealish is there, by the way, at the Etihad. Oh, Haaland with a flick on and is headed over. Newcastle have got a corner then at the Amex Stadium. Brighton 2, Newcastle 1. 30 minutes left of normal time. Newcastle do get a head on it, and it's headed out for a goal kick. So it looks like Burnley are going to pick up a victory at home to Leeds. City 2 up at home to Everton. What a win, by the way, Mark, this would be for Sunderland. They can get past Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, it would play into what we've been talking about all season. Now, home form's been outstanding, and this second half, Wolves have been better, so they've been grinding it out. And different ways to win games at this level, I suppose, yeah.
More than one way to skin a cat, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
No pop. Preston got a goal back away at West Brom. West Brom 2, Preston 1. No other goals in the Championship. Where are we going to be focusing our attention then in the next few minutes? Probably on, well, I guess, the game at Selhurst Park. Long ball into the box. Go on, Lee.
No, I was going to say this is getting nervy at Stadium of Light. I think you can. Obviously, we haven't got the sound on, but you can just tell from the
You're not a fan of that, are you? By the way, I've noticed.
What's that?
You mentioned that quite a lot. No sound, not in the studios.
Well, no, but you can't. You can tell from the kind of the.
Yeah.
Oh,
2-0
Well,
Sunderland.
unbelievable! They've just broken away all the pressure. They broke away
yeah.
as we were talking, and it's a horrendous mistake. I think at the back. That's unbelievable. Completely against the run of play.
Curse the
in
commentator.
the second half.
Yeah, Sunderland, though, what a moment for them.
Brilliant.
They've picked up 7 points from their first 3 home games in the league this season, and they've doubled their lead. Sunderland 2, Wolves 0. There's a poor mistake at the back. I think it's the substitute, isn't it, who's come off the bench, who has scored that. So, yeah, Sunderland 2, Wolves 0. Home and hose there. Norwich have equalised.
Oh, Snowden goal.
Yeah, support.
That is so
Side-footed.
poor.
It's one of those great own goals, isn't it?
Oh, he
Like
tried
done
to
but
pass
like,
it
it's
back.
a lovely
Keeper's
little,
gone left.
Keeper's slow
Over
again, though.
nearly 35% of final one standing players in the $500,000 game pick Sunderland, so they'll be breathing a sigh of relief right now through to the next round.
Bristol City have won away at Norwich. What's happening here at Selhurst Park? Because all of the players are surrounding the referee at Selhurst Park.
Something's going on, and there's a guilty look, isn't there? I didn't see what the incident was, though.
I think the referee has given a penalty.
From a corner.
Corner gets whipped in.
Two players go
I
down.
tell you what, someone has completely wrestled Mark Gahey to the ground.
2 of them gone down. Look.
Yeah. It's a ball in the box. I'm not sure who is that? What are you doing? Or is that coming together?
Bodies everywhere.
There is. It's all a little
It's such a tough thing, this, though, because you don't know what the consistency
They're
is.
pushing
This
each
happens
other.
quite
They're
regularly.
wrestling.
Every corner.
Yeah, literally.
4 pairs of
We got
players wrestling.
He's given the
Yeah,
penalty
Leeds
kick.
and Burnley as well. Also, lots
Has he
of
given it?
shoving going
Yeah,
on.
I think he's given the penalty to Palace here.
Is it going to go to VAR?
So I'm not sure. I think it's Diakite, is it? Who's with Mark Gahey. And he's one of those where he just wants to spend all of his time looking at Gahey. And look at that. What's he doing? He is. I think it's a penalty. He wrestled him to the ground.
But do you not feel like there's got to be some sort of like? I feel like this happens in the corner all the time.
Yeah.
What's the threshold?
And what exactly? What is the threshold? Like, because when you give this, you then set a standard for future corners, for future incidents that this has
There's
to be
4
given
penalties
consistently.
there, if that's given. There are
Yeah.
4
Yeah,
penalties.
literally.
But you know what, though?
VAR every corner, there'll be a penalty every time.
So can I say, there's two important points here. Mark, you're absolutely bang on. This stuff happens all the time in Premier League games, and referees pick and choose when to give it. So I completely agree that needs to change. What I would say, though, in complete isolation, this is a penalty
No,
kick.
it's a foul.
I've got
It's a
absolutely
agree.
the
decision,
Bournemouth
yeah.
player.
I
If
agree.
Mark Gahey's running, the Bournemouth player isn't even looking at the corner. He's got all of his
Yeah.
concentration on Gahey.
for the
He
hat-trick.
wrestled him to the ground. So what I would say is,
Oh, Mateta had
Mateta-
it.
what the hell are you doing? What's he doing, Mark, to even give the VAR
I
and the
agree.
referee, not in the VAR in this case, the referee?
Yeah, I absolutely
Anyway,
agree.
Mateta's got the ball on the spot. This will be to rescue a point for Palace and also a Mateta hat-trick. Mateta steps up and scores. Goalkeeper
Really
goes
good.
left. Mateta puts the ball in the back of the net. And one thing I would say here, I've got to say, when you're Bournemouth, you're 3-2 up in a game of
Don't
football.
give the option.
Why are you even giving Gahey the chance to go down? Why are you giving the referee even to make that decision?
Yeah.
It's pure, utter stupidity. And if you're his teammates,
Yeah.
when you get in that dressing room, you're thinking, why even? He wrestled him to the ground, Zach, before the ball even comes into the box.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
it's
why,
silly.
though. It's
Why-
because,
why?
because of your point.
Yeah, it happens.
But
But
It
you
normally
still
does.
don't take the
doing
risk,
it.
though. Don't take the
There's
risk.
4 different pairs of players doing the same thing.
Yeah. But this is where, like, going forward, we've got to understand because in another game, maybe the one tonight at 5:30, I'm sure there'll be a similar incident.
Oh,
Are we
every
going
game
to
we
give
watch.
that? I feel like it's normally at the start of the season. I always feel like they go really strict on it, and then eventually become a little
They
bit
set a precedent,
more,
and then they
Exactly.
then they back off.
And then they back off it. But look, I don't mind them giving that. It's just we've got to then give this more often. Look, from Palace's point of view, it's been some game this.
Possibly fair that Palace deserve a point.
Yeah,
that fair? I think
especially in the second half. Mateta getting a hat-trick as well, just continuing his incredible run of form. He is some player. There's a lot. I think a draw. You called it earlier about there being a draw.
That's a score draw for sure. I think from a Bournemouth point of view, I just think
it's poor.
It's such a stupid way to give away a penalty. Diakite.
Well, the calculation
naive at best.
The calculation has to be.
You wouldn't expect that if you were if you were a top of the table team.
Yeah, but the calculation has to be. Do you think it's more? There's more chance of Gahey scoring at the back post than there is of them scoring from a penalty.
Yeah,
because that's basically what you're doing.
Indeed. City's ended, by the way, 2-0 to Manchester City. Newcastle, though, in the box.
Shot saved
should do
at
it.
the near
30
post.
seconds left.
Yeah, and I think
in the
that's,
keeper's hands.
I think that's going to be enough. I think Verbruggen is going to try
rolling out for a corner.
What should we say? Try and waste as much time as possible there. So we'll bring you the full times as and when we get it. So Man City have beaten Everton by 2-0. We're nearly at full time at the stadium. Look,
Oh my God, Mateta does so well to get that chance. How has he done that? That's maybe the easiest.
Jean-Philippe Mateta has just missed from a couple of yards out to win the game for Palace and score his 4th goal.
He does so well to bring the ball down. I think Eddie Nketiah goes down the wing, puts this brilliant ball back into him. It's on the bounce.
I don't know, Lee.
Guys,
That's his finish as well.
It is.
That is his finish.
You'd put absolutely money on him to score that.
Wow.
He is, 6 yards out, 5 yards out?
Acres of space.
First time shot goes over, and for a player of his quality, you're right. You almost think that's going to be bread and butter.
Even he knows it. He knows it himself that he should have been putting that away.
Yeah,
he does
such a
so
good
well
chance.
to create the opportunity too. To miss it like that. He normally loves those.
I
kind
can't
of
quite believe he hasn't put that ball in the back of the net. I mean, Palace's last home
What a
game.
game this has been.
Yeah, last home game. They forget when they beat Liverpool with that final last minute Eddie Nketiah goal, and really there. I can't believe Mateta hasn't found the back of the net. So, again, that was a pretty straightforward finish.
Yeah,
no?
that's the easiest one of the lot. Yeah.
He's very unlucky to have missed that.
Burnley beat Leeds. That's finished 2-0. So it's Parker beating
Sunderland.
Farker.
Parker beating Farker. There you go.
Brighton's unfinished as well.
That's an interesting
Brighton,
result, isn't it? With obviously, massive result for Burnley going up to 7 points. Leeds are only on 8. Now,
Oh no, Brighton's not finished. Sorry.
now you think about Leeds have had a great start to the season, all that sort of stuff. Suddenly it all changes, isn't it? With one result,
Yeah.
a point between them, and suddenly it's, you look at Wolves now and 2 points. That one's finished at Sunderland as well. Sunderland beat Wolves.
And at Palace is finished as well. So, all the games are finished. And Mateta, bless him, he scored a hat-trick and he's got his head in his hands.
Yeah.
He's distraught because he probably should have scored a 4th goal that would have won Palace the game. So this is talkSPORT Goals live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel. All 5 3:00 games in the Premier League are over. Brighton did beat Newcastle by 2-1. Burnley have their 2nd win of the season, beating Leeds at home by 2-0. Palace Bournemouth was a draw. There was goals in it. 3-3. Mateta hat-trick. Should have had a 4th and should have won it for Palace. City beat Everton by 2-0. Sunderland beat Wolves by 2-0. In the Championship, Hull win 3-2 away at Birmingham. Charlton 2, Sheffield Wednesday 1. Coventry back to the top of the Championship, beating Blackburn by 2-0. Bristol City winning 1-0 away at Norwich. Sheffield United have a 2nd win of the season, beating Watford at home by a 0-0. Stoke 1, Wrexham 0. West Brom 2, Preston 1. Leicester Portsmouth 7:45 kickoff. We're going to take one more quick break on talkSPORT Goals. Then when we come back, before we hand over to the full-time phone show, we're going to round up everything that's happened at 3:00 in the Premier League. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also on your smart TVs on a busy Saturday afternoon of football. It started with Nottingham Forest losing at home to Chelsea as Ange Postecoglou still searching for his first win as Nottingham Forest manager. He's not going to get it because, 20 minutes or so after the full-time whistle went, he was sacked as manager. Plenty of reaction, I'm sure, across the day on talkSPORT. Then at 3 o'clock, Brighton beat Newcastle by 2-1. Burnley picked up just their second home win of the season, beating Leeds. Palace 3, Bournemouth 3. Mateta hat-trick and a cracking game of football. Sunderland 2, Everton 0, and Man City, Sunderland 2, Wolves 0, and Man City beat Everton by 2-0. The 5:30 game in the Premier League today is Fulham versus Arsenal. I'm looking here at what people are talking about, Zach, on social media immediately after the 3 o'clock games. It's all about Erling Haaland.
Yep.
A brace in 5 minutes for Man City today. 23 goals, 3 assists in 13 games.
Not bad.
For club and country. He's the only player to score 10-plus goals in the first 8 Premier League matches of the season. He's done it 3 times now in a row. He scored in his 11th match in a row for club and country. Has had 23 goals already this year. I mean, I could literally spend the next 10 minutes just reading out stats on how good this guy is. Here's one for you. He's been in the Premier League now for a few seasons and is scoring lots and lots of goals for fun. Are we at a point now where he's almost feels like he's surprising us even more? I didn't think at the start of this season it'd be possible for him to impress us and get better, but it almost feels like he is.
Yeah, I think we sometimes get used to it. You know what I mean? We just get used to, of course, Haaland scored another goal, but he is just on a freakish run of form at the moment, and it feels like it's just going to happen all season.
But it's a run of form that's gone on for years.
Yeah, genuinely.
He's had one blip.
He had a little bit of an off season last year and was still one of the top goal scorers, which is a joke. Comps, I think at the moment, he's on 11 goals in the Premier League. I think he's going to break his record of 36. And I would actually say he's doing it in a City side that aren't the strongest that he's ever played in as well. There's no Kevin De Bruyne anymore. They're going through a rotation of players. And yet, what I will say, I feel like we're now seeing him kind of be the leader as well, which I think he's kind of carrying the team on his back. He's almost like pushing through to go and get the goal. We saw the goal against Brentford. It's just pure strength to go and get his team a goal. Again today, we saw him leaping massively. He should have probably got a hat-trick, genuinely. He had 2 other
he had a one-on-one at the end, which he should have scored.
He did, and he had another chance as well through the left where he probably should have put it on the second half. But this is what he can do. He can be non-existent in the first half, apart from a header that hits the crossbar. Yep. And then in the second half, just come out and score 2 goals and probably should have walked away with 4 goals in the game. That's Erling Haaland. That's what we are so used to now seeing, and him continuing this form. Everything in this City team is just around getting Haaland an opportunity in front of goal. Always the first thought about get Haaland a shot, get him in the best place, play him through. And so you're seeing the fruits of their efforts.
Yeah, and not even a case of creating chances for him. Just knock one up.
Literally
see what
let
happens.
him do the
Brentford
work.
one was the perfect example of that. And in those games where you're not playing particularly well, he's a guy that can break the game open. And he does it in such a consistent basis. It's ridiculous. I mean, there's a case that he's the best goal scorer we've ever seen in this league.
He can't be.
He has to be in the conversation. Sure, in the top, one?
Well, the numbers back that up, right? I mean, the numbers speak for themselves.
Right.
How many goals has he got for in the since his time in Manchester City? Because it only feels mad to say, but is he only like 5 seasons away from being the top goal scorer ever?
He got 36 in his first season in the league. This is 27 in his second, 22 last season. He's got 11 already this season.
22. God, what a bad record.
I mean, you think about it. So in that first season, I was just totting these up here. He got 36 goals in the league. He got 3 in the FA Cup that season, 1 in the League Cup, and 12 in the Champions League.
The treble-winning season.
Yeah. So basically, I think I'm right in saying that he scored the same amount of goals that he scored goals, 53 and 53, I think it was. And this season he's got 14 already. So he's got 11 in the league, and he's got, I'm not counting the international goals, he's got 3 in the Champions League already this season. He's got 14 in 7 games?
October.
8 games?
Yeah, it's a joke.
So
It's October.
Internationally, that season...
Barely mid-October.
that season when he came to Man City and came to the Premier League, he scored... It's hard to work out with the international seasons, but I think I'm right in saying he scored 9 in 8 games for Norway. He's got 12 in 6 games for Norway in this World Cup qualifier. 12 in 6 he's got. And he missed 2 penalties the other night.
He's a joke, man.
It's crazy what he's doing.
Just on, like, we're talking about, lots of great strikers play in the league of various different strengths, but you mentioned he's a pure, genuine, out-and-out goal scorer.
Yeah.
I think in my lifetime in the Premier League, looking purely for goals, I don't remember anyone as consistent and ruthless
I
as he
think
is.
to me he's probably on his own. The guys next to him, the likes of Shearer.
See, that's
like
it.
that.
I never really watched a lot of Shearer growing up.
Right.
So
I
don't-
miss his
but I
prime
feel
and
like
peak,
he could have
But the
been
numbers
incredible as
weren't
well.
like these numbers.
Yeah.
He played for
they were.
Newcastle side that only had 1 or 2
Yeah.
excellent seasons.
Yeah, he played for Blackburn when they won the title. But what I'm
yeah.
saying is that, and I think when you listen to those great strikers talk, and they do talk about this a lot, they think if they were in this Man City side, given the game that it's like now, then they would score more goals.
Yeah.
They weren't scoring these kind of numbers.
But
It
no-
just
but no
wasn't-
players
they weren't
were.
1 in 1.
No, it's only
it's
Messi and
like
Ronaldo that
0.2.
ruined this for everybody. Because great strikers of the past, like Ronaldo, Brazilian Ronaldo, or Romario, or any of those guys weren't hitting numbers like this. It is a different sport now to what it was when it allows players to score this number of goals.
But he's 4 goals away from his 100. He's 4 goals away from his 100. He's 25 years old. What was Shearer's?
260, was it?
260. So he needs about another 164 in order to do that.
I mean,
He's
the amount
been
of
here
goals
for
he's
4
scoring a
seasons.
season, he's more, you're right, he's 5-6 seasons.
He might break the record before he's 30.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you think Kane 213, Wayne Rooney 208. So, yeah, you could quite easily see it. Does he say it? Does he stay at City for another...
I think so, because
4 seasons?
he loves City. Like, this was his club. This was where his dad was.
Yeah.
He enjoys being in England. And you remember, the way the Premier League is going right now, the only other teams that could maybe attract him is Real Madrid, where they've got Kylian Mbappe playing up top.
I think they're the only team.
Barcelona,
I'm not sure.
maybe. But again, I kind of feel like Barcelona, like, would he... Maybe Barca, if they could afford it. That's the other thing. They've got to be able to afford
It's
it
a sort
as well,
of basket
which
case as well, that club, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's difficult to know.
And I think he enjoys the Prem. Like, he looks English sometimes with the way he acts.
he
You
born
talk
in
all,
Leeds.
you talk
Wasn't he
all
born in
about...
Leeds?
Yeah, he was born in Leeds.
You
He should
talk
have
all
played
about
Premier
his goal scoring ability. This is a guy that looks fit, that looks hungry, that looks more determined than ever. We've all read the articles and all the extra bits that he does to make sure he stays as fit as ever. And I think I think he looks even more motivated this season, even more to try and get City back to the top. And perhaps as well in the last kind of couple of years, the likes of Gundogan left this summer again,
De Bruyne.
has gone, Walker's gone. There's a lot of experienced players.
He's
have
one of
gone.
the leadership
So I
thing,
think I think took all the goal scoring numbers speak for themselves. But I've got a lot of respect for this guy in terms of the way he handles himself, conducts himself, looks after himself.
Yeah.
And
And stays motivated,
see what?
And stays motivated.
100%.
He's won
100%.
everything.
In the next few games, judging by, 4 goals off his 100, he'll go past Didier Drogba and Cristiano Ronaldo in the Premier League.
Decent players themselves.
Yeah,
aren't they?
100, Ronaldo 103, Drogba 99.
Sometimes when we talk about Haaland, I think Rory Keane, kind of more famously made the comment about his build-up plays of a League Two play, and always when we're talking about other great strikers, like for me, I think in my lifetime, Harry Kane was probably the best all-round centre forward that I've seen.
Yeah.
So if I was to ask you, Kane or Haaland as the all-round player, we're talking about a normal bog standard 4-3-3 formation, and you can pick one player, let's say for England in a 4-3-3 is a 9, Kane or Haaland. I forget about age and looking about for the right here, right now. Who would you go for?
See, I do think it's Kane. Genuinely, like I'm
Even to all these numbers.
I
you
think,
just put out
but
there.
I think if you put Kane in the City squad,
he was
I
scoring
think
many
he would
goals.
exactly.
That's interesting.
And I'd actually say he'd contribute maybe a little bit more in terms of
It's build-up play.
build-up and
But in the
everything.
City team, they almost don't. They got so many good ball
Yeah.
players.
For instance,
you don't
say
really need Haaland to come short, do you?
No, not at all. But then, you can see what he's doing with Bayern Munich and absolutely just score it. Like, he's in the form of his life at the moment. They're two amazing strikers, and I'd be so interested to see whether he comes back to the Premier League.
Also,
how it works.
there's the odd goal that Haaland scores where, occasionally gets his foot above his head. So maybe Kane wouldn't do that.
But then there's goals that Kane scores that Haaland.
Sure, but I do also agree that I think if Harry Kane during his peak years was playing in a team as good as this Man City team, I'm fairly certain Kane would have as many goals as Haaland
I
as
agree.
well. And I think Kane's all-round, the ability to drop deep and stuff like that. We see.
I think he's a better
through balls to
footballer
Son.
than earlier.
Yeah,
But
that's probably fair.
I think Haaland is, if you're a centre-back, you'd prefer to play against Kane than you would Haaland, because Haaland's just a scary number 9 who's going to chase you down.
So I've said all these things about why I love Harry Kane, but I look at Haaland's numbers on paper, I'm like, I have to pick Haaland, don't I? You can't not pick Haaland with those numbers staring at you in the
question
face.
is-
right?
You want goals. If you just want goals,
If
and
you
you
just
got to
want
go
goals,
Haaland.
because also there's another player who I'd add to that list in terms of my football watching sort of history, is I'd have Rooney now as well. And Rooney is a all-round forward who can do everything. I think he's a better footballer than Haaland. But again, if you want a goal scorer, What else are you going to do? You can't go for anyone other than Haaland.
in that
Exactly. If you don't take one to the World Cup, who would you take, Haaland or Kane? For England, we're talking here, obviously. You're going Kane, really? Yeah. Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go Kane.
You're going Kane as well. And your reason for Kane?
Just love my country, man.
Okay, obviously, Haaland has to be English here, I'm saying, sure. I appreciate he's Norwegian, so it can't actually happen.
He's born in Leeds,
but,
counts.
Good point.
I think Kane's a better all-round player, but I think actually, you know what? I'm going to change it. I'm going to say Haaland because I think he's scarier.
So I almost think like if I could probably say things that I like more about Harry Kane, but like I'm just looking here in front of me the basic numbers of Erling Haaland, and I think these goal scoring numbers, the consistency.
Is Kane not doing the exact same? I know it's a different league.
Yeah.
Is Kane not doing the exact same in Germany?
Yeah, well, to be fair, he got to 100 goals, didn't he?
In 2 seasons. Like, come on, he's not too bad himself.
Is this a bit like the Ronaldo Messi debate? It's always a bit like who you kind of prefer more, really.
There's no wrong answer.
I'd definitely take Haaland if he was English over Kane.
Okay, obviously.
And the reason being is because what do we do? I don't know what you guys are like, but when I'm watching Kane, I'm constantly berating him for dropping deep. Don't drop deep. Stay in the box.
I feel like he's doing that.
Haaland wouldn't do that. Haaland would stay in the box and he would get you goals.
This is
would
why
win you a World Cup.
This is why the conversation's sort of a bit mad.
Kane doesn't do that.
They're very different sorts of players.
Kane hasn't done that for us yet, has he?
No, but
Haaland would.
He doesn't. That's not his game. So I think it is sort of. It's,
I'd take Haaland.
Apples
I
and
think
oranges.
he'd score you more goals. If Haaland's in one of the top 6 teams in the World Cup, he wins the Golden Boot.
Yeah,
doesn't he?
Yeah, and also for a Norway
Kane
side,
won the Golden Boot.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Norway aren't a great side, and he's still scoring a lot of goals.
Yeah.
So I think he'd do it anywhere in the world.
Yeah. It's what, like you say, it's one of those crazy arguments where you're almost. I'm not criticising Kane at all here. They're both absolutely sensational, but I just think for the pure output of goals, you'd have to go with Haaland.
Either answer is fine. Like if someone says like Haaland, I think it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, and we've got
Kane,
enough creativity in the England team to just deliver as much as he gets from City.
But if your team are playing against a team that has Haaland in or Kane in, who are you more scared of? You're watching it.
Haaland.
Haaland's got the ball.
Haaland.
You're watching it, and Kane's got the ball. Who are you more terrified?
Haaland.
Who makes you go? Take a breath.
I think if I'm a defender, I would leave.
The same. I know it's such a cop out answer, but like.
Different
just got some news coming into us here. This is from
Ange back in.
Yeah, Ange is the new Derby now. A Jason Bow. We have to make sure it's the proper official verified account, don't you? Not about the account.
Yeah.
I know. Jason Bow from the Telegraph has just tweeted out exclusive. Roberto Mancini has emerged as a realistic contender, as well as Sean Dyche to succeed Ange Postecoglou at Nottingham Forest.
At that football?
Zach, your initial reaction to that? You don't seem particularly impressed by that, do you?
I mean, Roberto Mancini is a fantastic manager for sure, but it's just like it feels so all over the place. The thinking just doesn't make sense at all. Like Roberto Mancini has obviously spent a bit of time in international football, done a decent job there. Obviously, a couple of years ago, he was the manager that won. Was he the manager that won Italy the Euros? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, he was.
Did a very good job there. Won a Premier League years ago. Yeah,
he's got a sexy name. He'll have a long Italian coat.
Yeah, he's a very good footballer.
That's what Marinakis sort of appointment.
But what? I mean, he kind of is a little bit in the middle of both Nuno and Ange Postecoglou. But it's just, again, like, I don't know if you're a Forest fan, are you going to be sitting there being like, oh, wow, we've got Roberto Mancini, like, that's going to get us back on track.
Yeah.
Also, I should say it was David Ornstein's exclusive actually that Forest have had contact Roberto Mancini. So,
but Sean Dyche,
but go on.
They're both two different
sorts of options. I know.
But what's happening here?
Yeah.
Where's the consistency?
I'm going for a ski holiday or a beach holiday. I'll take the same suitcase.
Yeah. But also, one thing I would say. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't sort of exactly say when the contact was made. But I would have thought that when Marinakis makes a decision to sack Ange, I would have thought that he would have had, he's already made contact with the manager over the internet.
That's what Zach said, yeah.
So as opposed to just making phone calls this Saturday afternoon.
I'm sure this has been lined up for at least a week or so.
You think so? Yeah.
I'm sure, like Zach mentioned earlier, it's just, when we're ready to push the button on Saturday.
So you think initial contact was made,
100%.
a sounding out period, should we say?
100%.
Would you do you fancy it?
Have we seen what Mancini's last job was in 2024?
What was it?
It was in Saudi Arabia.
Managing Saudi Arabia.
Managing Saudi Arabia, was it? Yeah.
He's not had another job since.
So he's not got a mercenary in then, has he?
Yeah. So like, that is it'd be such a weird addition. Obviously, previous to that was Italy. Won them the Euros, did a very good job in that. Didn't take them to the World Cup.
No, of course. They won the Euros and didn't qualify for the World Cup, did they?
Previously,
could they be thinking he's an experienced manager? He's managed some of the biggest clubs in the world. He has had success before in the Premier League. I know, granted, it was a long time
but so
ago.
did Jose, and that never ended well for a few clubs that brought him in. Like, football does move on. I don't know. Look, maybe he joins, and when they got a Nuno's reputation wasn't amazing, and he managed to do a fantastic job for them.
No, but he had much more to prove. I feel like
true.
you want to be going for managers and players as well who've got a bit of a chip on their shoulder, who've got something to push back against. You know, the general consensus might be this guy is finished, he's done. No one's really thinking that about Mancini. Mancini's just sort of, it's a bit harsh maybe, but he's sort of old news.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not like people are going, right, let's see what he's got in the locker still. No one really, he's not been on anyone's lips all afternoon. We've not mentioned his name.
How does that feel if you're Ange as well, where it's just like you see that, and it's like, well, what was the point of me managing the Chelsea game? What was the point in this? If you've had the chats with everybody, you might as well have sacked me and put them in 2 weeks ago.
Well, that's the point I made at the top of the show. That I think if they had, they should have just, they could have made. I think they could have made this easy themselves by just sacking Ange after the last game. And they got 2 weeks to get this stuff sorted, as opposed to trying to, get
a bit less respect for managers in general. You look at the kind of the Graham Potter situation where he was made to do that press conference before getting the sack, and then.
But that's what the payoff money's for, I think.
Yeah,
it's to say,
no one's going to get a violin out for you.
Disrespectful to you, we're going to give you millions of pounds whilst being disrespectful to you. I mean, the Italy raid, we got a 37-game unbeaten run, didn't he, as Italy manager? And I don't know, maybe I think the experience thing, because I think this isn't an easy job coming into Forest, given the tough start, where the fans are at as well.
If you think back to that Italy side, I'm thinking really Euros here, I'm not going to lie, but they were very defensively strong. They had obviously some incredible defenders as well at the time, but they were very defensively strong. He got a lot out of players who were maybe a little bit more like mediocre. Spinazzola was one that came to mind, but pre-tournament, no one really ever thought of him. By the end of it, he got an incredible move to Roma, was it? Whatever it might have been. And so maybe he fits that one, and maybe it's kind of going towards the Nuno side of it. But God, like, if you're the players, you're going one way, you're going another way. We've just spent 4 weeks learning how to play hard up the pitch. Now we're not going to try and do that. Is
some of this about winning the fans and the players over, though? We talked about it earlier on, where you go, you go, Roberto, they go, okay, fair enough.
He's won something.
To general football fans who don't investigate his record and all the rest of it, you go, okay, he's a big deal. Sexy name. We talked about Benitez being a sexy name. It kind of ticks that box as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it is. I love Sean Dyche, and I think you do a pretty good job there.
Actually, but I think
it's a sexier appointment than that for sure.
I do agree.
It has to be.
Yeah.
It's been a crazy day, hasn't it? I mean, who'd have thought it started with Ange Postecoglou
Chelsea won,
losing his job. I just final thoughts on Ange. I mean, it was I think 20 minutes in between Forest tweeting full time to tweeting that he lost his job. Overall, Mark, do you think it was the right decision to sack Ange Postecoglou given the bad start to his time there?
I mean, I don't see the point in it being decided on this one game against Chelsea. I think that's stupid. I have sympathy for him. I think he was brought into a hornet's nest of a football club. I think they were sort of waiting to sack him after the first couple of weeks. So I have sympathy for him, but he also hasn't done himself many favours, and I think he now needs to go away and have maybe a job abroad or maybe a bit of time away, and just because he's a good guy. I think we all like him as a.
He seems to rub some people up the wrong way, but in all my dealings with him, I'd rather interview a manager who's honest with you, even if sometimes it can be a bit prickly, as opposed to someone that's going to give you the same sort of, tough place to go, looking forward to the next game. That's boring. I like the fact that he's open, he's honest. And do you know what he is as well? He's passionate. You can tell he cares. I'm sure all managers do, but he's passionate.
No, you're right.
He wears his heart on his sleeve. It was, I think anyone taking over from Nuno, given what Nuno done for that football club, was going to have to get off to a quick start.
But I would rather he'd stayed at Forest for the season and got them relegated, ideally.
What club do you support?
Derby County. Yes, I'm disappointed by that.
You have to pick one out of Dyche and Mancini. Going for a safe pair. You are going Mancini.
I like Dyche, but
could you see
Mancini? You can dream more with.
Could you see Dyche though going in there and doing a good
100%, 100%. I think you could.
Do you think there's still that type of place in the Premier League for that type of manager? I think in the sense of a bit more old school 4-4-2.
I think Nuno showed that with the kind of football he wanted to play.
When Forest were like second, third last season, there was a stat at one point around February, March time where they had the lowest amount of average possession per game, and they were in the top 4.
But then, Sean Dyche has come out a couple of times and said, like, look, if I had really expansive players, like I'd play really expansive football. And so it'll be interesting to see what he would do if he does go there. I think I'd go with Mancini just because I think there's more to dream with.
But he wasn't mentioned all afternoon. We talked about this. He wasn't mentioned by anybody at any point at all.
The only name that had been mentioned was Sean Dyche.
Sean Dyche,
kind of week or so,
It's interesting. He hasn't quite got into the market yet, Mancini. But remember when we gave the market earlier on, 8 to 13, it was Sean Dyche. Benitez was 25-1, wasn't he, when we mentioned it? And we all went, oh, okay. He's 7-2 now, Rafa Benitez.
Really?
So that's coming unbelievably. Sean Dyche 2-7. I'm guessing once the Mancini news filters through, that he'll go in as well. But yeah, Rafa Benitez in from 25-1 to 4-1 since we revealed that at, what was it?
Couple of hours ago. Watch this space. If you are watching talkSPORT Goals on the talkSPORT YouTube channel and your smart TVs, stick around for the full-time phone-in. Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy standing by, going to be taking your calls on a busy day of football. Want to thank Zach, Mark and Lee for your time. talkSPORT Goals will be back on Tuesday. What a busy day of football. Premier League was very much back with a bang. It started with Nottingham Forest losing at home to Chelsea in the Premier League. Then about 19 minutes later, they confirmed what we all thought was going to happen. Maybe not that quickly. The sacking of Ange Postecoglou. Brighton beat Newcastle by 2